Hello there. I know all of you are excited to get started with the course. I wanted to just start out by kind of demonstrating some examples of what you guys are going to be capable of doing by the end of this course. So I've got 7 or 8 examples, going to kind of show what you're going to be doing. Everything I'm showing here, you're going to be able to do by the end of part 1 of Everyday Excel. You might think that you have a long way to go, and by looking at these examples, you might be a little bit intimidated, but we're going to take tiny little steps. Each little screencast is going to teach you something new, and by the end of the course, all of this will seem pretty manageable. The first example I wanted to show you is how we can maybe have the name. So we've got last name, first name. I'm going to show you some formulas that we can extract just the last name from last name, first name. You can also do the same thing for first name to sort of isolate or separate first name and last name. And then I've also got another example here where we can concatenate or join. So you guys are going to learn all about these different formulas and functions. We can join first name and last name into an email address. You also notice here that I made those lowercase. So this is one example of what you'll be able to do in the course. You're also going to learn the basic financial functions in Excel. This example, you borrow $20,000 to be repaid using 15-year payoff period. Your loan charges an annual interest rate. This question is asking for the monthly payment. So you're going to be able to use Excel formulas, knowing the principal, the loan amount, the annual percentage rate, and the number of years. You'll be able to calculate monthly payment. If you wanted to determine how much money a savings account is going to earn, you can also use Excel functions to do that. For example here, if you invest $5,000 at 2% annual percentage rate over 10 years, then after that time you would have earned $1,095. And then I've got another example here. If you want $20,000 in 5 years and you can make payments of $200 each month, with a certain annual percentage rate, compounded monthly, how much do you need to put down today? I will also show you how to calculate the answer to this in this course. In this example, I have applied a filter. So I've got a bunch of students, their student ID number, and their section number. I'm going to show you how you can use filters. I can go here and I can select the section number. It's just going to show the students in that section. You can also apply a filter over here. We can, for example, just filter by section 104, and it brings those down to only the students that are in section 104. Here's another example of an Excel table with filters in all of the columns. You can filter by, for example, ship date. You have lots of different options. For example, you can filter for dates between 2 different values. For example, batches or records between February 15th and August 15th of 2018. We can apply that filter. You can clear these filters, and we can filter by the ship time. Maybe we want to filter for ship times that are less than 5 days. We can do that. So this is just another example of how we can apply a filter, and you're going to learn all about filters in this course. You will also learn about data validation. Data validation, as an example here, we can validate these cells. We can make it such that it'll only accept a certain set of names that are over here on the right. I've also set this up, and you're going to learn how to do this, that in this column, in the rate column, it's going to look up the employee to the left over here in sort of our pay schedule to determine the rate. And then the user will put in the hours here, whether or not it's overtime. We also have data validation there. It's either overtime or it's not. The spreadsheet's going to calculate the pay, and then we've got the total pay down here for all of our employees. So this actually uses quite a bit of functions. You see up here in the formula bar, we have an if statement. Over here in the rate column, I also have something known as the VLOOKUP function, and you're going to learn all about these functions and much, much more. Another example of how we might use a lookup function is shown here. We have students, their student ID number, their scores on homework 1, homework 2, and exam 1. I've got data validation over here in this cell. I can drop down and choose the various students. It's going to look up their student ID number, their homework 1, homework 2, exam 1 scores. It's not that big of a deal for such a small data set here, but you can imagine with many, many students and many, many assignments this would be quite useful. We can also look by student ID. So I can select the student IDs here, and it's going to look up the name and then the assignment scores there. So you're going to learn all about how to use lookup functions in this course. You're going to learn all about how to visualize data and how to represent data in various tables and charts. Here I have an example where I have cookies that are being sold by various sellers. We have buyers that are buying those cookies. We have the actual cookies. We have the quantities and so on and total sales. We can build these pivot tables. So I've inserted a pivot table. Here I can drag down into this rows field, the seller. I can drag in the buyer over here to the columns. I can add in the quantities down here to the sum values field. What that does is it creates this pivot table that kind of shows the relationship between sellers and buyers. It tells us how many boxes of cookies each of the buyers has bought from the sellers. We can also put in cookies down here as a subset in rows, and it's going to kind of itemize which of the cookies were sold to each of the buyers by each of the sellers. So there's lots of different things you can do with pivot tables. Finally, one of the last things you're going to learn is how to visualize data in graphical form. So here we have a scatter plot. I'm going to show you as an example how you can make these dynamic plots where we can select or deselect various items and various series from the plot. So depending upon which of these four is selected, it's just going to plot those series, and then we can check those to add them to the plot. Again, I realize that some of this might seem very intimidating, but we're going to go through this fairly slowly. We're going to crawl, then walk, then run. We're going to start slow. Each little screencast, you're going to learn something new, and by the end of 5 weeks, you're going to be amazed at what you can do in Excel. Have fun, and I wish all of you the best of luck. Hey everyone, I wanted to just give you an overview of what week 1 is all about. Before I go into the objectives for week 1, I wanted to kind of go through the website here. This is what it'll look like for you. Everyday Excel, part 1. Over here on the left, you've got a navigation bar that's got kind of the overview and all of the different weeks. There's some other things here like discussion forums, messages, classmates. You can go through and you can look at the individual weeks, and it kind of tells you what you have left. You can over here and click on the various weeks here. So I can click on week 1 and it kind of has the remaining screencasts that I need to watch. You'll want to read through the reading material here in each week. Got some stuff on the importance of a course certificate. I've got some information for if you are a Mac user. Discussion prompt here, maybe introduce yourself, where you're from, why you're interested in learning Excel. This is optional, but I always like to hear from learners. There's a unlock quiz here. This is only available to paid learners. Assessments in this course are only available to paid learners. If you take this quiz, it's a very easy quiz. You will unlock the week 1 Excel files that you can use in these various screencasts. So what you're going to want to do is go through the screencasts one at a time, and this is how you learn the course material. Once you've gone through all the videos, then you're going to go down here to quiz 1 and assignment 1. You have to pass both of them. Quiz 1 has 5 questions. You need to get an 80%, which means you need 4 out of 5 of those to move on. Once you pass quiz 1, assignment 1 will become available, and you can read some instructions here. This kind of tells you the assignment 1 preview and instructions, what you're trying to do. If you have questions, you can always fill out this assignment 1 discussion. The nice thing about the assignments in this course is they're all done on computer, meaning you'll download a starter file, and you can, again, look at these previews, the assignment previews and instructions, but you're going to be doing the assignments actually in Excel on your computer. And once you have successfully passed the assignment, you can go into here on the Coursera site and you submit a completion code that you get from the Excel files once you're successfully completed the assignments, and you can put them in here and that'll update your grade. And once you have completed the quiz and assignment for a module for a week, then it'll make available the Excel files for the next week. So once you pass quiz 1 and assignment 1, the week 2 Excel files will become available to paid learners, and then you can use those as you follow along in the screencasts in the next week. So I wanted to give you an overview of the week 1 objectives. Week 1 starts very basic and then kind of gets into some more complex stuff. The first things you're going to learn about saving and opening files. You're going to learn all about sheets, cells, rows, and columns. basic spreadsheet navigation, editing the worksheet, how you can format cells and conditionally format cells. You're also going to learn how you can autofill and fill series. You're going to learn about cell addressing modes and naming cells and cell ranges in Excel. And I'm going to give you an introduction to VBA macros. So just a preview of some of the things that you're going to learn. You're going to learn how to insert cells. For example, I can right click here and I can insert by shifting cells down. We can insert cells on the worksheet. I'm going to show you how we can name different variables. Right now, this has a cell reference of B9 up here, but I'm going to show you how you can name this something like X. So in any other location on the worksheet, you can just type in the name of that variable and it'll be recognized. Some other things I'm going to teach you. There's autofill. So if you have two values that are separated by an increment, then you can drag this down to make a constant linear series, which is quite helpful. There are some other interesting things built into Excel. You can just type in, for example, Monday, and you can drag this down and it'll kind of give you a nice series of days. We can also do that with months by taking January and pulling this over. I'll teach you how to format cells. You can just change the color if you want. You can change the font. You can center. There's all sorts of things that I'm going to be teaching you. You can change the type of formatting, whether that's a number or currency or percentage. I'll also show you about cell addressing modes. Some of you may have experimented around with Excel and you may have noticed these letters and numbers, and sometimes you might see them with dollar signs. So I'm going to explain all about cell references. And finally, I'm going to show you how we can record basic VBA macros. For example, maybe I'm oftentimes italicizing and underlining a certain word. I can go up here to the Developer tab. You can record a macro. While it's recording, I can format it however I want. So maybe I want to italicize, underline, center, and make it red. Then I can stop recording, and I can go to any other cell, and then I can run that macro. And we do the same thing that we did while we recorded that macro. So this enables you to do a lot more in Excel. So that's just an overview of what we're going to be doing in week 1. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, welcome to the course. We're going to talk about, in this screencast, the basic features of Excel. This screencast and this course is meant for people who have never seen Excel before. It's also meant for those who have seen Excel before. I'm sure you'll learn quite a bit in this course. So let's look at some of the basic features of Excel. What version of Excel should or can you use? Well, Windows Excel 2019, Office 365, I'll talk about the differences between those two in the next slide, but those are the preferred formats for using Excel in this course. If you don't have Excel 2019, then Windows Excel 2016 will work just fine. If you do have Windows Excel 2013 or earlier, it sort of depends how early. I don't think most of this will work with Excel 1995, but 2013 or earlier will be mostly fine, but there are going to be some things that you can't do. I know there's a lot of Mac users out there. If you have Mac Excel 2019, so the 2019 will be mostly fine. Earlier than that, you might run into some problems. But if you want to follow closely along with this course, I highly recommend installing Windows Office and Excel by partitioning your hard drive using Boot Camp or Parallels to install the Windows version of Office. I do have a document in the course called For Mac Users. The main issues with Mac Excel: it doesn't support some advanced features like pivot charts. If you are interested in using macros, in which you can highly customize your Excel worksheets, there are major VBA limitations. And if you want to follow closely along with this course, there are major differences in the shortcut keys that I use. So if you do have a Mac, don't be discouraged, but I would recommend installing Office, and please again see that document for Mac users. So let me explain the difference between Office 365 versus Excel 2019. Many of you in the past, including myself, have purchased what is known as a perpetual license. You purchase Excel 2016 or 2013 and so on, and it's a one-time purchase that's known as a perpetual license, and essentially you own that forever. However, Microsoft is moving more towards a subscription-based service, and that's what Office 365 is. It's more of a monthly fee, or annual fee. The nice thing about Office 365 is it's continually updating. So you have the internet and you get occasional updates. It's more like a living software program. So if Microsoft adds functions, then once that's available, it'll automatically update to those users of Office 365 Excel. However, with 2019 and some of these previous ones, 2016, 2013, there are no updates. It's just a one-time install, a one-time payment, and you can use that forever. These are some different things to consider. You might do some cost analyses and so on to see which one is best for you. But the nice thing about Office 365, again, is that it is continually updated with new features and updates. So let's go right into Excel. This is what Office 365 Excel looks like. Very similar to what Office 2019 will look like. 2016 is very similar. They made major changes, I think back in 2007 or 2010. So when you open up Excel, if you've never used this before, you see that it's a spreadsheet. You have all these cells and you can kind of click around, and this is where we can put things. So you can type in different words. So I can type here. We can do simple calculations, equals 4 squared, and press enter. We'll get to all of that fairly soon in some subsequent screencasts, but I wanted to kind of give you an overview of what this looks like. This main area up here, this entire region is known as the ribbon. On the ribbon, you have what are known as tabs. So we have a file tab here. That's how we can save. I'll get to that in a moment. We have the home tab that has a lot of important things. Insert, draw, and so on. You'll learn what these different tabs do, primarily through experience and through screencasts. But let's go back to the home tab. On the ribbon, in these various tabs, we have these groups. So you have the font group, alignment group, the number group, and so on. And in each of these groups, we have what is known as a command button. Let me go ahead and click down into cell F12. That's known as F12. In the alignment group, we have command buttons. So here is an align right. So if I, let me make this a little bit bigger. We can drag the cell to make it bigger. And now if I click on the command button for align right, you see that we align that label to the right. So there's all sorts of command buttons in these different groups. There's also something known as the quick access toolbar. That's way up here at the top. You can customize it using this little drop-down menu. I'll show you a brief screencast on doing that later on. But right now, all we have in the quick access toolbar, we have save. So you can quickly save your worksheet. This arrow here is an undo. So you can undo. Once we've done something else, so let me just type in something equals 5 plus 4. If you undo, then this redo becomes available. So we can redo what we undid. I also wanted to show you how you can customize the view. So if I go to View tab here, and I'm going to go into Zoom, click on Zoom, and I just want to make this a little bit bigger. For many of my screencasts, I like to have this at 200% magnification so you guys can all see what's going on. Let's get back to the ribbon. If you go way over here on the right, you can collapse the ribbon, and there's a shortcut key for that, Control F1. So if you want more space, you can always collapse the ribbon by pressing on that. If you want to repin the ribbon, you can just click on any of these tabs, and way over here on the right, you can repin it so that it's always available. Another couple of important anatomical features about Excel. This bar here, this is known as the formula bar. If you click on a cell and you type equal, all formulas in Excel start with an equal, you'll notice that up here it's echoing that in something known as the formula bar. So 6 minus 2. It's echoed up here in the formula bar. So this is known as the formula bar. You press enter to input that formula. The status bar is way down here on the left, and right now it just says that we're ready. One quick thing about the status bar, if I put in 3 quick numbers there, and if I highlight those, then down here on the status bar on the lower right hand side, it'll tell me average, the count, and the sum of those 3 numbers that I've put into those boxes and that I've highlighted. This is known as a selections. A couple of other basic features in Excel. There's a difference between a left mouse click and a right mouse click. So if I left click, I can select cells like that. To make a selection, I can click and drag and then release the left mouse button. If you right click, So a lot of times when you right click on something, it'll bring up this context sensitive menu. Up at the top, we have this mini menu here where you can easily format things. You don't actually have to go up here to the ribbon. You can highlight things straight from this mini bar. So I can, for example, fill that color yellow. So let's right click again and we can do all sorts of different things, and you'll learn about these in a subsequent screencast. If you don't like to use the mouse, I think most people do prefer to use a mouse, but you can always, on the keyboard, press Alt, and when you do that, it brings up kind of these letters and numbers. So let's say I wanted to, let me just press Escape, if I wanted to insert a chart, just as an example. Without using the mouse, I could press Alt, and then Insert is actually the N, so I can press N, it opens up that tab, and then now I can go over here to, let's just say Q, and it brings up those plots. And that's how you can use the keyboard to do a lot of the navigation. I tend not to do this. In fact, I never use this, but I know there are some people who like to do this. I will continue talking about some of the basics of Excel in the next screencast. In this screencast, I'm going to quickly show you how to save a workbook and to open a workbook that you've already saved. First of all, if you're saving your file to a hard drive like I am, in the upper left-hand corner, that autosave will be off. However, if you're working with SharePoint or OneDrive, once you save it to one of those online cloud-based services, then you can click this to on and it'll periodically autosave. As I just mentioned, if you're saving to your hard drive, you cannot use that autosave feature. And instead, just occasionally you can just press this Save button. To save your file for the first time, you go here to the File menu and you would select Save As. If you want to save onto your cloud-based service, you have OneDrive here. But if you want to save onto your PC, you can click Browse, and then you can go ahead and select where you'd like to put that. So for example, if I wanted to place that file on the desktop, I could just save it as test, and then you can save. So I saved it as test. Now every time I press this save button, it'll save. If you want to save a copy of this file as a different name, then you can again use save as, and that will allow you to save it as a different name. So I could do test2. It would be saved in a different file name so that I can differentiate from that first file that was saved. If you've already got a file saved and you wish to open a file, you can just go over here to the File menu and you can select it from the recently used files over here. So I can go ahead and click on that, or you can do Open and you can browse to the location of that file. So those are two ways that you can open a file. In this screencast, you're going to learn all about sheets, cells, rows, and columns. Let's go ahead and open up Excel. I wanted to first explain the difference between worksheets and workbooks. A workbook is this entire file that I am working in. So up here, I have not yet saved this. This would be book 2. Basic Excel files have extensions .xlsx. So this is our workbook. If you look down here on the lower left, these are sheets. So we have sheet 1 here. And we can go ahead and edit this. We can add in numbers if we'd like, and so on. This is our first sheet, and if we want to add a second sheet, we can always go down here and we can click. We can left click on New Sheet, and that's how we can add a new sheet. In the previous screencast, I showed you how to zoom or change the magnification level, and I'm going to go ahead and do that to this sheet. So this is a second sheet. You can always rename this by right-clicking on a tab down there, and we can rename this if we'd like. So I could rename that, for example, Data. If you'd like to hide a sheet, so sometimes I like to have information that's kind of behind the scenes that I don't want people to necessarily see, you can always right-click on that tab, and you can go here to Hide. So I've hidden that sheet. Nobody knows it's there unless they right-click on any existing tab, and we do unhide, and then it asks us for which sheet do you want to unhide, and so that's how we can unhide that data sheet. Let me just go over a few things that for most people are pretty intuitive. I've just got a couple sample numbers here, and I want to explain basic data entry. Again, you can enter numbers, you can enter labels or text by just typing that in there. We'll get to this in some subsequent screencasts, but formulas always start with equals, so I could do equals 2 plus 3, and it's calculated there. But regardless, in order for you to enter anything into a cell, you have to first click it, or you have to start in a previous cell, and you can use the up and down arrows, left and right arrows, to navigate to whatever cell you want to put data in or an entry in. And then you can just start typing. You can always press the escape button if you're midway through and you decided you don't want to do that. You can press escape and it just kind of gets out of there and undoes everything. So once you have a cell selected, anything you enter in there is going to overwrite anything that's pre-existing. So if I go over here to the cell that has 7 in it and I just type 5, enter, it's going to overwrite whatever was in there. It's going to keep the same formatting, and we'll cover formatting in a later screencast. Alternatively, you can click, so I can left click, and I can go up here to the formula bar and I can type something in there. So I could type in hello there, and as I edit it in the formula bar, you see that it's placed in that cell. Regardless of what you put into a cell and how you start entering there, whether it be just typing into a cell or going up to the formula bar, in order for that number or text or whatever you put in there to stick, you have to press enter. So that's the way that you make it permanent. So some of that was pretty basic, and I think most people who have used Excel at least once knew about that. I'm going to explain a couple more things that are paramount to using Excel. Excel has all these sheets again, and so each of these is known as a cell. We have these column headings and these row numbers. And so this cell, this is known as the active cell, that's C2. You always put the letter before the number or the column before the row. The spreadsheet is organized into columns. So if I click up here, that's the entire A column, the entire B column, and so on. And let me just show you how many different columns we have. So if I click on A1 and I do Control right arrow, it goes all the way to the rightmost column in Excel. And we have XFD. To delve more into these columns, so I'm going to go Control left arrow. If I scroll down here, if I press on this right arrow, and let's just go A through Z. Once we get to Z, we go AA. So now A is used with A, then we go AB, AC, and so on. So if I go all the way to AZ, then it starts to do BA, BB, and so on. So once we get to ZZ, so here I am at ZZ, then we start over with 3 letters now, so AAA, and then we do AAB. We have a lot of different columns. So let's go back to cell A1, Control left arrow, and now I'm back to cell A1. Same thing, we have a lot of rows here, and they start with 1, and if I do Control down, we go all the way down to the bottom of column A. And we have 1,048,576 different rows. It's unlikely that you're going to use all of those rows, but they're there if you need them. Let's do Control up to get back to cell A1. If you're working along on a computer, let's go ahead and open up a file called practice numbers. This is what the practice numbers file looks like. We have 2 sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2, and they have slightly different numbers on them. The first thing I'm going to show you is how we can resize columns and rows. It's not common to resize rows, but it is quite common to resize columns. To resize columns, we can go up here. You notice that if I go between B and C, the cursor changes from a down arrow to sort of this left-right bar there. So if I left click on there and I go left and right, that's how I can change the size or width of that column. A lot of times you'll want to resize your column based upon what data you have. The default, by the way, is 8.47. So that's one way. Another way we can do this is I can click on any cell. So for example, if I want to click on B3 and I want to make that bigger, you can go up here on the Home tab in the Cells grouping here, and you can do Format, and we can do Column Width, and then you can manually put in something. So let's say I wanted that to be 20, and I press Enter. So it resizes that entire column. I'm going to go ahead and press Control Z to get back to what I had previously. That's how you can resize columns. If you wanted to, you can resize rows by doing the same thing, dragging up and down, or going up here to Format Row Height. To auto-fit cells to their contents, you can go up here and you can double-click on the border, and that automatically sizes that column. I'm going to do Control Z or Undo to get it back to where we were. If you want to do multiple columns at the same time, you can highlight all of those, and then just on one of the cell borders, you can double-click, and it resizes those to fit their contents. Now, a lot of times I just like to keep it the default width unless I have really long labels or if I'm doing something unique. Sometimes you will want to add or insert a column. If that's the case, if you want to add an entire row, you can go over here to the left bar here, and you can right-click on the number 4, and now we're going to insert a row above the selected row. So I do that, and it shifts those cells down, and it squeezed in an entire new row. I'm going to go ahead and do Control Z. That's undo, or you can go up here to the upper left and click this button. If you wanted to insert a cell just in column C, you can click on that 10, and I can right-click Insert, and it's going to ask us, do you want to insert by shifting the cells down or to the right? So that means the pre-existing cells down or to the right. So I'm going to go ahead and select down in this case. So it inserted an entire new cell right there. It didn't insert an entire row, just one cell, and it shifted those two cells down. Let's go ahead and undo, Control Z. Let me show you what happens if you right-click and you do Insert, but now you shift cells to the right. That's going to take the 10 and the 13 and shift them to the right, and it's going to squeeze in a brand new cell there. And it doesn't do anything to the rest of the spreadsheet, but it shifts everything in row 4 over 1. So that's what insert does. Let's go ahead and do Control Z. Let me show you what delete does. If you wanted to delete an entire row, let's say I wanted to delete the second row of my array there, I can right-click on row 3, and I can do delete, and it deletes the entire row. Control Z to get us back to where we were. If you want to delete a cell and shift everything up or down or left or right, you can click on that cell, right-click, delete, and it asks us, do you want to delete by shifting cells up, left, or do you want to delete the entire row or the entire column? I'm going to go ahead and shift cells up. So when I click that, it deleted the 18, and everything else on the spreadsheet in column C went up one cell. So that's how you can insert and delete. You can also insert multiple rows by highlighting, for example, 3 rows over here. So I left click and drag down to the 6th row. Excel recognizes that I have 3 rows I want to insert, and then I just right click, insert, and it inserts 3 at once. Control Z. You can do all of that with columns too, so I could insert 1 column there, Control Z. You can insert 2 columns by highlighting first 2 columns, and then insert from the menu when I right click, and that's how you can insert columns. By the way, you can also insert and delete rows and columns by going up here on the Home tab in the Cells grouping here, and you can insert cells, you can insert columns, and so on. Let me show you a couple more things related to moving data around. Let's go over to Sheet 2. If you wanted to consolidate data, maybe, we can highlight that selection, and then I can do Control C, or I can right-click, copy, a couple ways to do that. And then I can go back to Sheet 1, and I can click here, and I can do Control Paste. You'll learn more about this in a follow-up screencast. But that's how you can sort of consolidate information from one sheet to another. Finally, let me show you how you can move entire sheets from one workbook to another. So this workbook is named practicenumbers.xlsx. Let's go ahead and I'm going to insert a new one, a blank workbook. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here to the practice numbers file, and you can do that by selecting from the bottom of your screen. You can select the various files, and I'm going to go ahead and transfer the entire sheet 2 to that new file. And the way to do that, we can right click on sheet 2, and I can do move or copy. Move means you're moving that entire sheet. It's basically like a cut and paste. Copy, so we can select copy by create a copy. We're going to move the selected sheet. So I'm going to select sheet 2, and I'm going to move that to my new book. I haven't yet saved book 3, but that's what it's called. I'm going to select move to the end. So it's going to move sheet 2 because I right clicked on that to open up this box. It's going to move it to the workbook book 3, and it's going to add it to the end of book 3. And I click OK. Now I'm in book 3, and I've copied that entire sheet to this workbook. So hopefully this screencast gave you a much better idea of how to work with worksheets, cells, rows, and columns. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to show you all about moving efficiently around the Excel worksheet. If you'd like to work along, I have this file called lots of numbers. It just has lots of numbers. I'm going to kind of show you how we can quickly move around using the keyboard in Excel. So the first thing I'll show you is basic just up down arrows. You can also select things obviously using the mouse. So you can left click, and I've shown this in at least one previous screencast. So I'm just going to kind of start in the middle, and you can just do left and right arrow keys to go left and right, up and down arrow keys. That's pretty straightforward. But what I wanted to show you are some other things that you can do. So if you're anywhere in a block of cells, this is known as a contiguous block of cells. We also have a couple other contiguous block of cells over here on the right. So if I am here in cell D7 and I do control left, then it goes to the leftmost cell of that contiguous block of cells. If I do control right, it goes all the way to the right on that row. Same thing over here. If I'm in M5, I go left and right, and you see it doesn't go all the way to column A on the left because it only is working on that contiguous block of cells. I can do control up, and it goes to the top row of that block of cells. Control down, and it goes to the very bottom. I can also hold down the shift key. Let me go back to my main block of cells, and I'm going to hold down the shift key, and then I'm going to go arrow up and then to the right. So you can also select multiple cells by holding down the shift key and then pressing the left and right or down and left arrow keys. So that's how you can select multiple cells. You can combine the control keys and the shift keys. So let me start somewhere over here, and I'm going to hold down control shift down. So what that does is the control aspect of the control shift down takes it all the way to the bottom, but the shift aspect of that combination highlights or selects all of those cells. So that's a block of cells. You can also do control shift right from where I am there to select the entire block to the right of my active cell. I wanted to just mention here that this cell B5 right now is known as the active cell. It's the one that if you start typing in, so if I start typing in hello, that's known as the active cell. Let me just go ahead and press escape because I don't want to enter anything into that cell. This highlighted region here is known as the selection. So I'll get to that a little bit more about working with the selection and changing the active cell of the selection here in a moment. I wanted to show you what happens if you use the arrow keys and you have multiple contiguous blocks of cells. So I'm going to start here in this in cell J3, and now I'm going to hold down the control key, control right arrow. That goes to the next cell in that row that has something in it. Now if I press control right, it's going to go to the last cell in that contiguous block of cells in that row. And then I can press it again and it goes to the next block of cells and so on. So you might want to just play around with a couple of these things. Let me start here in L3, and I'm going to do control down. So it goes to the last one there, and then I do control down again. It goes to the next cell. Control down goes to 13, control down goes to 23. So it basically goes to the first or last cell in that column or row of a contiguous block of cells. Let me now show you what I meant earlier by a selection. So this is a selection. You can either drag it out, that's a selection, cell C5 is the active cell, or you can start with a cell. I can hold down the shift key and I can go right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, and so on. So that is known as a selection. If you want to work with changing the active cell of a selection, so right now that uppermost left cell B4 is the active cell of the selection, you can press the tab key. So if I press tab key once, it goes to the right in the same row. Tab key again, goes to the right. I keep doing this, and once you get to the end of a row, you press tab and it goes to the next row. You can also hold down the shift key and press tab, so shift tab. That'll actually go backwards in rows, so row-wise going backwards. Enter, when you're in a selection like this, enter goes to the next row down of the same column. So if I press enter, and then it goes to the next column once I get to the bottom of a column. You can also do shift enter to go up and back. Control period will take you from corner to corner of a selection. So I'm just pressing control period. Sometimes you might want to work with this. Going back to selecting cells of an entire contiguous block of cells, if you wanted to select this entire selection, this entire block of cells as a selection, A1 through H22, if your active cell is a single cell anywhere in that contiguous block of cells, you can always just do control shift 8, which is also control asterisk, so control shift 8, and that selects the entire block of cells. Another little tidbit of information that might help you navigate through your Excel worksheets. If you're anywhere on the spreadsheet and you press control home always goes up to cell A1. You can also use control shift home, and that selects everything from a current active cell up to cell A1. The last thing I'm going to show you is how you can select multiple blocks of cells. Again, if I wanted to select this entire block of cells, I could do control shift down since it's a single column, or any cell you can do control shift 8 or control asterisk. If I also wanted to select this other block of cells to the right, I can hold down the control key. You can either click and drag that area, or you can highlight this, hold down the control key, and then I can do control shift right, control shift down. And then if I wanted to add cells to that, I could hold down the control key, and here I'm just going to kind of outline that block of cells. Maybe I want to copy all those, control C. We go to this other sheet over here, and I'm just going to do a paste special. I'm going to paste the values. So it just took those cells that I selected, and it just kind of put them on this worksheet as a single contiguous block of cells. This is quite beneficial, by the way, for plotting applications. You'll learn how to plot in Excel later on, but oftentimes if you want to plot two different columns of data, maybe we have our state and maybe I wanted to plot the population, you need to select the states plus the population data. In order to select multiple but separate blocks of cells, you have to hold down the control key, and now I can highlight that. I can go up here to insert recommended charts, or I'm just going to insert a column chart. And when we enter that, then this shows the population of the different states. That's it for this screencast. Thanks for watching. In this short screencast, I'm going to explain a little bit more about editing the Excel worksheet. In some of the other screencasts, I've already mentioned a few things about this. So let me just go through those real quick. I could highlight these three cells and I could do either right click, cut, or I like to use the shortcut key Control X for cut. And you notice it hasn't cut that. Like in other software applications like Word, if you cut something then it's automatically cut to your clipboard. It doesn't do that. It's got these ants marching around the outside to show that it's currently cut. And then you can click on a different cell and you could do right click, paste, or you could do Control V. So I'm going to do Control V. So that's how you can cut and paste. You can also copy. So if I did Control C or right click copy, I'll do right click copy, and then you can right click there and we can do Control V to paste. There are some other ways in which you can paste things. If you right click, so let me go ahead and copy this 8, 10, 7. If I right click somewhere over here maybe, it brings up this menu of our different paste options. So paste here is what I did using Control V. You can also just paste the values. I'll show you that in a minute. If you wanted to, you could paste the formulas. We can also transpose. So I'm going to go ahead and click on transpose. Transpose basically swaps the rows and columns of any array. So here we have 8, 10, 7. So now we go 8, 10, 7 as a column. Let's say I had a formula in here. Let me just do equals 3 plus 5. This actually is a formula. It's got 3 plus 5 in there, and I can double click on that and see that. So if you copy this, Control copy, and if you paste that up here, paste formula, then it's actually got the same formula as that cell that I copied from. However, if you just wanted to paste the value, a lot of times all you want is the value, then we can do Control copy, and I can right click and I can do this paste values, this clipboard with the 1, 2, 3. And in that case, if we look up here in the formula bar and if I double click in there, all it is an 8. It's just the value. So this can be very beneficial for some applications where you only want to keep the value and not the formula. I've already talked about this in previous screencasts, but up here on the quick access toolbar you can undo using this back arrow, and you can redo, and if you hover over that it tells you what you're going to redo. So in this case I'm going to redo the paste special, where you can undo quite a few moves. So I could go back quite a few moves, and if I want to go forward again, then I can press the redo. You can also use Control Z to undo and Control Y to go forward and to redo. There's a big difference between deleting something in Excel and just clearing the contents. I'm going to go ahead and click in this cell here, 13, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to do delete. Deleting will actually remove the cell from the worksheet and shift everything either up or to the left. And I've already shown this in one of the screencasts, but this is so important that I wanted to re-emphasize it. So we could either shift cells left or up. In this case, I'm going to shift them left, and you see that everything to the right of it has shifted left. It's basically removing that permanently from the spreadsheet. I'm going to go ahead and undo by using Control Z. If you just want to clear the contents, you can press the delete key, and it clears it, but it keeps that cell on the spreadsheet. You can also do the same thing by right-clicking and doing clear contents. So that's another way that you can clear the contents of any cell. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about editing the worksheet in this screencast. A lot of times you will want to format your Excel worksheets. So in this screencast, I'm going to be talking about cell formatting and something known as conditional formatting. I'll be using this practicenumbers.xlsx file to kind of show you some of the basics of cell formatting. So by default, you can just type into a cell and the font is Calibri and the size is 11. So if you want to change that, you can go up here. You can select from this drop down the size, so you can make it really big if you wanted to. Alternatively, you can type in, so you could type in 16. You can also change the font type over here, so you could change it to one of these other ones. You can make it bold, you can make it italicized if you'd like, you can underline, and so on. There's also a way to add borders. So if we highlight this entire selection of cells and I go up here in the font group, you can add borders. So you could add right borders, so that added a right border to that block of cells. You can't really see it that well, but it's over here on the right. You can add all borders by doing the same thing. You can increase the size, so you can go down here to line color if you want to change the line color, line style, so maybe you want to make that a lot thicker. You can change that, and that actually brings up this pencil, and then you can kind of draw in where you'd like to put those bold lines. So if you press escape, you can get back to the kind of this plus sign cursor, and let's highlight this again. You can, if you want to remove all the borders, you can select no border. You can highlight cells by doing this drop down. So maybe we want to make them all green. Maybe you just want to make one of them blue, and so on. You can change the font color. So you can click in a cell, and over here you can drop down from this little menu here, different colors. So let's just go ahead and make that a nice red. You can also change the alignment of your cells. So maybe you want to left justify everything. So you can click over here on align left. You can also align in the middle, so you can center. And if you want, you can play around with these various formatting command buttons. A lot of times you'll write something in a cell like this is a very long label, and you don't want it to spill over. See how it's spilling over to the left and right? You can go ahead and click on that. Right now this is centered, but we can left center it if you'd like, and you can click up here to this ABC little command button, and you can wrap the text. So what it does, it keeps the column the same width, but what it does is it increases the rows so that you can kind of wrap that label. Another common thing to do is to combine or merge cells. To merge cells, you can select multiple cells, and you go up here to this drop-down menu, and you have 4 different options. The most common is just the default one. So if I merge that, this is actually merge and center, then I can type in perhaps a label there, and that's we've merged 3 of those cells, and now we have a single cell. So this is actually a single cell. The reference of this is always the upper leftmost cell. So see how in the name box this cell, even though it spans B1 to D1, is really now known as B1 because that's the upper leftmost cell. It doesn't have to be a single row. You can merge, let's say, those 6 cells by merging and center. You can type in a label there. If you wanted to center that label in the middle, so vertically center it, you can always go up here into the alignment and click on middle align, and that kind of brings it into the middle. If you want to undo a merged set of cells, you can always go into here and you can do unmerge. Whatever is in that single merged set of cells will always go to the upper left of the remaining when you unmerge, so that label went up in here to the upper leftmost cell. There are some other options here. For example, if you wanted to merge this set of cells, but you wanted to perform row-wise merging, you can always just go merge across. So that made 2 cells. One more thing I'd like to make you all aware of is sometimes you'll put in a label and then you want to put something on the next line. You can go up here to the formula bar, or you can double click in here to edit. But if you do Alt Enter, that actually adds a new line to this cell. And so, we could just type in something else down there, and what that does, it's similar to wrap text, but it just adds a line. If you decide that you want to remove all your formatting, you can highlight the cells of which you'd like to remove formatting, and you can go up here on the Home tab in the Styles group, and you can just select Cell Styles, and you can just select Normal, and it'll get rid of all the formatting. And then if you want to unmerge, again, these cells are merged right now. We can always go up here and unmerge the cells. Now I'm going to show you how we can conditionally format cells. This is quite useful if you're trying to visualize various data. So I'm going to go here to Sheet 2 on this practice numbers file, and I'm just going to highlight these. Up here on the Home tab in the Styles group, we have conditional formatting. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And if you want, you can experiment around with these, but let's go ahead and do color scales. If you just click on the default over here, the leftmost, then what it does is it kind of compares everything that was in that original selection. It sort of compares with one another, and the high values it makes green, and the low ones it makes red. You can always go in here into conditional formatting after you've set a conditional formatting rule. You can go down here and manage rules, and then you can edit this rule. So maybe you wanted to adjust this. Right now it's saying the lowest value in that selection is red and the highest value is green, and the 50th percentile, which is the midpoint, is yellow. So maybe you wanted to change this. Maybe you want to change it to blue. You could do that, and that's how you can change the conditional formatting rules. So there's all sorts of conditional formatting rules. Let me just show you another example of conditional formatting. Maybe you had a couple of people, these are elves actually, or dwarves, and Snow White, Maybe they take some quiz and you want to evaluate graphically or visually their performance. So you can highlight that. You can go up here to conditional formatting. Maybe you want data bars. So this kind of shows little bar charts within the cells that have those numbers, and you can kind of use that to visualize things. Let's go ahead and look at some of these others. There's icon sets in here, and maybe you want to identify the ones that passed. Maybe an 8 and above is passing. Maybe you want to identify the intermediate values and the failing dwarves. So you could select as indicators. You can always go back, conditional formatting, and we can manage the rules. And if you wanted to edit this, you could change. So maybe instead of a percent, right now it's showing you're going to be a green check mark if the value is 67% of essentially the range between minimum and maximum. But maybe you want to change this instead of a percent to a number, both of these. So when the value is greater than or equal to 8, we want to make it a green checkbox, and you can select different things here if you'd like, different icons. When you do that, you notice that it says the next one is when it's less than 8, and now you can specify maybe greater than 5. And then the last one, if you click away, it says we're going to give a red X when it's less than 5. And that's how you can sort of customize your icons. I would strongly encourage you to experiment around with these different highlighting rules and conditional formatting rules and the icon sets. If you do decide that you want to eliminate or clear all those rules, you can always do clear rules either from the selected cells or from the entire sheet. Hope you learned a little bit more about cell formatting and conditional formatting in this screencast. Thanks for watching. All right, welcome to the course. We're going to talk about, in this screencast, the basic features of Excel. This screencast and this course is meant for people who have never seen Excel before. It's also meant for those who have seen Excel before. I'm sure you'll learn quite a bit in this course. So let's look at some of the basic features of Excel. What version of Excel should or can you use? Well, Windows Excel 2019, Office 365, I'll talk about the differences between those two in the next slide, but those are the preferred formats for using Excel in this course. If you don't have Excel 2019, then Windows Excel 2016 will work just fine. If you do have Windows Excel 2013 or earlier, it sort of depends how early. I don't think most of this will work with Excel 1995, but 2013 or earlier will be mostly fine, but there are going to be some things that you can't do. I know there's a lot of Mac users out there. If you have Mac Excel 2019, so the 2019 will be mostly fine. Earlier than that, you might run into some problems. But if you want to follow closely along with this course, I highly recommend installing Windows Office and Excel by partitioning your hard drive using Boot Camp or Parallels to install the Windows version of Office. I do have a document in the course called For Mac Users. The main issues with Mac Excel: it doesn't support some advanced features like pivot charts. If you are interested in using macros in which you can highly customize your Excel worksheets, there are major VBA limitations. And if you want to follow closely along with this course, there are major differences in the shortcut keys that I use. So if you do have a Mac, don't be discouraged, but I would recommend installing Office, and please again see that document for Mac users. So let me explain the difference between Office 365 versus Excel 2019. Many of you in the past, including myself, have purchased what is known as a perpetual license. You purchase Excel 2016 or 2013 and so on, and it's a one-time purchase. That's known as a perpetual license, and essentially you own that forever. However, Microsoft is moving more towards a subscription-based service, and that's what Office 365 is. It's more of a monthly fee or annual fee. The nice thing about Office 365 is it's continually updating. So you have the internet and you get occasional updates. It's more like a living software program. So if Microsoft adds functions, then once that's available, it'll automatically update to those users of Office 365 Excel. However, with 2019 and some of these previous ones, 2016, 2013, there are no updates. It's just a one-time install, a one-time payment, and you can use that forever. These are some different things to consider. You might do some cost analyses and so on to see which one is best for you. But the nice thing about Office 365, again, is that it is continually updated with new features and updates. So let's go right into Excel. This is what Office 365 Excel looks like. Very similar to what Office 2019 will look like. 2016 is very similar. They made major changes, I think, back in 2007 or 2010. So when you open up Excel, if you've never used this before, you see that it's a spreadsheet. You have all these cells and you can kind of click around, and this is where we can put things. So you can type in different words. So I can type here. We can do simple calculations, equals 4 squared, and press enter. We'll get to all of that fairly soon in some subsequent screencasts, but I wanted to kind of give you an overview of what this looks like. This main area up here, this entire region, is known as the ribbon. On the ribbon, you have what are known as tabs. So we have a file tab here. That's how we can save. I'll get to that in a moment. We have the home tab that has a lot of important things. Insert, draw, and so on. You'll learn what these different tabs do, primarily through experience and through screencasts. But let's go back to the home tab. On the ribbon, in these various tabs, we have these groups. So you have the font group, alignment group, the number group, and so on. And in each of these groups, we have what is known as a command button. Let me go ahead and click down into cell F12. That's known as F12. In the alignment group, we have command buttons. So here is an align right. So if I, let me make this a little bit bigger. We can drag the cell to make it bigger. And now if I click on the command button for align right, you see that we align that label to the right. So there's all sorts of command buttons in these different groups. There's also something known as the quick access toolbar. That's way up here at the top. You can customize it using this little drop-down menu. I'll show you a brief screencast on doing that later on. But right now, all we have in the quick access toolbar, we have save. So you can quickly save your worksheet. This arrow here is an undo. So you can undo. Once we've done something else, so let me just type in something equals 5 plus 4. If you undo, then this redo becomes available. So we can redo what we undid. I also wanted to show you how you can customize the view. So if I go to View tab here, and I'm going to go into Zoom, click on Zoom, and I just want to make this a little bit bigger. For many of my screencasts, I like to have this at 200% magnification so you guys can all see what's going on. Let's get back to the ribbon. If you go way over here on the right, you can collapse the ribbon, and there's a shortcut key for that, Control F1. So if you want more space, you can always collapse the ribbon by pressing on that. If you want to repin the ribbon, you can just click on any of these tabs, and way over here on the right, you can repin it so that it's always available. Another couple of important anatomical features about Excel. This bar here, this is known as the formula bar. If you click on a cell and you type equal, all formulas in Excel start with an equal, you'll notice that up here it's echoing that in something known as the formula bar. So 6 minus 2. It's echoed up here in the formula bar. So this is known as the formula bar. You press enter to input that formula. The status bar is way down here on the left, and right now it just says that we're ready. One quick thing about the status bar, if I put in 3 quick numbers there, and if I highlight those, then down here on the status bar on the lower right hand side, it'll tell me average, the count, and the sum of those 3 numbers that I've put into those boxes and that I've highlighted. This is known as a selection. A couple of other basic features in Excel. There's a difference between a left mouse click and a right mouse click. So if I left click, I can select cells like that. To make a selection, I can click and drag and then release the left mouse button. If you right click, so a lot of times when you right click on something, it'll bring up this context sensitive menu. Up at the top, we have this mini menu here where you can easily format things. You don't actually have to go up here to the ribbon. You can highlight things straight from this mini bar. So I can, for example, fill that color yellow. So let's right click again, and we can do all sorts of different things, and you'll learn about these in a subsequent screencast. If you don't like to use the mouse, I think most people do prefer to use the mouse, but you can always, on the keyboard, press Alt And when you do that, it brings up kind of these letters and numbers. So let's say I wanted to, let me just press escape. If I wanted to insert a chart, just as an example, without using the mouse, I could press Alt, and then insert is actually the N, so I can press N, it opens up that tab, and then now I can go over here to, let's just say Q, and it brings up those plots. And that's how you can use the keyboard to do a lot of the navigation. I tend not to do this. In fact, I never use this, but I know there are some people who like to do this. I will continue talking about some of the basics of Excel in the next screencast. In this screencast, I'm going to quickly show you how to save a workbook and to open a workbook that you've already saved. First of all, if you're saving your file to a hard drive like I am, in the upper left-hand corner, that autosave will be off. However, if you're working with SharePoint or OneDrive, once you save it to one of those online cloud-based services, then you can click this to on and it'll periodically autosave. As I just mentioned, if you're saving to your hard drive, you cannot use that autosave feature. And instead, just occasionally you can just press this save button. To save your file for the first time, you go here to the File menu and you would select Save As. If you want to save onto your cloud-based service, you have OneDrive here. But if you want to save onto your PC, you can click Browse, and then you can go ahead and select where you'd like to put that. So for example, if I wanted to place that file on the desktop, I could just save it as test, and then you can save. So I saved it as test. Now every time I press this save button, it'll save. If you want to save a copy of this file as a different name, then you can again use Save As, and that will allow you to save it as a different name. So I could do test2. It would be saved in a different file name so that I can differentiate from that first file that was saved. If you've already got a file saved and you wish to open a file, you can just go over here to the File menu and you can select it from the recently used files over here. So I can go ahead and click on that, or you can do Open and you can browse to the location of that file. So those are two ways that you can open a file. In this screencast, you're going to learn all about sheets, cells, rows, and columns. Let's go ahead and open up Excel. I wanted to first explain the difference between worksheets and workbooks. A workbook is this entire file that I am working in. So up here, I have not yet saved this. This would be book 2. Basic Excel files have extensions .xlsx. So this is our workbook. If you look down here on the lower left, these are sheets. So we have sheet 1 here. And we can go ahead and edit this. We can add in numbers if we'd like, and so on. This is our first sheet, and if we want to add a second sheet, we can always go down here and we can click. We can left click on New Sheet, and that's how we can add a new sheet. In the previous screencast, I showed you how to zoom or change the magnification level, and I'm going to go ahead and do that to this sheet. So this is a second sheet. You can always rename this by right-clicking on a tab down there, and we can rename this if we'd like. So I could rename that, for example, Data. If you'd like to hide a sheet, so sometimes I like to have information that's kind of behind the scenes that I don't want people to necessarily see, you can always right-click on that tab, and you can go here to Hide. So I've hidden that sheet. Nobody knows it's there unless they right-click on any existing tab, and we do unhide, and then it asks us for which sheet do you want to unhide, and so that's how we can unhide that data sheet. Let me just go over a few things that for most people are pretty intuitive. I've just got a couple sample numbers here, and I want to explain basic data entry. Again, you can enter numbers, you can enter labels or text by just typing that in there. We'll get to this in some subsequent screencasts, but formulas always start with equal, so I could do equals 2 plus 3, and it's calculated there. But regardless, in order for you to enter anything into a cell, you have to first click it, or you have to start in a previous cell, and you can use the up and down arrows, left and right arrows to navigate to whatever cell you want to put data in or an entry in. And then you can just start typing. You can always press the escape button if you're midway through and you decided you don't want to do that. You can press escape and it just kind of gets out of there and undoes everything. So once you have a cell selected, anything you enter in there is going to overwrite anything that's pre-existing. So if I go over here to the cell that has 7 in it and I just type 5, enter, it's going to overwrite whatever was in there. It's going to keep the same formatting, and we'll cover formatting in a later screencast. Alternatively, you can click, so I can left click, and I can go up here to the formula bar and I can type something in there. So I could type in hello there, and as I edit it in the formula bar, you see that it's placed in that cell. Regardless of what you put into a cell and how you start entering there, whether it be just typing into a cell or going up to the formula bar, in order for that number or text or whatever you put in there to stick, you have to press enter. So that's the way that you make it permanent. So some of that was pretty basic, and I think most people who have used Excel at least once knew about that. I'm going to explain a couple more things that are paramount to using Excel. Excel has all these sheets again, and so each of these is known as a cell. We have these column headings and these row numbers. And so this cell, this is known as the active cell, that's C2. You always put the letter before the number or the column before the row. The spreadsheet is organized into columns. So if I click up here, that's the entire A column, the entire B column, and so on. And let me just show you how many different columns we have. So if I click on A1 and I do Control right arrow, it goes all the way to the rightmost column in Excel. And we have XFD. To delve more into these columns, so I'm going to go Control left arrow. If I scroll down here, if I press on this right arrow, and let's just go A through Z. Once we get to Z, we go AA. So now A is used with A, then we go AB, AC, and so on. So if I go all the way to AZ, then it starts to do BA, BB, and so on. So once we get to ZZ, so here I am at ZZ, then we start over with 3 letters now, so AAA, and then we do AAB. We have a lot of different columns. So let's go back to cell A1, Control left arrow, and now I'm back to cell A1. Same thing, we have a lot of rows here, and they start with 1, and if I do Control down, we go all the way down to the bottom of column A. And we have 1,048,576 different rows. It's unlikely that you're going to use all of those rows, but they're there if you need them. Let's do Control up to get back to cell A1. If you're working along on a computer, let's go ahead and open up a file called practice numbers. This is what the practice numbers file looks like. We have 2 sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2, and they have slightly different numbers on them. The first thing I'm going to show you is how we can resize columns and rows. It's not common to resize rows, but it is quite common to resize columns. To resize columns, we can go up here. You notice that if I go between B and C, the cursor changes from a down arrow to sort of this left-right bar there. So if I left click on there and I go left and right, that's how I can change the size or width of that column. A lot of times you'll want to resize your column based upon what data you have. The default, by the way, is 8.47. So that's one way. Another way we can do this is I can click on any cell. So for example, if I want to click on B3 and I want to make that bigger, you can go up here on the Home tab in the Cells grouping here, and you can do Format, and we can do Column Width, and then you can manually put in something. So let's say I wanted that to be 20, and I press Enter. So it resizes that entire column. I'm going to go ahead and press Control Z to get back to what I had previously. That's how you can resize columns. If you wanted to, you can resize rows by doing the same thing, dragging up and down, or going up here to Format Row Height. To auto-fit cells to their contents, you can go up here and you can double-click on the border, and that automatically
resizes that column. I'm going to do Control Z or undo to get it back to where we were. If you want to do multiple columns at the same time, you can highlight all of those, and then just on one of the cell borders you can double click and it resizes those to fit their contents. Now a lot of times I just like to keep it the default width unless I have really long labels or if I'm doing something unique. Sometimes you will want to add or insert a column. If that's the case, if you want to add an entire row, you can go over here to the left bar here and you can right click on the number 4, and now we're going to insert a row above the selected row. So I do that and it shifts those cells down and it squeezed in an entire new row. I'm going to go ahead and do Control Z, that's undo, or you can go up here to the upper left and click this button. If you wanted to insert a cell just in column C, you can click on that 10 and I can right click insert, and it's going to ask us, do you want to insert by shifting the cells down or to the right? So that means the pre-existing cells down or to the right. So I'm going to go ahead and select down in this case. So it inserted an entire new cell right there. It didn't insert an entire row, just one cell, and it shifted those 2 cells down. Let's go ahead and undo, Control Z. Let me show you what happens if you right click and you do insert, but now you shift cells to the right. That's going to take the 10 and the 13 and shift them to the right, and it's going to squeeze in a brand new cell there. And it doesn't do anything to the rest of the spreadsheet, but it shifts everything in row 4 over 1. So that's what insert does. Let's go ahead and do Control Z. Let me show you what delete does. If you wanted to delete an entire row, let's say I wanted to delete the second row of my array there, I can right click on row 3 and I can do delete, and it deletes the entire row. Control Z to get us back to where we were. If you want to delete a cell and shift everything up or down or left or right, you can click on that cell, right click, delete, and it asks us, do you want to delete by shifting cells up, left, or do you want to delete the entire row or the entire column? I'm going to go ahead and shift cells up. So when I click that, it deleted the 18 and everything else on the spreadsheet in column C went up one cell. So that's how you can insert and delete. You can also insert multiple rows by highlighting, for example, 3 rows over here. So I left click and drag down to the 6th row. Excel recognizes that I have 3 rows I want to insert, and then I just right click insert and it inserts 3 at once. Control Z. You can do all of that with columns too, so I could insert 1 column there. Control Z. You can insert 2 columns by highlighting first 2 columns and then insert from the menu when I right click, and that's how you can insert columns. By the way, you can also insert and delete rows and columns by going up here on the Home tab in the Cells grouping here, and you can insert cells, you can insert columns, and so on. Let me show you a couple more things related to moving data around. Let's go over to Sheet 2. If you wanted to consolidate data, maybe, we can highlight that selection, and then I can do Control C, or I can right-click, copy, a couple ways to do that. And then I can go back to Sheet 1, and I can click here, and I can do Control Paste. You'll learn more about this in a follow-up screencast. But that's how you can sort of consolidate information from one sheet to another. Finally, let me show you how you can move entire sheets from one workbook to another. So this workbook is named practicenumbers.xlsx. Let's go ahead and I'm going to insert a new one, a blank workbook. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here to the practice numbers file, and you can do that by selecting from the bottom of your screen. You can select the various files, and I'm going to go ahead and transfer the entire sheet 2 to that new file. And the way to do that, we can right click on sheet 2 and I can do move or copy. Move means you're moving that entire sheet. It's basically like a cut and paste. Copy, so we can select copy by create a copy. We're going to move the selected sheet. So I'm going to select sheet 2 and I'm going to move that to my new book. I haven't yet saved book 3, but that's what it's called. I'm going to select move to the end. So it's going to move sheet 2 because I right-clicked on that to open up this box. It's going to move it to the workbook book 3, and it's going to add it to the end of book 3. And I click OK. Now I'm in book 3, and I've copied that entire sheet to this workbook. So hopefully this screencast gave you a much better idea of how to work with worksheets, cells, rows, and columns. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to show you all about moving efficiently around the Excel worksheet. If you'd like to work along, I have this file called Lots of Numbers. It just has lots of numbers. I'm going to kind of show you how we can quickly move around using the keyboard in Excel. So the first thing I'll show you is basic just up-down arrows. You can also select things obviously using the mouse. So you can left click, and I've shown this in at least one previous screencast. So I'm just going to kind of start in the middle, and you can just do left and right arrow keys to go left and right, up and down arrow keys. That's pretty straightforward. But what I wanted to show you are some other things that you can do. So if you're anywhere in a block of cells, this is known as a contiguous block of cells. We also have a couple other contiguous block of cells over here on the right. So if I am here in cell D7 and I do control left, then it goes to the leftmost cell of that contiguous block of cells. If I do control right, it goes all the way to the right on that row. Same thing over here. If I'm in M5, I go left and right, and you see it doesn't go all the way to column A on the left because it only is working on that contiguous block of cells. I can do control up and it goes to the top row of that block of cells. Control down and it goes to the very bottom. I can also hold down the shift key. Let me go back to my main block of cells, and I'm going to hold down the shift key, and then I'm going to go arrow up and then to the right. So you can also select multiple cells by holding down the shift key and then pressing the left and right or down and left arrow keys. So that's how you can select multiple cells. You can combine the control keys and the shift keys. So let me start somewhere over here, and I'm going to hold down control shift down. So what that does is the control aspect of the control shift down takes it all the way to the bottom, but the shift aspect of that combination highlights or selects all of those cells. So that's a block of cells. You can also do control shift right from where I am there to select the entire block to the right of my active cell. I wanted to just mention here that this cell B5 right now is known as the active cell. It's the one that if you start typing in, so if I start typing in hello, that's known as the active cell. Let me just go ahead and press escape because I don't want to enter anything into that cell. This highlighted region here is known as the selection. So I'll get to that a little bit more about working with the selection and changing the active cell of the selection here in a moment. I wanted to show you what happens if you use the arrow keys and you have multiple contiguous blocks of cells. So I'm going to start here in this in cell J3, and I'm going to hold down the control key, control right arrow. That goes to the next cell in that row that has something in it. Now if I press control right, it's going to go to the last cell in that contiguous block of cells in that row. And then I can press it again and it goes to the next block of cells and so on. So you might want to just play around with a couple of these things. Let me start here in L3 and I'm going to do control down. So it goes to the last one there, and then I do control down again. It goes to the next cell. Control down goes to 13. Control down goes to 23. So it basically goes to the first or last cell in that column or row of a contiguous block of cells. Let me now show you what I meant earlier by a selection. So this is a selection. You can either drag it out. That's a selection. Cell C5 is the active cell. Or you can start with a cell. I can hold down the shift key and I can go right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, and so on. So that is known as a selection. If you want to work with changing the active cell of a selection, so right now that uppermost left cell B4 is the active cell of the selection. You can press the tab key. So if I press tab key once, it goes to the right in the same row. Tab key again, goes to the right. I keep doing this, and once you get to the end of a row, you press tab and it goes to the next row. You can also hold down the shift key and press tab. So shift tab, that'll actually go backwards in rows. So row-wise going backwards. Enter, when you're in a selection like this, enter goes to the next row down of the same column. So if I press enter, and then it goes to the next column once I get to the bottom of a column. You can also do shift enter to go up and back. Control period will take you from corner to corner of a selection. So I'm just pressing control period. Sometimes you might want to work with this. Going back to selecting cells of an entire contiguous block of cells, if you wanted to select this entire selection, this entire block of cells as a selection, A1 through H22, if your active cell is a single cell anywhere in that contiguous block of cells, you can always just do Control-Shift-8, which is also Control asterisk, so Control-Shift-8, and that selects the entire block of cells. Another little tidbit of information that might help you navigate through your Excel worksheets. If you're anywhere on the spreadsheet and you press Control Home always goes up to cell A1. You can also use Control Shift Home, and that selects everything from a current active cell up to cell A1. The last thing I'm going to show you is how you can select multiple blocks of cells. Again, if I wanted to select this entire block of cells, I could do Control-Shift down since it's a single column, or any cell you can do Control-Shift-8 or Control asterisk. If I also wanted to select this other block of cells to the right, I can hold down the Control key. You can either click and drag that area, or you can highlight this, hold down the Control key, and then I can do Control-Shift-right, Control-Shift-down. And then if I wanted to add cells to that, I could hold down the Control key, and here I'm just going to kind of outline that block of cells. Maybe I want to copy all those, Control-C. We go to this other sheet over here, and I'm just going to do a paste special. I'm going to paste the values. So it just took those cells that I selected, and it just kind of put them on this worksheet as a single contiguous block of cells. This is quite beneficial, by the way, for plotting applications. You'll learn how to plot in Excel later on, but oftentimes if you want to plot two different columns of data, maybe we have our state and maybe I wanted to plot the population, you need to select the states plus the population data. In order to select multiple but separate blocks of cells, you have to hold down the Control key, and now I can highlight that. I can go up here to Insert Recommended Charts, or I'm just going to insert a column chart. And when we enter that, then this shows the population of the different states. That's it for this screencast. Thanks for watching. In this short screencast, I'm going to explain a little bit more about editing the Excel worksheet. In some of the other screencasts, I've already mentioned a few things about this. So let me just go through those real quick. I could highlight these three cells and I could do either right click, cut, or I like to use the shortcut key Control X for cut. And you notice it hasn't cut that. Like in other software applications like Word, if you cut something then it's automatically cut to your clipboard. It doesn't do that. It's got these ants marching around the outside to show that it's currently cut. And then you can click on a different cell and you could do right click, paste, or you could do Control V. So I'm going to do Control V. So that's how you can cut and paste. You can also copy. So if I did Control C or right click copy, I'll do right click copy, and then you can right click there and we can do Control V to paste. There are some other ways in which you can paste things. If you right click, so let me go ahead and copy this 8, 10, 7. If I right click somewhere over here maybe, it brings up this menu of our different paste options. So paste here is what I did using Control V. You can also just paste the values. I'll show you that in a minute. If you wanted to, you could paste the formulas. We can also transpose. So I'm going to go ahead and click on transpose. Transpose basically swaps the rows and columns of any array. So here we have 8, 10, 7. So now we go 8, 10, 7 as a column. Let's say I had a formula in here. Let me just do equals 3 plus 5. This actually is a formula. It's got 3 plus 5 in there, and I can double click on that and see that. So if you copy this, control copy, and if you paste that up here, paste formula, then it's actually got the same formula as that cell that I copied from. However, if you just wanted to paste the value, a lot of times all you want is the value, then we can do control copy, and I can right click and I can do this paste values, this clipboard with the 1, 2, 3. And in that case, if we look up here in the formula bar and if I double click in there, all it is an 8. It's just the value. So this can be very beneficial for some applications where you only want to keep the value and not the formula. I've already talked about this in previous screencasts, but up here on the quick access toolbar you can undo using this back arrow, and you can redo, and if you hover over that it tells you what you're going to redo. So in this case I'm going to redo the paste special, where you can undo quite a few moves. So I could go back quite a few moves, and if I want to go forward again, then I can press the redo. You can also use Control Z to undo and Control Y to go forward and to redo. There's a big difference between deleting something in Excel and just clearing the contents. I'm going to go ahead and click in this cell here, 13, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to do delete. Deleting will actually remove the cell from the worksheet and shift everything either up or to the left. And I've already shown this in one of the screencasts, but this is so important that I wanted to re-emphasize it. So we could either shift cells left or up. In this case, I'm going to shift them left, and you see that everything to the right of it has shifted left. It's basically removing that permanently from the spreadsheet. I'm going to go ahead and undo by using Control Z. If you just want to clear the contents, you can press the delete key, and it clears it, but it keeps that cell on the spreadsheet. You can also do the same thing by right-clicking and doing clear contents. So that's another way that you can clear the contents of any cell. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about editing the worksheet in this screencast. A lot of times you will want to format your Excel worksheets. So in this screencast, I'm going to be talking about cell formatting and something known as conditional formatting. I'll be using this practicenumbers.xlsx file to kind of show you some of the basics of cell formatting. So by default, you can just type into a cell and the font is Calibri and the size is 11. So if you want to change that, you can go up here. You can select from this drop down the size, so you can make it really big if you wanted to. Alternatively, you can type in, so you could type in 16. You can also change the font type over here, so you could change it to one of these other ones. You can make it bold, you can make it italicized if you'd like, you can underline, and so on. There's also a way to add borders. So if we highlight this entire selection of cells and I go up here in the font group, you can add borders. So you could add right borders, so that added a right border to that block of cells. You can't really see it that well, but it's over here on the right. You can add all borders by doing the same thing. You can increase the size, so you can go down here to line color if you want to change the line color, line style, so maybe you want to make that a lot thicker. You can change that, and that actually brings up this pencil, and then you can kind of draw in where you'd like to put those bold lines. So if you press escape, you can get back to the kind of this plus sign cursor, and let's highlight this again. You can, if you want to remove all the borders, you can select no border. You can highlight cells by doing this drop down. So maybe we want to make them all green. Maybe you just want to make one of them blue, and so on. You can change the font color. So you can click in a cell, and over here you can drop down from this little menu here, different colors. So let's just go ahead and make that a nice red. You can also change the alignment of your cells. So maybe you want to left justify everything. So you can click over here on align left. You can also align in the middle so you can center. And if you want, you can play around with these various formatting command buttons. A lot of times you'll write something in a cell like this is a very long label, and you don't want it to spill over. See how it's spilling over to the left and right? You can go ahead and click on that. Right now this is centered, but we can left center it if you'd like, and you can click up here to this ABC little command button and you can wrap the text. So what it does, it keeps the column the same width, but what it does is it increases the rows so that you can kind of wrap that label. Another common thing to do is to combine or merge cells. To merge cells, you can select multiple cells and you go up here to this drop down menu and you have 4 different options. The most common is just the default one. So if I merge that, this is actually merge and center, then I can type in perhaps a label there, and that's we've merged 3 of those cells and now we have a single cell. So this is actually a single cell. The reference of this is always the upper leftmost cell. So see how in the name box this cell, even though it spans B1 to D1, is really now known as B1 because that's the upper leftmost cell. It doesn't have to be a single row. You can merge, let's say, those 6 cells by merging and center. You can type in a label there. If you wanted to center that label in the middle, so vertically center it, you can always go up here into the alignment and click on middle align, and that kind of brings it into the middle. If you want to undo a merged set of cells, you can always go into here and you can do unmerge. Whatever is in that single merged set of cells will always go to the upper left of the remaining when you unmerge, so that label went up in here to the upper leftmost cell. There are some other options here. For example, if you wanted to merge this set of cells but you wanted to perform row-wise merging, you can always just go merge across. So that made 2 cells. One more thing I'd like to make you all aware of is sometimes you'll put in a label and then you want to put something on the next line. You can go up here to the formula bar, or you can double click in here to edit. But if you do Alt Enter, that actually adds a new line to this cell. And so, we could just type in something else down there, and what that does, it's similar to wrap text, but it just adds a line. If you decide that you want to remove all your formatting, you can highlight the cells of which you'd like to remove formatting, and you can go up here on the Home tab in the Styles group, and you can just select Cell Styles, and you can just select Normal, and it'll get rid of all the formatting. And then if you want to unmerge, again, these cells are merged right now. We can always go up here and unmerge the cells. Now I'm going to show you how we can conditionally format cells. This is quite useful if you're trying to visualize various data. So I'm going to go here to Sheet 2 on this practice numbers file, and I'm just going to highlight these. Up here on the Home tab in the Styles group, we have conditional formatting. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And if you want, you can experiment around with these, but let's go ahead and do color scales. If you just click on the default over here, the leftmost, then what it does is it kind of compares everything that was in that original selection. It sort of compares with one another, and the high values it makes green, and the low ones it makes red. You can always go in here into conditional formatting after you've set a conditional formatting rule. You can go down here and manage rules, and then you can edit this rule. So maybe you wanted to adjust this. Right now it's saying the lowest value in that selection is red and the highest value is green, and the 50th percentile, which is the midpoint, is yellow. So maybe you wanted to change this. Maybe you want to change it to blue. You could do that, and that's how you can change the conditional formatting rules. So there's all sorts of conditional formatting rules. Let me just show you another example of conditional formatting. Maybe you had a couple of people, these are elves actually, or dwarves, and Snow White. Maybe they take some quiz and you want to evaluate graphically or visually their performance. So you can highlight that. You can go up here to conditional formatting. Maybe you want data bars. So this kind of shows little bar charts within the cells that have those numbers, and you can kind of use that to visualize things. Let's go ahead and look at some of these others. There's icon sets in here, and maybe you want to identify the ones that passed. Maybe an 8 and above is passing. Maybe you want to identify the intermediate values and the failing dwarves. So you could select as indicators. You can always go back, conditional formatting, and we can manage the rules. And if you wanted to edit this, you could change. So maybe instead of a percent, right now it's showing you're going to be a green check mark if the value is 67% of essentially the range between minimum and maximum. But maybe you want to change this instead of a percent to a number, both of these. So when the value is greater than or equal to 8, we want to make it a green checkbox. And you can select different things here if you'd like, different icons. When you do that, you notice that it says the next one is when it's less than 8, and now you can specify maybe greater than 5. And then the last one, if you click away, it says we're going to give a X, a red X when it's less than 5. And that's how you can sort of customize your icons. I would strongly encourage you to experiment around with these different highlighting rules and conditional formatting rules and the icon sets. If you do decide that you want to eliminate or clear all those rules, you can always do clear rules either from the selected cells or from the entire sheet. Hope you learned a little bit more about cell formatting and conditional formatting in this screencast. Thanks for watching. I'm going to be talking about some exciting features in Excel known as autofill and fill series in this screencast that will help you with making you much more efficient in Microsoft Excel. Excel is quite smart. There's something known as autofill. So let me just put in something that's quite common by putting in the month here. Now, if you click in that cell and you go down here to the lower right, you see that that empty, bigger plus sign goes into this smaller, solid plus sign. That's known as the fill handle. So if I take that and I left click and I drag, you see that below here it's recognizing that this is a commonly filled series, commonly used series, the months, and it says February, and I can do March, April, and so on. So if you release the left mouse button, then it puts those months into those cells. So that's known as autofill. You can do the same thing going down. So if I had January, you can use the fill handle on the lower right, and you can drag, and it recognizes that you would like to autofill that series. We can also do this with some other things. Let's just put in Monday. So it recognizes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. By the way, if you only have one of those, let's just say you have Wednesday, you can always go backwards. So I can go to the left, and it fills in Monday and Tuesday. It does this also with abbreviations. So if I do MUN and we go over, it's going to fill that series in. So this is quite useful. You don't have to manually type in all of those days of the week. What about numbers? So if I put in a 1 and I want to fill this 1, 2, 3, and so on. So I'm going to click on that 1, go down to the fill handle, and we're going to drag down. Now, unfortunately, there are a lot of things in Excel where it doesn't immediately recognize that as an autofill series. But for some things, you can press the control button while you're holding that fill handle down. So I'm going to press the control button, and then we're going to go back and forth. And the control button kind of forces it into doing an autofill, especially on things that are commonly filled in. If you're curious what series are typically available for autofill, you can always go up here to File, Options, and then in the Advanced area over here, if you scroll down to General, which is near, kind of near the bottom, and you go to Edit Custom Lists, this is what is available as autofill list. In a minute, I'll talk about how you can make custom lists. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel and click cancel again. Sometimes it'll recognize, it'll be smart. So if I put in student 1, then if I drag down, it's recognizing that I want to put in a series, and it'll automatically add that. So it's kind of interesting that it won't do that for just 1, but it will do that for student 1. I'm going to go ahead and clear this real quick, and let's take a look at some other types of series. If you wanted to skip 2, so you want to skip, you can always highlight those, and then you can drag the fill handle down, and it's going to only put in the odd numbers. So if you specify the first 2 of a list, and then you can drag that down, that will create a custom series. You can do the same thing with days. So Monday, maybe you want to skip every 2 days. You can do Monday, Wednesday, and it'll just go through and skip. So it's putting every other day there. Now sometimes my classes are only taught on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I could type in Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I want to make that repeating. One thing you can do is you can just do Control, copy, and you can paste. But another thing that you can do is you can select those three, and then you can drag down. But after you drag down, there's this little autofill options box that pops up, and we want to copy cells. So it's going to start with those three. So now it's just going to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you want, you can select the entire list, and then you can keep going, and it's just going to repeat Monday, Wednesday, Friday throughout the entire semester. Another example, maybe you wanted to just have a list of numbers that are separated by 0.5. If you have a increment like 0.5 and you want to make that repeating, so you want to go up to 1.5, 2, 2.5, and so on, you just highlight the first two of that list. As long as it's a constant increment, you go down to the fill handle and then you can fill in. Another way to do this is known as fill series. So maybe we want to start at 10 and we want to go down and we want to increase by 10 every time. Another way to do this is just to start with your first value, go up here to the Home tab, and if you go into Editing, there's a little Fill, so we can click on Fill. We want to make a series. We want this to be in a column, not a row. You can make it in a row if you'd like, but I'm going to show this with columns. Our step value is going to be 10, and we're going to make a series until we're at 100. And then I can click OK. That's not quite as fast as putting 10 and 20, highlighting those two, and just quickly dragging down to 100. But sometimes if you have a really big list, the fill series might be a little more efficient. You can also create fill series that are growth trends. So maybe we want to double. We want to double every time, so it'll go 1, 2, 4, 8, and so on. You can click over here in Editing, Fill. It's going to be a series. Now this is going to be also in a column. It's not linear, but it's a growth series. We're going to step it by a factor of 2. That means we're multiplying by 2 every time. And maybe we want to go up to something like 128. So we're doubling 1, 2, 4, 8, and so on. So there's a couple of different options in that fill series. Finally, I wanted to show you how you can make your own custom lists. So on a spreadsheet, if you want to work along with me in a file called dwarves, the 7 dwarfs are there. So go ahead and open that up. And I'm going to go ahead and click on File, Options. And then I'm going to go to Advanced, like I showed earlier. I'm going to scroll down to General. And I'm going to do Edit Custom Lists. Now we can create a new list. So make sure New List is selected. And I'm going to click down here in the Import Lists from Cells. I'm just going to highlight my 7 dwarfs over there. I'm going to click Import, and you see that it is imported that as a list. Now I can click OK, OK once again, and I can even close this file because it's permanently imported those. I can close this file, and I can go back to just any old spreadsheet, and maybe every day you're working with these dwarfs, so you can type in doc, you can click on that, and then you can do the fill series, and it's going to recognize that, and there's your 7 dwarfs. So you can customize your list. If at any point in time you decide that you don't want that list anymore, you can go down to File, Options, Advanced, and you can go back to the Edit Custom List down here, and you can just delete. And it'll ask you if you would like to do that. Click OK, and click OK once again. So hopefully you learned quite a bit about autofill and fill series and making your own custom autofill lists in this screencast. One of the most important things to understand before you get started with doing things in Excel is to understand the referencing modes. In Excel, there are 3 cell addressing modes. There's the relative referencing mode, there's absolute referencing, and then there's mixed cell referencing. And I'm going to go through examples of all 3 of those in this screencast. So I'm over here in Excel. I'm going to go ahead and put in a couple numbers here. I'm going to put in 4.3 and negative 2.1. First of all, what is a cell reference? Well, this cell that has 4.3, is known as A2 because it's in column A. This is column A, and it's in row 2. This entire row is row 2. So sort of the crossing of column A with row 2 is known as cell A2. This other cell here below A2 is known as A3. So those are the cell addresses. We have A2 and A3. We use these various cell addresses in formulas. For example, I can write here in cell B2, I can reference by either directly typing in A2 on the keyboard, or you can point and click over here to cell A2, and I'm just going to take that to the third power. You'll learn a little bit more about what these different types of things are, how to exponentiate, multiply, divide, subtract, and add in some subsequent screencasts. But this caret here just denotes exponentiation. So I'm taking cell A2 and taking it to the third power, or cubing it. And then when I press enter, we make that a permanent number here. That's the result. I can always go back into a cell to see what formula is in that cell by double clicking. By the way, you can always press escape to get out of there. Or you can go up here to the formula bar and you can click in there to see what formula is in cell B2. Now this reference here, if I double click in here, this A2 is known as a relative reference. If I take this cell B2 and I copy, so what I'm doing here is I'm going down to the lower right corner here, the big empty plus sign becomes kind of this smaller solid plus sign in the lower right hand corner of the cell that's highlighted. So if I click there, if I left click and drag, so hold that and drag down, I can copy that formula down. And you notice that this is now a different number. I didn't take the value in cell B2, I took the formula and copied it down. So let's go ahead and double click into cell B3, and now you see that the A2 that was in cell B2 has changed to A3 that's in cell B3. That's because the A2 in cell B2 is known as a relative reference. When I type the formula into cell B2, I reference the cell that was just left of it. So one column over on the same row. So when you drag that down, it's also, so now my cell is B3 and I'm referencing the cell that's just one to the left on the same row. So that's known as a relative reference. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the contents here. You can do that using the delete button, or you can right click and do clear contents. And instead, I'm going to double click in here and I'm going to put my cursor right in the middle of the A and the 2, and I'm going to press F4. So F4 key. The F4 key, once it puts these dollar signs on to the left of A and to the left of 2. Whenever you have a dollar sign in front of either the column letter or the row number, that means it's an absolute reference. I like to think of the dollar signs as thumbtacks. So a thumbtack before it means you're sort of pinning it, making it an absolute reference. Let's also press F4 a couple more. Let's press it once more, and you see that now there's only a dollar sign in front of the row, and I can press it again, and now it's just in front of the column. These are known as mixed cell addresses, and then I can press F4 again, and it goes back to a completely relative reference. So you can kind of toggle through using the F4 button. So let's leave it at the fully absolute reference, $A, $2. You can also manually type in the dollar signs if you want. And now I'm going to press enter. Now I'm going to take that formula in cell B2 and I'm going to drag down like we did before. Let's go ahead and double click in there. Now you notice instead of bringing that cell down, and instead of having A3 cubed, we have A2 cubed, because A2, when we type that into cell B2, this is an absolute reference. We've thumbtacked or made those references absolute. So wherever we take that formula, I can even do Control C and paste it somewhere else over here. we're always going to take cell A2 and we're going to cube it. So that's known as an absolute reference. There's also something known as a mixed address, which I referenced a few minutes ago. So let's talk about what a mixed address is. I've typed in 10, 4, -7, and 13 into cells D2, E2, D3, and E3. Now what I'm going to do in cell F2, I'm going to type in the following formula. And when I press return or enter, you should see that that equals 14. All right, so that's pretty straightforward. We're adding D2 to E2. However, if we look at the references, these are known as mixed references because only one of either the column or the row is absolute and the other is relative. So we have D $2. That's making the row always going to be row 2. In the second one, we have $E2. That makes it's always going to be column E. And now what we're going to do is right click on this and do copy. And then we're going to go down to G3 and I'm going to do right click paste here. And we get 17. When we double click here, you see that the reference is $2 plus $E3. So let's take a look back. In our F2 formula, this D2, we're going down one row and over one column. So the D2, if the D2 were just fully relative, then D2 would become E3, right? But since we're pinning the 2, the D, when we go over one column, becomes an E because that's a relative reference. But the $2, when we go down one row, doesn't become 3, it remains $2. So D $2, when we go down one row, over one column, becomes E $2. And you can see that here. We have E $2. The $E2, when we go down one row and over one column, if this were fully relative, that is just an E2 with no $, it would become F3. But since we've pinned or made the E an absolute reference, the E is never going to change regardless of how far over we go. So the $E remains a $E, but the 2, we go down one row and that becomes a 3. So that becomes $E and 3. So that's known as a mixed address. So you'll get a lot more experience with these types of referencing modes as we work through other examples. In this screencast, I'm going to explain to you how to name cells and cell ranges, a best practice in Excel. The example I'm going to be working through here first is in a file called savings.xlsx. It's just a simple equation here where we have a principal amount, that's the amount that you invest in a bank. We have an interest rate I, and we're investing for N number of years. So let's just put in some data here. Maybe we invest $200 at an interest rate of 5% for 10 years. By the way, if I wanted to change this to a percent, you can always go up here and change it to percent. Now, in a previous screencast, you should have learned about absolute and relative cell referencing. You should have learned that we can make absolute references by clicking on a cell and pressing the F4 key to make it completely absolute, or you can toggle to make it mixed addresses and back to relative. Now, the best way to work in Excel is to name absolute references. If we have constants or values in here that are never going to change, then it's best practice to name them. So, for example, I'm going to name this a variable called P because that is the variable name. It's the principal. The easiest way to name single variables is to go up here. There's this box up here in the upper left called the name box. So if I want to name that value in cell C5, if I want to name that capital P, I can just type capital P and press enter. And if I use that variable any other places on the worksheet, I can type in equals P, and you see that P, capital P, is an absolute reference that always refers to cell C5. I can use that named variable in a mathematical formula. I'm going to do the same thing for interest and N, the number of years. So I'm just going to click in cell C6. I'm going to put in variable I, and I'm going to do the same thing for C7. That's going to be lowercase n. And you see that those are all named now. By the way, if you're anywhere in a worksheet and you want to know which cell corresponds to a named variable, you can just type in to the name box something like capital P as just an example, and it'll go to that cell. Now, in the cell here, in cell C9, I'm going to put a formula, just this formula up here to calculate S. And you'll learn more about syntax in the next week. We put in here equals P times 1 plus I, and you see that instead of using cell addresses, we're using these named variables. And then I'm going to take it to the power of n, and you see that it's color coded here, and we see the corresponding cells where p, I, and n are defined. So then I can press enter, and it does that calculation. So that means after 10 years at 5% interest, $200 will become about $325. Let me real quick show you how to edit. So if you want to change the names, let's say I wanted to, instead of N, I wanted to change that to maybe NY, then you can always go up here to the Formulas tab, and there's something called the Name Manager. And we can go into here and we can edit the values. So I can select on N and we can edit that, and maybe now you want to change that to NY for the number of years. Alternatively, maybe you messed up the cell reference here, and you can change the cell reference that NY is referring to. And then we can click OK, and then we can click OK, we can click Close down here. So that's how you can edit values. I'm going to actually change this back to N. I'm going to go to the Name Manager, and I'm going to delete the names. You can hold down the Shift key and click on the last one, and I'm just going to delete these. And I'm going to close. I wanted to show you how we can define multiple variables all at once. So if you've got them kind of in columns here or different rows for the variables, you can highlight all of those. And then I can go up here to the Formulas tab, Create from Selection, and it'll automatically detect the names in the left of the values. And so most times you can just press OK. And when we do that, you see that if I click on this cell, in the name box, that's been named P, this has been named I, and this has been named N. Now there are some names that you cannot use. Let's say I had R, and I wanted to name this R. If you go up here and you try to name that R, it actually highlights the entire row. So R in Excel is already reserved for rows. You can't name something R. There are other stipulations on variables that you cannot use as names. But if you have an R, oftentimes I like to call that R underscore or RR, but you cannot use R. So I'm going to name that R underscore. By the way, earlier when I changed this name, it automatically updated that formula to NY, but then I changed it back to N, and it didn't change back, so I'm just going to delete that and convert that back to N. Another quite valuable tool, you can hit the F3 button. This brings up a paste name box that has all of the different variables that you have defined. So these are all the named variables so far. Names are not limited to single cells. Here I've got just a data table, a bunch of different mammals with their mass and their something related to exercise physiology known as VO2 max. And I can highlight this entire thing and I can name this data. So if I wanted to, I could use data, and in fact I might use that in something like the VLOOKUP function, which you'll learn about in week 2 of the course. And you can always go back up here. Maybe I didn't want to include that top row in my name data, so I can edit that, and I can, instead of B2, I can change that to B3. I can edit that and click OK and close, and if I wanted to see what that referred to, you can always type data up here, and it shows you the highlighted area for that variable. So hopefully you learned a bit about using names and the name manager and naming cell ranges in this screencast. Thanks for watching. I realize that for many of you, you are just getting into some of your first Excel spreadsheets, and so you're beginners in that regards. But I wanted to make you all aware of VBA macros. It's never too early to start thinking about how you can customize or tailor your Excel worksheet environment using VBA macros. So I'm just going to give you a quick Introduction to VBA Macros in this screencast. So what I'm going to be showing you first in this screencast is how to make custom macros or shortcut keys. What if you have a really long label like this, and every day you're working with these long labels, and maybe you want to make it bigger, you want to make it bold and italics, you want to make it green, and then you want to wrap the text. Let's say you're doing that every day and that's really time consuming. You can make little shortcut keys using VBA macros. Let's just put in another really long label. I've made this already. I'm going to show you how to make this, but I can do Control-Shift-F and it automatically formats that. It doesn't have to be limited to simple formatting on the worksheet. You can do all sorts of different things, and this is using a built-in programming language called VBA that it comes along with the Windows version of Excel. So let me show you how to build that macro. The first thing, if you want to put in macros in your workbook, you're going to need the Developer tab. To insert the Developer tab, you go up here to File, Options, and then we can click on Customize Ribbon. When you click on Customize Ribbon, you see all the main tabs are kind of shown over here. So these are the ones checkmarked are the ones that already show up when you open Excel. And there's a tab down here called the Developer tab that by default is not selected. So go ahead and click on that and then click OK. You notice now we have this Developer tab. Now what we're going to do is we're going to record a macro. You can click on the Developer tab, and then once we're ready to go, we can click Record Macro, and it's essentially making code behind the scenes for every move that we make. So I'm just going to put in, this is a really long label, and go ahead and click in that box, and we're going to record a macro. Now you can name the macro here, so I'm just going to call this formatting, and we have a shortcut key that you can select. So let's hold down the Shift key and F, and when I did that, when I pressed F, it did Control-Shift-F. So that's going to be the shortcut key that's going to run this macro that we are recording. If you want, you can store this in a personal macro workbook, so it'll be available to all workbooks, but I'm just going to do it in this workbook. You're welcome to put a description there if you'd like, but I'm going to go ahead and click OK. So now it's recording every move that I make, and that's really important because a lot of times you'll accidentally forget to stop recording up here. So let's just go to the Home tab. I'm going to increase the size, maybe to 12. I'm going to make this bold and italics. Let's go ahead and change the font color to this nice blue. And the last thing we're going to do is wrap text. That's the formatting that I want to do. So I'm going to go back up here to the Developer tab, and I'm going to stop recording. Now this is sort of beyond the scope of what I wanted to teach you here, but you can always go into Visual Basic here on the Developer tab, and you can open up the Modules folder here, and you can double click here, and this is VBA, Visual Basic for Applications code for what we just did. So just FYI if you're interested, but a lot of times you don't really need to know what's going on behind the scenes. So now if we have another really long label and we want to format it the same way, I don't have to go through everything I did in the Home tab. I can just do Control-Shift-F and it formats that as we had recorded. I wanted to show you just another couple of examples. So maybe every day you're opening up a new workbook and you're typing in the days of the week in cells A1 through G1. You probably know that we can auto fill this. I have a separate screencast on that. So it's not too hard, but maybe you just wanted a quick shortcut key to do that in any workbook that you opened. So I'm going to go ahead and record a macro. I'm going to name this days because it's going to be the days of the week. Let's do Control-Shift-G. You can choose whatever you'd like, but I'm going to store this macro in my personal macro workbook on my computer. So it's going to be available to all workbooks that I ever open on this computer. I go ahead and click OK, so it's recording, and I'm just going to do the Monday. I'm going to drag this over to Sunday, and then I'm going to stop recording. Now because I have recorded that in my personal workbook, well, first of all, I can go to a different sheet, and I can do Control-Shift-G, and it puts those in cells A1 through G1, Or I can go insert a new workbook and I can do Control Shift G and it's going to put those days of the week in cells A1 to G1. You may have been wondering why there's this use relative references. Well, maybe you didn't want it to be in cells A1 to G1. Maybe you just want to be able to click somewhere and have it fill down. Let's do the months of the year going down. If you don't have relative references selected, right now it is not selected, then it's always going to be the same cells that you clicked on when you recorded that macro. So when I recorded the previous macro, I was selecting cells A1 to G1. But if I use relative references, and I'm going to go ahead and record the macro now, let's do Control Shift M for months, and I'll go ahead and record that just in this workbook. Click OK, and I can do January. I'm going to drag this down all the way to December, and then I'm going to stop recording. Now, because I use relative references, it always is going to start in the cell that I've selected when I run the macro. So if I do Control Shift M, it puts that there. And I can go to a different sheet and Control Shift M. There's one more really important thing that I forgot to tell you guys. If you have any sort of macros that have been recorded in your file, you can't save it as a .xlsx file, otherwise those macros will not be available. They won't be saved. So instead, you go up here to File, and then instead of saving as, let's just say we browse somewhere, I'm going to browse to my desktop. Instead of saving as an Excel workbook, you need to make sure that you are saving as the second option, Excel macro enabled workbook. It's got a XLSM extension, and if you don't do that, then the macros are going to be, they aren't going to be saved and they're not going to be available. So this is just a real quick introduction to VBA macros, and if you're excited about this stuff or you want to really enhance your Excel worksheets, I do have a complete specialization. It's called Excel VBA for Creative Problem Solving. That's on Coursera, and you guys should definitely check it out after you're done with these courses. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to make reference to a couple of really nice tools that are in some of the more recent versions of Excel, Excel 2016, 2019, and Office 365. In particular, I'm going to be emphasizing the quick analysis tool that is in Excel. I've got this file practicenumbers.xlsx shown here. You notice that if you make a selection here, some of you may have been wondering what this little tool, this little icon in the lower right is. That's the quick analysis tool. And so I can go ahead and click on that. It essentially has all these different suggestions for that set of data. If you hover over with your cursor, it suggests some data bars, a color scale, some icon sets, and so on. So this is basically conditional formatting. You can also go in here and it's going to recommend some charts. So maybe you want to put in some bar charts, some line charts, and so on. So you can kind of play around with this. It's also got totals. If I go to totals here and I hover over sum, it's going to sum the columns. These first ones are column-wise, so it's going to add a new row with the sums of the columns, the averages of the columns, the counts, percent total, and so on. If you click to the right, it's got row-wise summing and averaging, counting, percent total, and so on. It also recommends tables here. So if you wanted to create a table, then you can. I'll be explaining more about this in week 3 of the course. And then there's these things known as sparklines that I'll quickly cover in week 4. But you can put in sparklines that kind of show the trend of each row. You can make that as column plots as well. Another way in which Excel is quite smart is if you have a bunch of data on a worksheet. So I'm working here with a file called statedata.xlsx that you can go ahead and download and work through with me. If you go up to the Home tab, make sure you're on the Home tab, and you go all the way over here to the right. I think you have to make sure that your cursor is somewhere in the data that you're trying to look at. It's got some ideas up here. So if you click on ideas, it brings up this. It actually is scanning through the data,
and it is coming up with some suggestions for different plots. It recommends or suggests different types of charts. We can go here to show all 14 results. It's suggesting here a correlation between population and area. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Insert Chart, and it puts that into our worksheet. And you can, if you want, you can kind of look through some more of these. I'm going to go ahead and close the ideas, but it's suggesting that the population and area are highly correlated. And if you want, you could change the name, the title of this. But bottom line, if you've got some data in there and you want Excel to kind of look through it for correlations and recommend different plots, then you can. So this is fairly new in the most recent versions of Excel. Another way that Excel is smart that I've already gone over is autofill and fill series. So you can go ahead and check out that screencast if you'd like. Thanks for watching. Not every Excel user is exactly the same, so I wanted to show you in this screencast how you can set your personal preferences and how you can customize your Excel experience. There are lots of different options for changing your preferences in Excel. Most of them are found in the File menu. If you go down here to Options, it brings up this Excel Options box. There's a couple things here on the General tab. You can change the default font if you like, and the size, the default view. Maybe you don't like the Quick Analysis toolbar there. You can deselect that. In Formulas, there's a couple of different things that you can change here. These typically are not changed, although if you want to do some more sophisticated iterative calculation techniques, this iterative calculation box is going to be important. The more common preferences that users like to change are found here in the Advanced tab. So we go to Advanced, and there's a couple of different things here in the editing options. Most people like to move the cell down after you press Enter. So in other words, if I type in something here, the cell goes down. But some people actually like it to remain in the same cell. If you like it to remain in the same cell, you can just deselect this, or you can change a couple of things here. So you guys can go through and check out some of these preferences. One of the more common preferences that's changed, maybe you're working in a European system of using decimals, and your decimal separators and thousands separators are a little bit different. You switch them. I think it's a comma and a period. So that's how you can change the system separators. And again, a lot of these people really don't change around. If you wanted to play a prank on one of your friends, you could always log into their computer. By the way, all of these changes are computer specific, but you could log into their computer and you could do show sheet right to left, and that'll actually reverse the spreadsheet. And so they probably wouldn't know how unless they Googled around to get it back. But I would encourage you to kind of go through here and check it out yourself. Some of the other things that we typically customize are the ribbon and the quick access toolbar. So you can actually change how the ribbon looks. In a previous screencast introducing VBA macros, I explained how you can add in the developer tab. So you can actually change how these ribbon elements look. I'm going to show you now how you can add in your own custom tab. You can customize the ribbon. Let's say I wanted to add it on the far right before help. Then I can click down here at view because I want to insert it after view, and I'm going to go and select new tab. I'm going to click here on new tab, and let's just rename that. I'm going to rename that Charlie. So that's my tab. I'm also going to, we have a new group there. You can add new groups down here. I'm going to rename that. It's just going to be called Charlie's Tools. Click OK. I can specify which tools are going to show up in that group. And maybe I'm using, let's just do two of these. Let's do the name manager. I can add that. And let's say I am using macros quite a bit. I can add that. When I press OK, we go back to the worksheet, and you see that I've got the Charlie tab here. And if I click on that, I've got my own little group over here that has my often used tools that are in Excel. You can always go back into File, Options, Customize Ribbon, and you can remove these items. So I can remove that just by deselecting right here. But for now, I think I'm going to keep that there. Now keep in mind that these changes are only made to your computer. So every time you open a workbook, you're going to see the same thing, but these changes are not carried over if you save the file and email it to somebody, for example. I'm going to now show you how we can customize what is known as the quick access toolbar up here at the top. One way you can tailor this, right now we just have save and undo and redo, but you can right click on this little drop down and you can add in different things. So maybe I wanted to add in a quick print. You can put that in there, and there's the icon for quick print. Let's deselect that. Maybe you wanted to add a command button for sort ascending. You can add it there. So this is one way that you can add specific things to the quick access toolbar. Alternatively, you can go into File, Options. You can click on the quick access toolbar here, and this is how you can add things. So just as I added to the ribbon, you can add in things like the name manager, and I can click OK, and now that's up there at the top. So if something isn't showing up in this quick drop-down menu, you can always go into File, Options, and then you can customize the quick access toolbar that way. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how you can set preferences in Excel and customize your user experience. Hello, I just wanted to quickly show you how you can customize Excel, or actually customize Windows, so that you can follow along with my screencasts. I know a lot of you are from Europe and other parts of the world, and so you might use, instead of here in the United States, we write 23.4 and the various dates. So I'd put in, something like this as a date. So if you want to customize Excel, customize Windows such that you're using the same formats as I am in my screencast, I've gotten a couple requests for this. Let me show you how you can do that. You can go down here in the Windows box here, and you can just type in Control Panel, the Control Panel. Bring up the Control Panel and click in Clock and Region, and you go to Region here, and then you've probably got your default, but you can change it to English, United States, and that should automatically update everything to be exactly like I work with in my screencast. So just wanted to share that. You've probably seen in week 1 of the course that I have gone through a couple of different examples of putting in formulas and functions, but this screencast I'm going to kind of make everything official and go through how you can put Excel syntax into cells in Excel, and I'm going to go over the order of operations of calculations in Excel. One of the main advantages of using Excel spreadsheets is they can do all sorts of different mathematical calculations. For example, I can add 4 plus 5. There's a built-in square root function, so you can take the square root of 45 if you need to. You can take numbers to different powers, so maybe 3 cubed. And so there's all sorts of mathematical calculations you can do in Excel. All Excel formulas start with an equal sign. And so you can just refer to cells, so I could add, cells B3 and B2 if I wanted to. And there's all sorts of different calculations that you can do. If you do put a formula inside a cell and you want to enter that, so equals 4 plus 5, you have to press enter to signify that you're done entering that formula. Alternatively, you can go up here to something known as the formula bar. So let's put a formula in here. You can go up to the formula bar and you can start typing in, so maybe 4 plus 3. And when I type up here in the formula bar, it's echoing down here in cell D7. If you want to just get out of there and you made a mistake, you can always press the escape key. So escape key. Or if you start typing in formula, you can always go up here to the formula bar and press cancel. An alternative to pressing enter is just to select this check mark, and that's how you can signify that you are done. Common arithmetic operators in Excel. We have the plus sign that I've already talked to you about. We have the subtraction, so 4 minus 3. There's also division, which would be 4/2, so that would be 4 divided by 2. And we can also have exponentiation, which I've already kind of touched upon, and that's the caret or the circumflex. And then you can press enter, and that will do 2 squared. Excel has a specific order of operations, and that is how it does its calculations, the order of its calculations. It turns out in Excel, negation is first, and I'll touch on that real quick, and then exponentiation, then multiplication and division, and then plus and minus. So there's a big difference in the order of operations here. By the way, this is going to be the only screencast in which I sort of touch on complicated formulas and order of operations. So if you're not very good at math, it's not super important that you understand all this. So if it is just going over your head, then do the best that you can. Let's first talk about negation. Excel is quite unique in that negation comes first. Most people, if we took negative 3 caret 2, would assume that the 3 squared goes first, which is 9, and then the negation takes place. But Excel is unique in that negation comes before anything else. So here, Excel is going to take the negative 3 and then it's going to square it. And so that's actually 9 and not negative 9. It's important to realize that all formulas in Excel are evaluated left to right. And I'll go over some examples to show you that. And if you want to group calculations together, you have to use parentheses. So let's go through an example here. We have this algebraic expression here. 1 plus 2 times 3, that's in the numerator. And then in the denominator, we have 4 times 5. And you all could probably do this in your head quite easily. The first thing you would do is you would multiply 2 times 3 to get a 6. And then you'd add 1 plus 6 to get a 7. And then you divide by 4 times 5, which is 20. And that is actually 0.35. The way you would put this into Excel, you kind of have to think about it though, because you need to group calculations. You need to group the numerator and you need to group the denominator. So you would use parentheses to group the numerator, and then you'd write in 1 plus 2 times 3, and then you take that result that's denoted in parentheses and you divide by the denominator result, which is 4 times 5. So the order of evaluation in Excel would be to calculate the 2 times 3 result, which is 6, and then Excel would compute the 1 plus 6 result to get 7. It would then, because you have parentheses in the denominator, it would compute the 4 times 5 result to get 20. And then finally, it would divide the numerator result, which is 7, by the denominator result, which is 20, to get 0.35. And this is sort of how you do it in your head when you write this out on a piece of paper. Some incorrect ways to write this out are the following. If you wrote 1 plus 2 times 3 divided by 4 times 5, this is not correct because really what you're saying is 1 plus 2 times 3 divided by 4 times 5, which is 1 plus 6 divided by 20, and that's 1.3. So that's not correct. Another incorrect way to write this would be 1 plus 2 times 3 divided by 4 times 5, because remember, Excel works left to right, so you would get 7 for the numerator result, but then it's going to take 7 and divide by 4, and that's 1.75. But then it's going to multiply by 5 because it's going to group that intermediate calculation together and then multiply by 5, and that equals 8.75, and that is not correct. By the way, an alternative correct way to write this would be 1 plus 2 times 3 in parentheses divided by 4, and then you can divide by 5. What's happening is you're calculating this result, and then you're dividing by 5. So really what that is the same as calculating 7 divided by 4, and then multiplying by 1 over 5, which is the exact same thing as what we did originally. So let me show you how to do this in Excel. We can just type in 1 plus 2 times 3, then we divide by 4 times 5, and press enter, and it calculates it to be 0.35. Now, I wanted to show you something that's really useful, especially when you are just learning Excel syntax. On the Formulas tab here, if you go to Evaluate Formula, you can kind of step through. So this is looking into the brains of Excel. You can step through to see how Excel is interpreting that formula. And so this is really useful for troubleshooting. So I'm going to go ahead and click Evaluate. You notice right now it's got the underline there, so that's going to be the next thing that's evaluated. Remember, it always does things in parentheses, left to right first. So it's going to calculate 2 times 3 to get 6. It's going to do 1 plus 6 to get 7, and then it removes the parentheses. It moves on to the next set of parentheses, going left to right. 4 times 5 is 20, gets rid of the 20, and then it does the final 7 divided by 20. And then you can close. So that's how you can kind of see how Excel is performing your calculation. Let's go through another example here. And you might want to just pause this screencast and work through this one on your own, remembering the order of operations. So when we go through this, the Excel syntax would be -2 squared plus 5 divided by square root of 3 plus 4 in parentheses.
Now, if you are uncertain of anything, you could add extra parentheses. Adding extra parentheses does not penalize you, but it does make troubleshooting a lot harder when you have all these parentheses floating around. And so the way that Excel evaluates this is it calculates the -2 squared result to get 4. It then adds the 4 plus the 5 to get a numerator result, and then it computes the square root. So it computes functions to get 1.73, and then it adds that to 4 to get a denominator result. And then finally, it divides the numerator result of 9 divided by the denominator result of 5.73 to get 1.57. So here it is in Excel. I wanted to just mention one last thing. If you're either up in the formula bar, or if you double click in your formula and you do left and right, you can kind of see that it'll highlight the parentheses that match. So making matching parentheses is really important. So if I'm way over here on the left, you see that the matching parentheses kind of blink. So hopefully you guys learned a little bit more about Excel syntax and order of operations in this screencast. Thanks for watching. One of the most frustrating things for new users of Excel is dealing with the occasional Excel error. So in this screencast, I'm going to go through troubleshooting errors and Excel formulas. Excel is quite smart in that if you type in something like a formula like 4 divided by 5 plus 6, and if you forget to include that last parentheses, so this would be 4 divided by 11, then when you press enter, it's going to say we found a typo and we are trying to correct it to 4 divided by 5 plus 6 with a closed parenthesis in the denominator. And a lot of times you should look through that and you can just accept the correction. However, Excel doesn't always have the best solution in mind. So if I wrote this upper left one, which we worked through in a previous screencast, and I go 1 plus 2 times 3, and if I forget to close the parentheses and I just do divided by 4 times 5, and I press enter, it says that they found an error and a typo, and they tried to correct it to the following. And if you just blindly just press yes, you notice that Excel put the last parentheses on the very end, and this is actually not what we intended by this formula here. So you got to be careful. Even though Excel does do a really good job of correcting some of these errors, you should just double check. Some of the more common errors that you might come across are shown right here. You might have a div over 0, hashtag name, hashtag value, or your cell might be just filled in with a bunch of pound signs. And so in this screencast, I'm going to kind of show you what these mean, and it gives you a better idea of how to fix them if you do encounter some of these arrows. And there's also this little pesky green button on the top, this green triangle, and I'll explain what that is. This table here summarizes the common error codes that you're going to get in Excel. You have this div 0, that means you're trying to divide by 0 in a formula. We have this hashtag name, question mark, that's the name of function or the variable is not recognized. We have a number error, that's usually because you have an invalid argument or the result is too big or too small for Excel. Reference is not valid, it's likely been deleted. Value, the formula uses the wrong type of argument. Perhaps you're trying to use text where the number should be used. And then finally, if you just see a bunch of pound signs, hashtag signs, then that just means that the cell is too narrow to display the result. So let me go through an example of each of these. So if we try to take something like 4 divided by 0, you mathematicians out there might realize that you can't divide by 0, and then that gives you a divide by 0 error. Sometimes you might think there's a function available, but really there isn't. So if I try to, for some reason, I think that there's a Charlie function and I try to use 4, it doesn't recognize the Charlie function, and so we get this name error. Maybe you think that you have a variable named, but really you don't. So in other words, maybe I have n, which has a value of 4, and you think you have named that n, and if you try to do 4 plus n, enter, it gives you this name error. So the name error can be caused if you don't have the right function, you're not using a suitable function, and also if you have a variable that you're trying to use that is not named. The next error is a number error. This is commonly caused by the result doesn't make sense. And again, you mathematicians out there might realize that you can't take the square root of a negative number. And so if the function just doesn't really make sense with those arguments, then you're going to get this number error. You can also get a number error if you try to do a really big number. So if I took 5 raised to the 500th power, that's a really big number, and Excel just can't handle that. Let me show you the next error. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a 5 and a 4, and maybe in this cell I'm going to calculate the sum of those two cells, and we get a 9. And actually just down here, let me calculate that cell squared. All right, just a simple example. This cell here in F6 is adding these two cells, but maybe for whatever reason you inadvertently decide to delete that entire row. So we've deleted that row, and now we don't have that 5 anymore. And you see here, you get this reference error. So the reference error is primarily caused when you may have gotten rid of a cell by deleting, or maybe you pasted over that cell with something else. And if you look at if I double click in this formula, it has that reference because we have removed that reference from the spreadsheet. I also wanted to point out that if you recall, this cell was F5 squared. Errors will propagate through your worksheet. So you can always kind of backtrack them by looking in them and double clicking to see what is being referenced. Next, if you try to perform a function on something that doesn't make sense, so maybe we try to do the square root of hello, then that's obviously not going to make sense, so it'll give you this value. So a lot of times if maybe your arguments just don't make sense in your functions, it'll give you this value. If your cell has a bunch of number signs in it, so what I'm going to do is make this column a little bit smaller, and here I'm going to increase decimal. When you see a bunch of pound signs there, that probably means that it's just not big enough for that number. So I can go ahead and double click on this border to reveal everything. So another example would be if you put in pi, and if we tried to increase the decimal to display more, it's just not wide enough to show all the decimal places right now. And I can double click on here to reveal them all. Finally, I wanted to just show you what this little green triangle means. If you do have an error, then you can click in that cell and you can click on this little hazard icon there, and if you really want, you could get some help on this error, and there's just some other options here that you can explore. So I could click on help on this error, and it brings up kind of how to correct a name error. So hopefully this screencast will help you with troubleshooting the errors that you encounter. Hopefully they are seldom in your Excel spreadsheets. One of Excel's strengths is its hundreds, if not thousands, of different functions that you can use. So in this screencast, I'm just going to kind of give you a real basic introduction and overview of functions and how to use them in Excel. Excel functions always start with an equal sign, so you would plug this into a cell on the Excel worksheet. So it has a function name, and then you have arguments that go in parentheses. So this is just a real generic representation of how to use functions. There are 3 types of functions in Excel. There are functions with 0 arguments, there are functions with 1 argument, and then there are functions with multiple arguments. Now these arguments always go inside the parentheses after the function name. These arguments can be single cells and values, so you can reference other cells on the spreadsheet, or you can just plug in values, so you could take the square root of 5, for example. And arguments can also be cell ranges, meaning multiple cells. So I'm going to go through a couple examples now that kind of demonstrate these different types of functions that we can use. First of all, let's talk about a couple of functions that have 0 arguments. There is a function in Excel called now. Even though there aren't any arguments, you still have to put empty parentheses. And what that does, it tells you the current day and the time. There's also a today function. Same thing, no arguments, but you still need to put the parentheses. If you leave off those parentheses, it's just going to give you a name error. So you definitely do need those parentheses on there. And it'll tell you today's date. Another one that comes to mind is the pi function. So pi, some of you might recall from geometry that if you look at a circle and you take the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, that ends up being this value pi. And pi has a value of 3.14159 dot 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 dot, and it keeps on going forever. There's a built-in function for pi. You can just type in pi, empty parentheses, and we get the value of pi. So these three don't have any arguments. We can also have functions that have a single argument. As an example, the square root. So I could do the square root of 5. Now keep in mind the arguments can be values and numbers like 5, or I can refer to other areas of the spreadsheet, so other cells. So I could take the square root of cell B4, which is pi. So the square root function is a function that acts on a single value or a single cell. We can also have functions that operate on ranges of cells. One example is the max function. The argument here, I can click and then I can drag. So I'm left clicking and dragging, and then we put the right parentheses, and it looks for the maximum in that range of cells. It doesn't have to be a single column. I could also, in my max function, it could be an entire array. So my argument could be F2 down to G7, and it's going to look for the max. There's also a min function that does a similar thing. We can also have functions that have multiple arguments. An example of this would be the combin function. This will tell you how many different combinations there are. For example, if you have 4 different students and you want to put them in pairs, this will tell you how many different combinations there are. So in fact, there are 6 combinations. Lots of other functions. There's one for you financial and business folks. It's called the future value. And this actually has lots of arguments. We have 3 mandatory arguments, and then there's a couple optional arguments. Whenever you type in a function and you see these square brackets, those square brackets indicate that those arguments are optional. You certainly should not memorize all these functions. You probably will get to know some of them very well depending upon what your particular field is. You can always go up here next, just left of the formula bar. There's this little insert function button. So if you don't know if there's a formula available, you can always click on this and you can search for a function. So for example, if I didn't know what the combin function was and I wanted to just search for that, you can write combinations and click go. And it goes through, and there's actually 2 that are available. There's minor differences between the 2, but then it'll tell you how to use that. It'll tell you the formula and then how you can use that and what it does. So I would strongly recommend getting used to this insert function button there. And when you click on that, it brings up this box where you can put in the arguments to the function. So that's kind of one way that you can use these functions, and it'll insert that into the cell on the spreadsheet that you are working with. Alternatively, you can always go up here to the Formulas tab, and in the Function Library group, there's all sorts of different functions here. So if you're working with financial, you can kind of scroll down, logical functions, and in some subsequent screencasts, I'm going to go over some of the more popular functions in each of these categories in more detail. But that's how you can find these functions. And I'm just going to wrap up this screencast by going through kind of just a simple example here. We have cookies, so we have somebody selling cookies. We have the buyers of the various cookies. We have the cookie type. We have the quantity that the buyer bought from the seller, and then we have the price for each box. In order to calculate Charlie's total sales to Sally, we want to multiply 7 by the price. So I'm just going to multiply cell D2 by the price there, and I can press enter. Now these are in dollars, so let me go ahead and format this to currency up there, accounting, and I'm also going to format this column to accounting. And because I wrote that formula as a relative reference, I can go ahead and just drag that down, or you can double click down there in the lower right to autofill. That's just using a simple multiplication formula. Maybe we want to have the total sales down here, and I could use the sum function. So there's a sum function. This is a function that acts on a range of cells, so it's going to sum the entire range there, F2 to F12, and I press enter, and we see that our total sales is $197. So maybe we want to kind of summarize things down here, the total quantity. So this, we could use the sum
of the entire quantities. So this would tell us the number of boxes. So there were 46 boxes sold, maybe the number of sales. We can count the number of sales. For using non-number values, you want to use the count A function. So I'm going to count all the items in column A, but I'm going to subtract one because that top row is just a label. All right, so we've made 11 sales. The maximum sale quantity, so the maximum of this column. So 11 boxes is the maximum number of boxes sold by any one sale. And then we have the maximum sale, which would be the max of the dollars we made from each sale. So that was $38.50. And that's how we can kind of make little statistics here. I'll show you a slightly better way to set up tables in some subsequent screencasts. But if you wanted to add somebody on here, then you could always go insert. Maybe Ella makes another sale to Jimmy. Nutty Butters, 4 of those, $4 each. And it automatically updates that. So Excel is kind of smart like that. If you insert data into your table, it's going to update everything. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea and an introduction into using functions in Excel. In this screencast, I'm going to talk all about counting, summing, and averaging in Excel. It turns out that the sum function and the average functions are 2 of the top 3 functions in Excel, but you're going to learn a whole lot more than just the sum and average functions in this screencast. I've put in a couple of things into these cells, B2 to B6. I've put some text and a number, a date, and currency. There's a function in Excel called the count function. The count function, if I do the count on those 4 values, is actually only going to count the numeric values in a selection. So there's 3 there. We could also do the count function not just on a selection, but we could do it on an entire column. So you see up here, it puts in B:B, that denotes it's the entire column. And we see that there are 3. And now somewhere down here, if I add in, well, first of all, if I add in high, it does not count that because high is not numeric. But if I put something else in here, then we see that our count goes up. If you want to count anything that is not blank, then we can use the count A function. So the count A function of a selection or an entire column or an entire row or whatever you want to put as the argument here. By the way, you can put non-contiguous blocks of cells here. For example, there, and then I could either hold down the control key and click 2 other blocks, or you can manually type in those commas. And so we see there we have 6. So the count A function will count anything that is not blank. Real quick, I wanted to show you that you should never, in the same column that you are trying to count, assuming you're trying to count the entire column. So here I'm trying to count the entire column B, items that are not blank. You should never put that formula inside, because what happens is when you're typing that formula in, you're actually making that cell non-blank. So it's known as a circular reference. It is trying to refer to itself. So in general, you shouldn't do that, and it's not going to work properly. You can always drag that over, and now it'll work properly. By the way, the status bar, if I highlight a block of cells down here in the lower right, that does have the average, the count, and the sum. If you've got dates, I just wanted to mention this. If you've got dates, remember dates are stored as serial numbers. That's in one of the screencasts in week 1 of the course, and that's highly skewing the results here. You see that the average is 14,000 and the sum is something like 43,000. So just a little FYI. If you want to work along with what I'm going to do next, I've got this file gradebook.xlsx, and I've got some hypothetical students here with their student IDs. We have 5 homework assignments and the scores. Now I wanted to remind you that there's this quick analysis toolbar. So let's just highlight this block of cells, and I go down here and click on the quick analysis toolbar, and one of the things it has is totals. Maybe I want to calculate the average of the various homework assignments. I can click average there. Let's also go back because maybe I wanted to calculate the average of the students, and so that'll add this vertical column over here. If we click in, we see that we have the average function. So that quick analysis toolbar will actually add the average formula, but you can manually type this in, and I've shown that in at least a couple of screencasts. And I'm just going to format these real quick. I can hold down the control key, select those,
and I'm just going to decrease the precision on there because I only need it to the tenths place. There are a couple of other useful counting functions in Excel. We can use the rows function. The rows function is going to determine the rows of an array. So I could, if I wanted to determine the total number of students, then I could, for example, just do the rows of that, and that tells me that there's 10. I could also do the columns function, so the columns of that array. That would be 5. So that's how we could count the number of students and the number of homework assignments. Similar to the rows and columns functions, you can put in the row. So the row, I can click on any row, and that's actually just going to give me the row in the spreadsheet. You can also use the column function. The column, if I click on a cell, is going to give me which column. Now this is column F, but it doesn't yield the letter, it gives you the number of the column. So these you might find useful in some applications. I want to show you another use of the row and column functions. Let's say I have the row number here 1 through 5, and I have the column number 1 through 5, and I got a block of data. And if I decide to delete a column, for example, by deleting, you see that the column number skips. It goes 1, 3, 4, 5. Let's do Control Z. Same thing, if I delete a row, then my row numbers over here will skip 3, but maybe I want it to automatically update, so if I delete, it'll renumber 1, 2, 3, 4. The way we can do that is instead of putting in numbers here, I can just do the row. So I'm going to put in the row. That, without any arguments in row, that'll tell you the current row. Now I want that to be a 1. I'm going to subtract 2 from each of those, and now I can take that formula down and drag it. Similarly, instead of 1 here, I'm going to type in column. So column without any arguments is going to just tell you the current column of that cell. And so that is the third column. But again, I want that to start at 1. So I'm going to normalize all those by subtracting 2. And then I can drag that over. Now, if I decide to delete an entire column, you see that the 5 has been eliminated, but this 5 that was on the end has been changed to a 4. Same thing if I decide to delete a row here, row 3, then the remaining rows have been updated. Earlier in week 1, we created this Gantt chart in an optional example screencast. Let's say I wanted to maybe put task number, so I'm going to highlight these and I'm going to insert by shifting the cells to the right. And let me just make this a little bit wider, and I'm going to auto scale these. So I'm going to highlight that. I can double click on the borders, and now I wanted to maybe add a column here, which is the order that we're going to do things in. And if I just do 1, 2, and so on down to 13, center that, and I'm going to make this a little smaller. If I decide, because sometimes I like to change the order, so maybe I cut and I make that a little earlier by inserting the cut cells, you see that the order does not automatically update. So what we can do is I can just type a row function in there. There are 3 rows above it. We're starting on the 4th, so I'm going to normalize down to 1 by subtracting 3, and then I can drag that formula down. And now if I change the order of any tasks, so let's do Control X for cut, and then I insert cut cells, you see that because I have that formula in there, it automatically re-updates the order number to go from 1 to 13. Let's go back to the gradebook file. Here we have that error, a warning here. The reason for that is it's detecting that the formula omits adjacent cells. So this average actually is not incorporating column B. So sometimes it'll give you a warning there. We actually don't want to include the student ID number in our average. We can just go down here and select ignore. You can also highlight that entire block of cells all at once and click on ignore error. The problem with this grade sheet is if there's missing assignments, like Charlie Chocolate has a missing assignment here. They didn't turn that in. And so what we really want to be doing is we want to assign a 0 there. and that will affect the average. It'll bring the average down because they shouldn't be getting away with not turning in an assignment. So I'm going to do Control Z. I'm going to put in a column here for missing assignments. There's a function in Excel called count blank, and we can highlight the rows. So Arnold Apple is not missing any assignments. I'm going to drag that down. I'm going to ignore this error. And so we can look down and see which students have missing assignments. We could also calculate the total missing assignments. I'm just going to align that to the right. And we can do count blank on the entire range of scores. Now, as a teacher, you would want to go back in there and find all the blanks and replace them with zeros. There's easy ways to do that, and I will show you later on in the course in week 3, filtering data. But for now, I wanted to show you 2 ways that we can identify blanks. The first one is you can highlight your selection. You can either go up here to find and select go to, or you can simply press the F5 button. It brings up this go to box. We can go down here to special, and we can click blanks and click OK, and it automatically selects all of the blank cells, and then you can just go up here and highlight. Manually, you could go in and replace all of those yellow highlighted cells with zeros. You notice though, unfortunately, you're not changing the yellow formatting. You're not eliminating it. So let me show you another way we can do this. Instead of doing the go to special, I can do conditional formatting. So I'm going to highlight this region, conditional formatting. I'm going to create a new rule, and I'm going to go format only cells that contain, and I can put in blanks, and then I can format those with whatever I want. So maybe we want to make those red. Go ahead and click OK. OK again. Now it's identifying the blank cells, but when I replace those with zeros, the highlighting is removed. So this is how you could go through manually as a teacher and eliminate all the zeros. Make sure that the missing assignments are all 0 because you want those incomplete assignments to be affecting their averages, and then the total missing assignments you can make sure is 0. There are a couple more functions that I want to show you in Excel. Here I've got the cookies.xlsx file. We wanted to calculate the sales. We've done this in a previous screencast. One way to do this is just to multiply those two. There's also a product formula in Excel, so you can take the product of not just 2 things, but you could multiply if you wanted to multiple numbers. So there's a product formula, and I can drag this down. We calculated the total sales by summing that column. So we can sum the sales column. That's one way to do it. But another way to calculate total sales, you wouldn't need to do this product formula, and you wouldn't need to create this sales column. I'm going to leave that because we're going to use it here in a minute. I'm actually going to move this down a little bit. But you can also use a sum product formula. The sum product formula takes 2 vectors or arrays that have to match in size. So I can do the quantity, and then I can do the price separated by a comma. And what the sum product formula does is it multiplies each corresponding element of those 2 vectors or arrays, and then it's going to add them at the end. So it's going to take 7 times 5 plus 2 times 3.5 plus 3 times 5. So it's known as a sum product. What it's not doing is it's not summing the quantities and multiplying that by the sum of the prices. So it's doing item by item multiplication, and then it's summing that. It's also known as the dot product. And we get the same thing. The last thing I want to show you is how we can use the small and large functions to calculate the top sales. So the 3 biggest sales here, and maybe the 3 smallest individual sales here. There is a large function in Excel. So this is similar to the max function. The max function only gives you the single maximum, but the large, we can put in our array here. I'm going to put in F4 to make that an absolute reference. The large function requires a second argument, and that is the largest what? So the first largest. If I put in that second argument as 2, it's going to be the second largest, third largest, and so on. So I can use the large function to calculate the top 3 sales. We can also use the small function on our array, put an F4 in there so I can drag the formula down, and we're going to do the same thing. We can calculate the lowest, the second lowest, and then the third lowest sales.
So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how to use counting formulas in Excel. Thank you for watching. There are several different functions in Excel focused on rounding different numbers. So I'm going to talk about rounding functions and also remainders in this screencast. The rounding functions that are found in Excel: int, that's the integer function; truncate, round up, and round down. And then we have something known as mround, and we have ceiling and floor. My goal is by the end of the screencast not to have you guys all going crazy. There are very small differences between some of these functions. If you're struggling with understanding all the little details, then I wouldn't worry too much. You can always refer back to this screencast or other reference materials. So let's take a look first at the int function for integer. The int function rounds down to the nearest integer, so always down, regardless of whether you're talking about negative numbers or positive numbers. An integer is just a counting number. So if we took 3.2 and we took the integer of 3.2, we always go down, so that would be 3. Similarly, 1.9, we would go down to 1. Negative 3.2, again, we go down, so that's going to go to negative 4. And then negative 1.9, we go down, and the result of that is negative 2. The important thing here is that the arrows always face down if you're looking at it in a diagram like this. The trunc function for truncate just removes anything to the right of the decimal point. It's basically scissors. If we have 3.2, then the trunc of 3.2, we just keep the 3. So everything left we keep, everything right we get rid of. If we have 1.9, trunc of 1.9 is 1. Trunc of negative 3.2 is negative 3. Negative 1.9, that's negative 1. So the int and trunc functions are quite different, even though they both result in integers. So let me just show you how we can do this in Excel. I can type in, I'm going to do the 4 numbers over here. Integer of 3.2, we can copy that down. We can also put in the trunc function of those numbers. I can copy that formula down. And you notice that there are a couple differences, especially when you get to the negative numbers. Let's talk about rounding functions. All 3 of these have the same arguments. We have a number, and we have something known as the number of digits. So let's consider this number 123.456. Let's first talk about the number of digits here. The ones place is reserved for 0 as the number of digits. And then going right-wise, we have the tenths place would refer to a 1. The hundreds and thousands would be 2 and 3. We can also go left from 0. So the tens place is negative 1 for the number of digits. And the hundreds place is negative 2. So let me show you how we can use the round function on this number here. By the way, this is very, very important. If you click in a cell like this and you go up here to the number tab and we want to decrease the decimal, so I have decreased that to 123. That is not in any way the same thing as rounding, because if you go up here to the formula bar, Excel is still storing that number 123.456. We haven't truncated the 0.456. And that's what rounding does. Let me just increase decimal there. I'm going to go ahead and put in the round function of our number up here. Press F4 to make it an absolute reference. And then I'm going to do to the number of digits here on the left. And so 3 corresponds to the thousandths place. And when you do that, you see that we haven't truncated that at all because that number is already truncated or rounded to the thousandths place. I can drag that down, and now I'm using 2 as the number of digits, that second argument. We are rounding that to the hundredths place. We can round to the tenths place, to the ones place, and then we can round to the tens place, and finally the hundreds place. The round up and round down functions are very similar to round down in that they have the 2 arguments, the number and the number of digits. Round up always rounds away from 0. So if we had the number 3.2 and we perform the roundup function on it, we always go away from 0, so that would be a 4 if we use 0 as the number of digits. Similarly, if we have 1.9, it's going to round it up to 2. Let's take a look at negative numbers. Negative 3.2, again, we're always going away from 0, so that would be negative 4. Negative 1.9, we're going away from 0, so that's negative 2. And the important thing with the round up function, these arrows on this diagram always face away from 0. The round down, in contrast, always rounds towards 0. So a round down of 3.2 comma 0 is going to be 3. 1.9 would be 1. So we're rounding down to the nearest ones place because I have a 0 as that second argument.
round down of negative numbers, negative 3.2, we always go towards 0, so that's negative 3. Negative 1.9 is going to go to negative 1, and that's how the round down function works. And the important thing here is that the arrows always face towards 0. So let me show you how we can perform the round and round up and round down functions. So we're going to put our number in there, and then the number of digits. I'm just going to use 0 for all of these examples, but we can certainly use different numbers in there. So this is rounding to the nearest ones place. You see that we always round to the nearest integer. If we now punch in the roundup function, then we're always going to round up, so that means away from 0. The round down function, we're rounding to the significance of 0, which is the ones place, and this always rounds towards 0. The mRound function is similar to the round function, but we can round to the nearest multiple. The multiple in this example is going to be 0.25, and if we kind of visualize this on a number line between 4 and 5, if we have the number 4.8 and we do mRound of 4.8 with that second argument 0.25, that's our multiple, it's going to round to the closest 0.25, and it's going to go to 4.75. mRound of 4.4 is going to go up in this case, rounding to the nearest 0.25, and that's going to output 4.5. There's two more functions, ceiling and floor. Ceiling is very similar to mRound, but it's going to round up to the nearest multiple, and in this case, in the ceiling function, is technically referred to as significance, although that's basically the same as multiple. So if I put in ceiling of 4.8, comma 0.25, it's going to round up to the nearest quarter. If I look at 4.4, and I do ceiling of 4.4, then that goes up to 4.5, so we're always going up to the nearest multiple. Floor is essentially the same, but we're going down. So floor of 4.8, comma 0.25 is 4.75. Floor of 4.4 is 4.25, so we're always going down. We can also take a look at negative numbers. Ceiling always goes up, even if you're negative. And if we did floor of negative 4.8, that's going to go down to negative 5. So let's go ahead and put these into Excel. If I have my number here and my significance up here, let's make that F4 so we have an absolute reference. It's going to mRound rounds to the nearest quarter. The ceiling function of our number over here with our significance level up here, it's always going to go up. So we're going to go up to 5. 4.4 is going to go up to 4.5. The floor function goes down to the nearest significance level, 0.25, and I can drag that down. And if I change my significance level, maybe to 0.2, you see that those formulas will adjust. I wouldn't be discouraged by all the little nuances and minor differences between some of these rounding functions, but you can always look back at this screencast or other tools on the internet, for example. The last thing I'm going to talk about in this screencast is the mod function. It's also known as the remainder. I think a lot of you are familiar with that term remainder. So let's take a look at the modulus of 7, 3. That's essentially the remainder when 7 is divided by 3. I think most of you know that if you take 7 divided by 3, that's going to equal 2 plus 1/3. This down here is known as the divisor. We ignore this term, and whatever's left on top of the divisor is known as the remainder, or the modulus. A second example, when we take 100 and divide by 7, so the modulus of 100, 7, 100 divided by 7 is equal to 14 plus 2/7, and so this is the remainder. Let me show you how to do this in Excel. I'm going to go ahead and put the remainder, also known as the modulus. So if I use the MOD function of our number in our divisor, we get 1, so that's the remainder, and I can drag this down. By the way, if you wanted to keep that the number, so this is actually 7 divided by 3 is equal to 2, you can always use the integer function of the number divided by the divisor. So 7 divided by 3 is 2.333, and it's just going to keep the integer part because the integer function always rounds down, and then we can drag that down. Maybe we want to rearrange this a little bit. I hope you enjoyed this screencast on rounding and remainders, and I hope you don't go crazy from trying to remember all the slight differences between all of these different rounding functions. I'm going to show you a couple of exciting examples related to rounding and remainder functions in Excel. First, I've got a list of times here. I want to show you how we can use the mRound function to round these times. So the mRound function can also be used for things like time. to the nearest 15 minutes. So I've got those times, m round of the time, and I can put 15 minutes in quotations and press enter. I can drag this down and you'll notice that these are decimals. In order to get this to times, I have to go up here to the number tab and I have to convert this to time. And you see that we've converted those to the nearest 15 minutes. So that's using the m round function. Maybe you want to round all of these up to the nearest 15 minutes. So we can use the ceiling function of our time. I can do the same thing with 0:15. So we're gonna round up to the nearest 15 minutes. And again, I can pull that down, but we need to convert that to time. Because remember that times are recorded in Excel as serial numbers. So that rounds up all our times to the nearest 15 minutes. A lot of times when you go shopping, you'll see that pretty much everything is rounded to the nearest 99 cents. So $2.99, $3.99, and so on. So maybe you have some sort of calculation in a spreadsheet and you're getting these values, but you want to convert to something that ends with a 99. And we can use the m round function. So I can use m round of that dollar amount. If we round to the nearest dollar, that's going to round it to the nearest dollar. We could also just use the round function here. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract 1 penny. And now we've converted that 8.21 to the nearest 99 cent increment, and I can pull that down. And so that's how you might convert some sort of calculated prices to ending in 99 cents. If you wanted to change the significance, instead of to the nearest dollar 99 cent, I can, the second argument of our m round function, I'm going to change to that significance. I'm going to put in absolute reference there, and then I can pull this down. And you see that if we're close to 0.49, so maybe we wanted to round to the either 49 or 99, you can also change this to even 0.1, and so you're just ending in a 9. A lot of times you'll see gas prices that they always end in 9, so that 9/10 of a penny. And so maybe you have some sort of calculation going on a spreadsheet, and you need to convert this to, I have to end in a 9, so I can use the m round function. We're going to convert this to a multiple to the nearest cent, and then I'm going to subtract 0.1 of a cent. And what this does, if I bring this up, increase the decimal, it's going to make sure that all of these end in a 9. So it's rounding to the nearest penny, and then it's subtracting 0.1 of a cent. Let's say you need 76 eggs, you're doing a lot of cooking or baking, and we need to know how many dozen eggs should we get. The m round function is not going to quite do it, because what the m round function does, if I round to the nearest 12, which is a dozen, that's just going to actually round down in this case. That'll give us eggs. If I wanted to do dozen, I could divide by 12. So that's the closest dozen, but I want to round up. So if we wanted to round up, we could use ceiling of the number of eggs, 12. So that's going to round up to the nearest increment of 12, and then we're going to divide by 12 to get the number of dozen. So we're going to need 7 dozen eggs, and then this will automatically update. If we have 113, we're going to need 10 dozen eggs, and so on. We can use the modulus function to determine if a number is even or odd. So I could just put in a couple of these. Let's go up to 10. There's an if function. You'll learn more about this in a subsequent screencast coming up soon. If the modulus of the number divided by 2, so when we divide that number by 2, if that's equal to 0, then I'll put in even, otherwise it's odd. So 1 is odd. When we take 2 divided by 2, that's equal to 1 with a remainder of 0, so that's going to be even. 3 divided by 2 has a remainder of 1, which is not 0, and again we're checking if it's 0, then we put in even. So that second argument is the value if that condition is true. That third argument is if that first condition is false. And then I can drop that down, and we can determine if a number is even or odd. Similarly, I can determine if a number is divisible by 3. So if the modulus of a number when divided by 3 is equal to 0. If that is true, I'll put in yes. Otherwise, I'm going to put in no. And again, you'll learn more about the if function real soon. I can press enter, and then I can drag that down, and this will tell us if a number is divisible by 3. Finally, maybe you have a bunch of numbers in ounces and you want to convert to pounds and ounces. You probably all know that there are 16 ounces in a pound. So to determine the number of pounds in my ounces, I can use the integer function. If I divide my ounces by 16, then that'll determine how many whole number pounds there are in that number of ounces. That'd be 2 pounds, and then we're going to have 8 ounces left over, so I can drag that down. To determine the ounces, I can use the remainder, the modulus function. So when we take 40 and we divide by 16, that's the modulus. That's whatever remains is going to be the remaining ounces. So what this means is that 40 ounces is equivalent to 2 pounds, 8 ounces, and so on. By the way, if you wanted to concatenate these both into a single cell, we can do something like this, and you'll learn more about this in subsequent screencasts. So I can use the ampersand to concatenate or join numbers and text. So I can do the pounds, and then I'm going to concatenate that with a space pound, another space. I'm going to use the ampersand to concatenate that with the ounces, another ampersand sign, a space, and OZ. So what that does, it just concatenates or joins those numbers with the text that I put in, pound and ounces, and I can drag that down. So that's kind of a nice way just to take your ounces, something that's in ounces, and convert it to pounds and ounces. So hopefully these examples gave you a better idea of how we can use these rounding and remainder functions in Excel. Thanks for watching. I'm going to talk about a couple miscellaneous items in this screencast related to generating random numbers, how we can calculate combinations, and the number of permutations. Sometimes in Excel you want to create or have Excel generate a random number. I'll go through an example of why we might want to do this here in a moment. But there is a rand function, so you can just do rand, and what that does is it creates a random number between 0 and 1. We can drag this formula down, so maybe you want to create a column of them. You notice that when I drag it down, the top one changed because every time you recalculate a formula in Excel, it does so for the entire worksheet. We could create an array of random numbers. The rand function generates a number between 0 and 1. Maybe you want a number between 1 and 10. There's a rand between function. So maybe between 1 and 10 inclusive. It's going to just choose with equal weighting a number between 1 and 10. And again, you can drag this over and you can drag this down. You might be wondering why this is useful. Well, let's say you had a presentation order of students in class, or some order that you want to randomly assign. You can go in here and you can type in rand to put in a random number. I can drag that down. I want to make these numbers permanent, so I'm going to right click, copy, and then I'm just going to right click, paste special, so I have the values. So now when I recalculate or move things around on the spreadsheet, they're not changing because these are no longer formulas. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select both of those columns, and I'm going to sort by the second column, and I'm going to sort the second column lowest to highest, or you could do highest to lowest. Bottom line is you are randomizing the student list over here. We can go to the Home tab. I can go up here to Sort and Filter. I'm going to do Custom Sort because I want to sort by that second column. I'm going to sort by column D, and it doesn't matter if you do smallest to largest. And I can click OK, and now I have randomized the order. Oh look, I get to go first. So that's how you can randomize a list of names using random numbers. Sometimes you'll find yourself in a situation where you need to determine a random number between two values. Maybe we have a low number and a high number. An example here is 7 and 20. You don't want it to be necessarily integers like I showed you with the rand between function. But if you want to calculate decimal numbers based on random numbers between 7 and 20, the way to do this in Excel is to use the rand function. So you're going to create a random number, multiply it by, in parentheses, the high value minus the low value, outside the parentheses, plus low. So our example here, we would type in rand times 20 minus 7 plus 7.
So here it is in Excel. I can enter that formula. Again, it's rand 20 minus 7 in parentheses plus 7. And I can drag that down. I can copy over. And these numbers are random numbers between 7 and 20. Just to re-emphasize, the rand between function, I could do 7 and 20. That's only going to give me integers, which are counting numbers. So it does not do the same thing as we did up here. Real quick, I wanted to show you something exciting with Office 365. I don't believe this is in Excel 2019, but there is a brand new formula, rand array. So I could create a random array here. Maybe I wanted to make this 10 rows long, 2 columns wide, and here we have the option to put min and max. So maybe I wanted to go between 7, let's do something different now, 40 and 80, and here we have the option to decide if we want this to be a decimal number or an integer. So I could create, if I just do true here, that means I'm going to create a 10 by 2 array, 10 rows, 2 columns, between 40 and 80 inclusive, that are integers. And if I press enter, it automatically does that. This is actually very exciting, and there's lots of uses for this. Now we're going to talk about combinations and permutations. Let's say we had 4 people or 4 students here, Alex, Barry, Kathy, and Denise, and we wanted to determine out of those 4, how many different pairs could we create, or how many combinations of 2. There is a function built into Excel called the combin function. The first argument is the total number. It's going to be 4 because we have 4. And the number chosen. So if I make combinations of 2, those are just pairs, out of 4 students, then we would have 6 possible combinations. There's also something known as permutations. With combinations, order doesn't matter. So Alex and Barry would be the same combination as Barry and Alex. Permutations are a little different in that order does matter. So Alex and Barry, in that order, is different from Barry than Alex. And that's known as a permutation. To calculate permutations in Excel, we can use the permute formula. Same thing, we're going to have 4 that are available to choose from. If we're going to permute those into 2 spaces, so we're making pairs, then I can do a 2, and we have 12 permutations. If we write out all of these combinations, Alex and Barry, Alex, Kathy, Alex, Denise, Barry, Kathy, Barry, Denise, Kathy, Denise, those are our 6 combinations. So order doesn't matter. Alex and Barry would be the same as Barry and Alex. But permutations, if we take that single combination Alex and Barry, we can permute that into 2 because we have Alex and Barry, which is different from Barry and Alex. And we can do the same thing for the other combinations. So there are 12 permutations, whereas there are only 6 combinations. So hopefully you learned a little bit more about random numbers, combinations, and permutations in this screencast. In this short screencast, I'm going to go over the choose function when you have categorical data and you have codes, numerical codes. So let's just focus here on the left here, this reference table here. We have 3 codes, and these have to be integer codes, 1, 2, 3. And we have sort of a text or a string that is characterized by each of those numbers. So 1 would be a code for a minor error. In this example, 2 would mean major error, and 3 would mean major malfunction, evacuate the building. Maybe we've got some sort of process, and it's over time. We have some sort of process number, we have a date and time, and it's reporting its current code. Maybe on this spreadsheet, you just wanted to add another column for the meaning of those different codes. So it's basically used to decipher codes. Then I can use the choose function. The choose function has a couple of arguments. The first one is what is the code. The next arguments are going to be what corresponds to our integer codes starting with 1. So 1 is going to refer to minor error, and we have to make sure we're putting in an F4 to make it an absolute reference. Number 2 in our code is going to be for major error, make that an F4. And then 3 is going to correspond to major malfunction there. So I can put that, make sure that's an absolute reference. And again, it has to be in that order, 1, 2, 3.
I can press enter, and you see that because I had a code 2 here, it shows major error, send help. And then I can just simply copy this down, and we get our various meanings to the different codes that are being spit out. So it's just kind of a nice little function that you can use if you have integers and you want them to correspond to a much larger text output. In this screencast, I'm going to explain how to make named ranges dynamic. I'm going to explain kind of why you want to do this and what the advantages of doing this are. If you want to work along, I have this in a file called dynamic ranges. I've got maybe some weights here of some object. We can easily calculate the average by just typing in the average function. I can also type in something known as a standard deviation, which gives us kind of a measure of the variability. We can calculate the maximum of that range and also the minimum of that range. So a lot of this, perhaps other than the standard deviation, you guys were already aware of. You see in here I've referenced A2 to A8. In general, it's a good idea, instead of using ranges like that, to just name this. And so we can name a range by going up here to the name box. I'll just call this weights. So now the average, it's better in general to use named variables just so you don't get confused. So I'm just going to replace all the ranges I had in these formulas with our named weights array over here. And we're all set. So for example, the minimum, we're taking the min of the weights. One of the nice things about named ranges is if we insert, so let's say I insert a cell by shifting that down, and maybe I put in a new value here, 29.8, you see that the average, so let me do Control Z, you see that the average and all of these things update. So when I do Control Y and toggle between, they update. If I go up here to the name box and I type in weights, it updates if you add something in the middle of it. However, one of the main disadvantages, if I add something to the bottom here, 31.3, you see that it's not updating that. So let me do Control Z, Control Y, Control Z, Control Y. You guys can see that these are not updating. And furthermore, if I type in weights, it's only recognizing those initial ones. Again, I can add in, I can insert, shift them down, and I can add in another value, and that's incorporated into our weights named array. So the question arises, how do I get this last one that's entered, 31.3, to be included in my average, standard deviation, max, and min calculations? Well, I'm going to show you how to do that here. In order to do this, it's known as dynamic naming of ranges. We first have to understand something known as the offset function, because we're going to use that offset function in the way that we do that. So the offset function, the important thing about the offset function, it always returns an array. So that's like the most important thing that you need to remember. We always start, the first argument is where you start. So if I were to start at this point, F3, that's sort of our starting point. The second argument is the rows from that starting point that we want to begin our array. So if I wanted to make an array of cells G5 through H6, then I'm going to offset 2 rows and 1 column. So starting in F3, if I offset 2 rows and 1 column, I'll be starting in G5. If I wanted to output G5 to H6, that would be a 2 by 2 array, so I can put a 2, comma 2. The newer versions of Excel, you can just press enter. Otherwise, what you'll have to do is you'll have to highlight a 2 by 2 array before you do that. But the offset function yields an array. We're going to use that in our dynamic naming of ranges because we want to rename a range. In fact, in our name manager, we want to rename such that it's a dynamic range. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to incorporate this formula. We're going to use offset. We're going to start at cell A2. And in fact, we're going to make that an absolute reference. And we're going to offset by 0, 0. Because I want to start in A2. I don't want to offset by anything. And then we're going to create an array. Remember, we're creating the weights vector. And it's going to be size. Now, this is the important part. We want to make the size dynamic. So we're going to count the total number of items in column A, and we're going to make sure we're not counting that top one. I'm going to use the count function because the count function ignores text. So I'm going to count, and I can do columns A. I'm going to make that an absolute reference. All right, so here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not going to count that top one. So the array that's going to be output by this offset formula is going to start in A2. It's going to have a height of 9, and we want to make that a width of 1. And so that's what this looks like. If you add something to this, you see that it automatically updates down here because we use that count formula up here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just copy this entire formula. Make sure you're not just copying down here, but go up here and manually, so highlight that, right click, copy, and then press enter. And now I'm going to go up to the name manager, and for weights I'm going to edit this, and here in the refers to I'm just going to do my control paste. Make sure all the references are absolute, otherwise it tends not to work. And then I can press OK, press close, and now I'm just going to delete this test array over here. And let's make sure if we delete this 31, you see that it changes, and I can add different elements to here, and it's automatically updating. Let's make sure the max updates. If we put a 70, it's updating, and if I put a really small number, it's updating there. Oftentimes you want to use dynamic ranges for various things. We'll encounter a couple more examples in this course. One really cool thing that bypasses the need to do this, it actually does dynamic ranging automatically, is when we use Excel tables, and you'll learn more about that in week 4 of the course. Thanks for watching. In some of my recent screencasts, I've started to include a couple of functions that are specific to Office 365 or Excel 2019. That is the newer versions. And it's really important that you guys are all aware of the compatibility issues between different versions of Excel. So I'm going to show you how you can preview the compatibility with earlier versions. It's really important, not necessarily if you're preparing spreadsheets that are only going to be used by you, but if you're preparing spreadsheets and workbooks that are to be used by others, it's really important to understand what version they have and then make sure that your workbook is compatible with the version that they have. So I've just got an example here of a couple of names here, and I'm just going to put in a couple of numbers here, and we're going to type in average of those numbers. So this is pretty typical computation, the average function, and this has been in use in Excel for a really long time. I wanted to show you how we can check to make sure that this workbook and all the functions within it are compatible with previous versions of Excel. So I can go up here to File, and if we go to Info, and we go down here to Check Compatibility, and it brings up this box and it says no compatibility issues were found. And it's basically going back pretty far. And I'm going to go ahead and click OK, so there's no compatibility issues right now with this file. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Now I'm going to use a function that I introduced in week 2 of the course. It's the rand array function. So first of all, I've got this dynamically named range called names. And if I add something onto this, then you see that if I go up here and I type in names, then it highlights that entire range. So this is a dynamic range. And I showed you how to do this in the previous screencast. There's a rand array function that's in the newer versions of Excel, Office 365. It's not in previous versions. And I'm going to do rand array. We can create a random array, integers or decimal numbers. There are a couple other optional arguments on the end here. This is going to create an array that's, you can specify the number of rows and the number of columns. So I'm actually going to make this be the number of items in my names array over here. I'm using the count A function because I want to calculate anything that's not blank. And then I'm going to make this 1 column wide. So it's going to be, in this case, 6 by 1. And I press enter, and it does that. Now, the nice thing about Office 365 is you have this, because I've made this dynamic range here, is it'll automatically update. It's called a spill. So if I put in Charlie, it spills because it's recalculating and counting. Now I have 7 items here. So it created a column of 7 random numbers. There's also a newer formula called sort. I can sort my names array, and you see I'm just putting that into a single cell, and the newer versions of Excel will spill that down to the same size as our names array in there. So this is known as spill. The rand function here, and then a new one here. I'll talk more about the sort function later on in the course, but it's updating in a live manner. So if I put in somebody else, then it automatically adds a random number, and it's going to sort that in a live fashion. There's not really a way to do this live sorting in any of the previous editions. Let's go ahead, and I want to show you how this is. We can check this for issues. So I'm going to check compatibility, and when I bring this up, you see that there's lots of errors. First of all, there's a significant loss of functionality. There's spilling, so that's the spilling that I talked to you about, where if you add something, it automatically updates and spills. That doesn't happen in earlier versions. So it doesn't happen in, I guess this is checking all the way from 97 up to the recent versions. So if you saw something like this and you had a client or a coworker that only had Excel 2013, you couldn't send this to them without there being an issue. There's also some functions in here that are not found in any of the newer versions, and so it'll tell you that there are significant errors there as well. So really the only person who can view this file as it is without any sort of problems would be those that have Office 365. I think there's also some versions like on tablets and phones that'll also work, but so you got to fix this problem before you send it off to that person. This screencast is going to cover the 3 logical functions if, and or. I've got this spreadsheet that you can work along with me if you'd like. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is an if function. The if function in Excel basically tests to see if a condition is true, and then it can do one of 2 things. If that condition is true, it can do one thing. If that condition is false, it can do another thing. I'm just going to start by typing in a quick example. So I type in if, and then that's our logical test goes first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if the cell next to it is equal to 3. So this first argument of the if function has to be some sort of a conditional expression. Now let me back up. Let me just show you a couple of these conditional expressions. So I could do something like 4 equals 5, and that's going to be a false. I could do 4 equal 4, and it's going to be a true. So essentially with these conditional arguments, we're asking Excel if that conditional is true or false. We can also do less than. So is 4 less than 9? That's true. Equals 4 greater than 9? That's false. And so conditionals usually have equal or less than signs, less than, equal, greater than, and so on. So let's go back here. I'm going to do if. My conditional is going to be if the cell next to it is equal to 3. The second argument of the if function is what do we want to be in that cell if the value is true? And I'm just going to say 50. So if we have a 3, we're going to put in this cell a value of 50. Otherwise, we're just going to put in 0. All right? So obviously, let's double click in here again. Cell B4, which is a 1, is not equal to 3. So then we don't do the second argument because that's if it's true, if that conditional is true. So we do if that conditional is false, and we put a 0 in there. Now if I drag this down, same thing. 2 is not equal to 3, so we're going to put a 0 in there. But the next one, B3 is equal to 3, and so we're going to put a 50 because our conditional is true. All right, so then I can drag this down, and that's how we can do a simple if function. Now we don't have to return values, so I could do something like if this, I'm going to refer to that column B again, equals 2. So if that's true, we can put strings in here with quotations. So I could say something like equal to 2. Otherwise, well, first of all, we don't need to have a third argument. That's optional. But I could just do something like empty quotations, which would be nothing. Now you notice if I leave off that third argument completely and I press enter, it's going to give me a false. So if you want it to be empty, you have to put in a set of empty quotation marks. And then I can drag this down, and when it finds a 2, it's going to say equal to 2, which is what we did there. Another example, we can use this in an array formula. So if you've got an older version, you can highlight this, type in equals if, and then we can do this entire array at once, equals to 4. If that's true, I'm going to type in yippee. If that's false, maybe I'll put in something like bummer. All right, and then I can do Control-Shift-Enter on the older versions or Enter on the newer versions, and we can do that all in one array formula. So let me talk about the AND and the OR functions now. The AND function and the OR functions have arguments, and those have to be Booleans. Booleans are either true or false. Now they can be just false or true, the actual words in Excel, or they can be zeros and ones. Zeros mean false and ones mean true. So the AND, let me just put in AND of X over here and Y. An AND is only going to be true if both of the two arguments are true. So if neither of them or either of them are true, that's going to yield a false. They both have to be true in order for that to be true. So this is somewhat straightforward. We can do the same thing with numbers. Remember, 0 and 1 correspond to false and true. So we can do the same thing and we get false. The AND function always gives true or false, not the numbers, but we can use as operators, as arguments, 0 and 1. The OR function means one or the other has to be true. So I can do OR. Again, there's 2 or more arguments. So I could actually have lots of these arguments in there. And the same thing goes with the AND function. So I can do OR X comma Y, and I can drag that down. So if at least one of the arguments is true, then the OR function is going to be true. And again, we can have multiple arguments other than 2. I'm just going to copy this formula. The same thing goes with zeros and ones, and that's how the OR and AND functions work. Let's go through an example here that's going to integrate some things that we just learned. So I've got a couple of people over here, and maybe they have some sort of subtotal, and we're going to calculate the tax, the discount, and then the total that they have to pay. We are going to give Matt, for whatever reason, he gets a 20% discount. So I've named the discount DISC up here in the name box. I've also named our tax rate TAX up here in the name box. So let's just put in after a discount. I'm going to use an if. So we're going to say if that person is equal to Matt, then if that's true, our discount is going to be 20%, which is our discount of the subtotal. So I can multiply those two. If we haven't found Matt, if our person over here is not Matt, then we have a 0 discount. So I can press enter. So you see Vanessa is not Matt, so Vanessa does not get a discount. If I copy this down, you see that Matt gets a 20% discount, which is $12. And now we can compute the tax. So the tax is going to be the tax rate times the difference between the subtotal, and we're going to subtract off the discount. So the tax for Vanessa is $4. Pull this down. Matt, so after discount, $48 is his subtotal, but he's only taxed $4.80, which is 10%. And then we can finally put the total on here, which is the subtotal plus the tax. And then I can copy this down. So that's an example of how we might use a selection strategy, an if statement, to apply something like this. What if we go a step further and maybe Vanessa and Bob, neither of them has to pay taxes. Maybe they're tax exempt for whatever reason. So let's go up here into the tax formula, and I'm going to put in an if statement. Now we're checking to see if the person is Vanessa or Bob. So we're going to put in an OR function, and I'm going to say OR. So if B7 is equal to Vanessa or B7 is equal to Bob, all right, so that part, the OR, will give us a true if either of those is true, if B7 is Vanessa or Bob. And then in the if statement, if that's true, then the tax is going to be 0 for Vanessa and Bob. And then if it's not, so if that's false, then the tax is going to be just as it was that we calculated earlier. And then I can close that with the right parentheses, and you see that Vanessa is not charged any tax. I can drag this down because it's a new formula. We need to redrag. And you see that Vanessa and Bob, neither of them is charged any tax. And then finally, we can just make sure that our total is correct. That's how we could integrate an OR statement into the tax column here. So hopefully you learned a little bit more about if, and OR logical functions in Excel in this screencast. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to cover some more advanced logical functions in Excel. I'll be working on this cookies file over here. I've added in a column here for sales. That's just the product of quantity and price. And we're going to do a couple things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to tally the number of sales for each of the unique sellers. Now here in column A, we've got repeats. So I'm first going to show you two ways in which we can eliminate duplicates. So I'm going to go ahead and copy over here. I'm going to just paste. And then what I'm going to do is go up here to the Data tab and up here, and you'll learn more about this in week 4. Go up here and I'm going to remove duplicates. And we're going to select column H. And what that does is it found 6 duplicate values, 5 unique values remain. If we wanted to sort that alphabetically, I could go in here, I could go up to the Home tab, and I can sort and filter, sort A to Z. So that's one way we can do this. There's also another way to do this whole thing. If you have Office 365, you can go ahead and you can type in equals, and I'm going to do unique. So there's a unique function of an array. So I can click on that, and that will give me the unique ones in there, so it automatically removes duplicates. Also, in front of this, if you've got Office 365, you can put sort, and it's going to automatically sort those in alphabetical order. So either way you want to do this is fine. Please keep in mind that if you are preparing a spreadsheet for somebody who doesn't have Office 365, then you cannot use the sort and unique functions without giving them major headaches. So I'm going to just move this down a little bit. I've added in these two labels here. We're going to calculate the number of sales. That's going to be the total number of sales for Charlie, Dana, Ella, Ezra, and Max. And then we're going to sum the total sales here. To do this, there is a COUNTIF function in Excel. This first argument is the range that we're going to count. So we're going to count this range here, and I'm going to press the F4 key there to make that absolute. And the criteria, we're going to look through the range there, A2 to A12, and we're going to look for Charlie here. So I'm making that a relative reference. So now it's going to do that, and Charlie has made 3 different sales there. Because I had the absolute reference there on the range and a relative reference on the person to the left, I can just drag this down. And that's a good way that we can determine the number of sales of each of our sellers. We can also calculate total sales. So I can type in the SUMIF function. The first argument is the range that we're going to be looking for the criteria, the second argument in. So I'm going to press F4. The criteria is I'm looking for Charlie, and that's going to be relative. And then the sum range is if it's different from the first range, which obviously it will be here because we're not summing names, we're summing sales. So I'm going to put that in. I'm going to make that absolute reference, and then I can press enter. That means that I have had $62 of sales. I'm going to go ahead and make that accounting up here. And then the way that I typed in my formula, I can drag that down. So this tells us then the total sales and the number of sales of each of the sellers. Maybe we want to put together a cookie summary. And again, I can go over here to the cookies, and I can copy, and I can just paste. And then I can go up here to the Data tab, and I can remove duplicates. Select column H there. 8 duplicate values were found and removed. 3 unique values remain. So those are the 3 different cookies. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's make this bold. And now I'm going to determine how many boxes of each of these were purchased in sum. So I'm going to do the SUMIF. And the range I'm looking over, I'm looking for the match of the cookies in column C. Going to go ahead and make that absolute. The criteria is it has to be in this first row, choco chip. and then the sum range I'm looking over. I'm not looking at the total sales, I'm looking at the total quantity. So I'm going to be doing that, make that F4, and then I can press enter, and we can drag that down, and those are the numbers of boxes of each of those that have been sold. Now what if I wanted to determine two simultaneous if statements? We can use a new function. So this is new only in Excel 2019 and Office 365. There's a sum ifs function. So I wanted to know maybe transaction. I can type in the seller and the buyer, and I want to sum the total sales if the seller's Charlie and if the buyer is Layla. So there's two ifs that have to be going on there in order for us to sum, and that means we have to use this sum ifs function. And again, this is new, so the sum range, I'm going to sum the total sales, make that absolute. The first criteria, the range of the criteria, so I'm looking over the seller, and the first criteria is that the seller is Charlie, so I can click on cell M5. The second criteria range is that the buyer, so we're looking over the buyer, I'm going to make that absolute even though I don't have to, and the second criteria is that the buyer is Layla. If you wanted to, you could do more matches, but this just does those two, and I can press enter, and this tells me then that for Charlie selling to Layla, there's been a total of $20 of sales. Let's just take a look at another one, maybe Charlie to Sally. There have been two sales over here, the first one and one of the last ones, and so we can sum that up, 7 and 35. So it's summing two different criteria, seller and buyer. The next example is going to be in this file, Boulder Climate Data. Starting January 1st, 2017, going to sometime in August of that year, we have the high, the low, and the precipitation. Now, the interesting thing is that occasionally in the precipitation column, you will see 9999, so we see them quite often. That means that the measurement was not a good one, or it wasn't made. This certainly does not mean that on January 9th, there were 9,999 inches of precipitation. The instruments do this because it's easy to filter. I'll show you in week 4 a good easy way to filter for things like this to remove 9999s. But today I wanted to show you how we can use the max if and count if and sum if functions. The first one, we're going to take the average. Now, if I just did the average of my precipitation, so I click there, Control Shift down, so all the way down to August 31st, then if I press enter, we're seeing that the average is well over 1,000 inches of precipitation each day. Now obviously that's not correct because of these 9999s. So I can add in, there's an average if function. That finds the average given a constraint. So we have our range, but then the criteria is the second argument. And this goes in quotations, so I can say not equal to, so that's what the less than, greater than 9999, end quotation. And when I do that, it's going to average everything that's not a 9999. And that's going to be our average precipitation every day. There is no max if function, but there is, you can take the max of an if. Now before we do this, let me just show you what happens if we have an array or a vector of different items. So I just put in a simple vector here. If I do the if like this, if I say if this vector is not equal to 9999, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it as the number, comma, if that's false, I'm going to put empty. So basically what this does is it replaces everything in there that's not a 9999. Now the max of that, I could do the max of the remaining elements. We filtered out the 9999, and now up here I can use the max if, Control Shift down, and this is where I'm going to put my less than equal to 9999, and if that's true, then we're going to just put in the precipitation. If that's false though, we're going to put in empty quotations, and then I need to close my two parentheses, and I press enter, and therefore if we don't have a 9999, we're going to calculate the max. By the way, if you do have older versions of Excel, then you're going to, when you do this, because the if we do that on an array, that's actually an array function, and so you're going to have to do Control-Shift-Enter. Finally, the number of erroneous measurements, we can do the count if. So we're going to count this range, but only if it's equal to 9999, and then I can press enter. So there are 35 measurements that where we got 9999. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how to use the advanced logical functions in Excel. Thanks for watching. In this short screencast, I'm going to show you about flash fill, the advantages and disadvantages, and primarily I'm going to highlight the disadvantages because this is going to set us up for the next couple of screencasts on using text functions in Excel. So I'm over here in this names file. I've also added some data here that's not in the names file, just some random numbers separated by hyphens. I've got a bunch of names here, hypothetical names, and Excel has a really nice flash fill tool. So if I wanted to extract into separate columns the last name and first name, I can just type in a couple examples. So Apple, and then as I'm typing in Arnaud for the second line, you see there's kind of this hidden drop down thing back here that it's detecting. That's known as flash fill. So if you click on that, then it'll automatically flash fill those names down, and you see it does a really good job of plucking out the last name. You can also go up here, there's these options, and we can just accept the suggestions. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So that's really nice. We can also do this with the first name. So I could type in a couple examples, and when I'm not even done typing that second one, it kind of gives me this suggested list, and then I can accept those suggestions. So that's really nice and really useful. The only problem with this, if we wanted to insert a row here and a new name, so this might be Sally Struthers, it's not automatically updating the table. Whenever you're making Excel files, you should think in terms of making the Excel workbook auto update or live calculations. So if we insert a person here, it's not automatically calculating. So you can always highlight a region here. If the flash fill tool does not show up, like it's not showing up here, we can always go up here to data, and then we can select flash fill here, and it'll automatically fill that in. So that's one way we can do it. Again, I can go here, data tab, flash fill, and it automatically does that. So let me show you a way that you'll learn more about in the coming screencasts, and that is how to make these formulas live, as in we want to make these text functions. So here's one that's going to use something known as the left and the find functions, and again you'll learn this in the next screencast, but this uses a formula with two functions in Excel to automatically determine where that comma is, and then it extracts the last name. We can do the same thing for the first name using three embedded functions here that you'll learn about in the text functions screencast coming up. But bottom line is it's automatically extracting the last name there. The nice thing about this, now we go in here and I insert a row and I put a new record in there, then it automatically updates that. Also at the end, I can put in a new name and it automatically fills in those formulas. It doesn't do that with the flash fill. Here's another example of where we could possibly use flash fill. I could start typing in 527. Maybe I want to extract the left part, the middle part, and the right part. And I could type in 51. And you notice when I'm not even all the way through, it has these suggestions. So I can click there. I can go ahead and accept the suggestions. We can type in 232, 879, and the flash fill tool, from what I've experienced, is not very consistent. So here it's not detecting that middle one, 879. If that's not happening, again, you can kind of highlight this row, go to data, flash fill, and it does a pretty good job of recognizing that. And then we can finalize this with our last column, and it's not detecting that either like it did in the first. So I'm going to highlight this and I'm going to go up here to flash fill, and it does a pretty good job. But again, if I wanted to insert, so let's go ahead and insert by shifting cells down, and I put in just a random part number here, then it doesn't automatically fill that in like it would if you use a text function. And you're going to learn about those text functions to do this in the coming screencasts. In summary, you can certainly use the flash fill tool, but a lot of times it's not going to automatically update when you add items to your various tables. This will be the first screencast of a two-part series entitled Text Functions in Excel. In this screencast, I'm going to be talking about a couple of text functions: the left function, the mid function, the right function, and then the len for the length. There's also find and search functions. And then real quick, I'll be talking about the upper, lower, and proper functions in Excel. We're going to be using this word here, pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, something to do with inhaling silicon particles from volcanoes and causing some sort of lung ailment. This is one of the longest words in the American dictionary. So I've got it over here in Excel, and I'm going to use this to introduce a couple of our text functions. The first function is the len function, and this will actually determine the length of that text. It just has a single argument, and the length of that string is 45. Now you notice that if I go up here and I add a space and I press enter, spaces as well as other characters, so maybe I put in quotations, are counted as part of that string. And so you always have to keep this in mind. Next, let's go over the left function. It actually would just give you the leftmost single character. But if you put in this optional second argument, we can determine something like the leftmost 10 characters, and that would be the following. There's also a mid function. The mid will take a string, and then you have two arguments. You need the start number, so maybe 20. It's going to start with character 20 of our string that's defined as the first argument, and then we can put in the number of characters, so maybe 5. So that's going to give us Copic. Finally, there's the right function. This will give us the rightmost character. If you put in the second argument, then it's going to give us the rightmost 5 characters in this example, and that's iosis. Next, we have the find function. So the find function, it's again a text or string function. The first argument is what text you'd like to find, and this is you have to put this in quotation. So if I want to find micro within this text, then I can click on that text, and it tells me that micro starts at the 14th character of this string up here. Now what if I put in a string here, no, and I want to find that text within our much longer text up here? If you look at our string up here, there's actually two incidences of no. We have it at the beginning and at the end in volcano. So it's really important to realize that the find function, if you just use two arguments like this, is only going to find the first of those. However, if you type in the find function again with our string, and the third argument is optional as the start number, if we start searching at the previous one, which is the cell above, so D7, and I add 1 to that, then it'll start searching one more than where it found the first no. We're finding a no at position 7, but then if I start with position 7 and I add 1, that means we're starting at position 8, it'll find the second one. And then if you had a third incidence, then you would have to start searching at 37. It's important to note that the find function is case sensitive, so if I want to put in capital NO there, it doesn't find it, and it's giving us a value error. There's also a search function, so if I wanted to search for capital NO within our string up here, it's very similar to the find function, although it's not case sensitive. So if I did that, then I can press that, and it's telling me that we find that starting in position 7. Real quick, I wanted to show you what the upper, lower, and proper functions do. So I've got two examples here. There's a upper function that takes text and just makes it all uppercase. We have a lower function that takes any string or text and converts it to lowercase. And we've also got the proper function, which takes, if you have multiple words, it adds capital letters to the first letter of each of those words. So I could do proper of some name, and that just makes it some name with S and N capitalized. In the screencast right before this, I sort of talked about the advantages and disadvantages of flash fill. And one of the disadvantages is it doesn't update in a live manner. And so to make it update in a live manner, we can oftentimes use text formulas or string formulas. The example here was to separate last name and first name. So let's take a closer look at what we're trying to do here. We're trying to take a last name, comma, first name and separate it into last name and first name in two separate columns. So what we're doing here in this case is we're taking the leftmost 4 digits. So we're always going to start with the left function to get the last name, and then we have to somehow count. The way we do that is we take a look at where is the comma. So we can use the find function to find the comma, and then we can just subtract 1 to get the number of characters of that last name. To get the first name, Donald over here, it's going to be a little different because we're going to be using the right function, but we have to know in the right function the length. The key is to take the total length, so we can use the len function, and in this case that would be 12 characters, and then we're going to find the comma, and that's in this case the 5th position, but then we also have to account for that space. So what we have to do is we have to take 12, and then we're going to subtract 5 for the position of the comma, and we're going to add 1 for the position of space. And when we do that, that'll give us a total number of characters that the first name is going to take up, which is 6 in this case. So for last name, I'm going to just type in equals. This is going to be the left function, and the text is going to be that string there. Make it a relative reference so we can drag it down. And then the number of characters. So we have to somehow determine for here there has to be 5. But what we can do is we can find, and I'm going to find the comma within that text. And then we actually need to subtract 1 because it's finding in Apple, comma, it's finding the comma at position 6. So we subtract 1. So we want to find the leftmost 5 characters of that in this case. And then I can press enter, and we're finding Apple. Now I like to make sure this is working. So let's just drag it down a few, and it looks like it's working. And I can go ahead and double click on that to go all the way down. The nice thing about this, as alluded to earlier, is I can insert here, and we can put in a new student. And when I press enter or the tab key, it automatically recalculates, and it's going to fill in that formula there. That doesn't happen with flash fill. So let's go ahead and delete that. And now let's talk about the first name. Again, for the first name, it's a little different because we're going to be using the right function. The text that we're going to be searching through is in A2. Now the number of characters, we have to first count the number of characters. For Apple, comma, Arnold, there are 13, but I want to only use the rightmost 6. So I'm going to subtract. We're going to see where we find the comma within that text. And then in this case, because there's a space separating them, we need to subtract 1. So we're going to use that, and when I press enter, it's going to extract Arnold, and we can go ahead and double click on that to autofill that down. Again, this does not happen with flash fill. It also is nice because at the very bottom, when you put in a new student and I press tab, it autofills those formulas down. So hopefully you learned a little bit more about using text functions. In this case, we separated text, and in the next screencast, I'm going to talk about how we can join text. Now for the second part of text functions in Excel. So the previous screencast showed you more or less how to split text into multiple parts. This screencast is going to kind of show you how to join different text or strings together. So the first one that I'm going to go over is known as the concatenate function. This has been around for many years. The concatenate function joins. Concatenate is just a fancy word for join. And so we're going to join multiple strings or texts. The arguments must be single cells, which can make it kind of awkward to use, and it ignores empty cells. So let me show you an example of using the concatenate function. I'm working in this file called text functions, and I'm going to compare concatenate, concat, and text join, and just simply using the ampersand sign here. The concatenate function will join strings that are in different cells, but unfortunately you cannot highlight the entire range like this. You just have to click on single cells. So it's a little bit annoying, but you can separate these by commas. And what happens is it joins those into a single string. If I delete a cell here, the L maybe, the first L, you notice that it ignores blanks and it just, whatever's remaining gets kind of squeezed together in a single string. So that's what the concatenate function does. The concat function is relatively new, starting in 2016. The argument can be a range of cells or multiple non-contiguous block of cells. It also, by default, ignores empty cells. So let's go ahead and use the concat function here. The concat function is nice because I can highlight a range of cells that has characters or strings in it that I want to join. And so I can do concat there and press enter. It's ignoring blank cells. Let's go ahead and put this back to L. So it's a little bit easier to use than the concatenate because I can highlight an entire range of cells and not just click on the individual cells separated by commas that you have to do with the concatenate function. The concat function can accommodate multiple non-contiguous ranges. So maybe I wanted to combine range B2 to B6 concatenated with maybe a blank space. So I can put the blank space in there. And then maybe over here I have there. The concatenate function again ignores blank spaces. So when I press enter, it's going to go ahead and concatenate this range over here with the blank that I put in the middle, and then range I2 to I8 over here. Finally, the text join function was recently introduced with Excel 2019 and Office 365. It's very similar to the concat function, but you can determine the delimiters, that is, the character that you want to join different strings. And also you can specify whether or not to ignore empty text. So let's type in an example for the text join function. The first argument is a delimiter. So this is where you can put whether or not those strings are going to be separated by a space, or maybe you want to separate with a comma, or whatever character, maybe a backslash or forward slash. So for now I'm just going to put in a space, and then we can put here an argument for, are we going to ignore empty cells or are we going to include empty cells? And I'll just put in we're going to ignore. That's probably more common. And then this is similar to the concat function in that we can put arrays of different cells that we want to combine. So I can do B2 to B6, comma, and then maybe this region over here. And because I put true, it's going to ignore the empty text. And I press enter. Now because I had that delimiter at the very beginning, which is a space in my example, it's going to put a space between each of those characters. And sometimes that may or may not be desired. If I would have put false for this second argument, we have hello there. There's spaces between the H and the E and the R because it is not ignoring the cells that are in I4 and I6, but it's putting spaces on either side. So there's actually two spaces between H and E and R. Next I'm going to show you, you can just simply use the ampersand sign, and let me just make that a little bit bigger. So the ampersand sign, you can start equal, and I can just type in hello, and then I can concatenate this, and I've kind of already showed a couple examples of using this with numbers, so it doesn't have to be just text, it can be numbers. So maybe I had hello there, then it concatenates those two. The nice thing about the ampersand is that you can do it in arrays. So I could do an array here, so I could do this array and this second array, which is a vector, and this last one, and it's going to concatenate. Control Shift Enter if you got an older one, or just Enter if you got newer versions, and it's going to concatenate those fee fi fo fum. So I just went over the ampersand. Two others are the trim functions and the exact function. The trim function removes spaces at the beginning or end of a string. It also ensures that there's only one space between two strings. The exact function outputs true or false depending upon if two strings are exact. And the exact function is useful when you're trying to find perhaps exact name matches with two different sets of data. So let me show you an example of how we might use the trim function. Hello, my name is Charlie. I've got different number of spaces in between each of those words. And the trim function is just going to kind of trim up that, and it's going to remove multiple spaces and ensure that there's only one space between each of those text strings. If we put a space or two before hello, the trim function always removes spaces before the first string and after the last string in a string of characters. Finally, if we had two things like Charlie and Charlie, we can use the exact function, it's going to determine if two text strings are exact. And these are very similar, but they're not exact because the bottom one is not capitalized. And when we do that, they are exact matches, and the exact function either provides a true or a false. I wanted to finish this screencast with a quick example. In the previous screencasts, I talked about how we can separate a last name, first name into two different columns. So now what I'm going to do is show you a quick example where we can concatenate maybe those into an email address. firstname.lastname@somecompany.com. So I'm back into the names file where I left off. In the previous screencast, we had extracted using some text functions here, the last name and first name. And now what I want to do is I want to concatenate these. We want to concatenate this into arnold.apple@somecompany.com. There's a couple ways to do this, and you guys can experiment around with this, but I'm just going to simply use the concat function. So I'm going to concatenate, and what I want to do is actually make these lowercase. So I'm going to do lower, so I'm going to concatenate lower Arnold, that's first name, comma, with the dot, with a period, and then I'm going to do lower of Apple, and then I'm going to concatenate that with @somecompany.com. So that's how we can combine first name, last name, making them lowercase by using that lower function into a single email address. And then now you would have those email addresses that you might use internally inside your company. So hopefully you learned a little bit more about advanced text functions, particularly those that concatenate or join different strings in this screencast. Thanks for watching. I'm just going to give you a brief introduction to Excel's financial functions. Later on in part 2 of the course, you'll explore some more advanced financial functions and how you can implement these financial functions in spreadsheets. But today I'm just going to go over a couple of simple financial functions. Just a couple examples. You borrow $20,000 to be repaid using a common 15-year payoff period. Your loan charges an annual rate of 5%, compounded monthly. What is your monthly payment and how much did you pay for your loan? Maybe you deposit $5,000 into a savings account. It pays 2% per year, compounded annually. If all of the money is allowed to accumulate, how much will you have in 10 years? And the last one, if you want $20,000 in 5 years and you can make payments of $200 each month, with an annual interest rate of 3.5%, how much do you need to put down today? So I'm going to show you how we can answer these questions using Excel. So Excel's got lots of financial functions. What's nice about Excel for financial calculations is not necessarily the functions, but financial functions certainly help you, but also the organizational aspect of Excel is really valuable. So in part 2, I'm going to cover more of Excel's financial functions, as I alluded to earlier. Talk about amortization schedules, different types of loans, and lots more. But today, in this screencast, I'm going to talk about the payment function, PMT, the future value function, FV, and the present value function, PV, in Excel. The PMT, or payment function, calculates the periodic payment for a loan. And it has 3 required arguments, rate, N per, and PV. There are 2 optional arguments indicated by square brackets. The rate is the interest rate. If it's an annual percentage rate or an APR, be sure if you're making monthly payments, if it's compounded monthly, that you're dividing by 12. NPER is the number of payment periods. So if you're doing a 15-year loan and you're paying monthly payments, then the total number of payment periods would be 12 times 15, or 180. PV is known as the present value, also known as the principal. FV, future value, that's optional. It's the future value that you'd like the loan to have. The default is 0, but it certainly doesn't have to be. And the type is usually 0, so it's 0 for payments due at the end of period, 1 for payments due at the beginning. It's really important to note that anything you get from a loan or a bank is a positive monetary value in Excel's financial functions. But anything that you put towards your loan or into the bank is going to be a negative monetary value. So let's work through this first example. You borrow $20,000, so that's going to actually be your present value or your principal, and that's out of the bank, so it's going to be positive. To be repaid using a common 15-year payoff period, your loan charges an annual rate of 5%, so the annual rate is 5%, but it's compounded monthly. And the question is, what's your monthly payment? And overall, how much did you pay for the loan? I've got this starter file available. The first question, we are basically asked for a monthly payment. So if you're asked for a payment, you're trying to solve for a payment, you probably want to use the payment function. So I'm going to put in PMT. The first argument is our rate, which is our annual percentage rate divided by 12 because we're compounding monthly. The number of periods is going to be the number of years times there's 12 months per year, so you have to make sure you're multiplying by 12. The present value of the loan is how much we took from the bank, which is $20,000. The fourth argument here is the future value. After we've paid off this loan, we want that to have a value of 0. So you can either enter 0 or you can just leave it blank. And in all of the examples that I'm going to be doing, the type is going to be left off because the default is 0. We make the payments at the end of the month. So when I press enter, we see that we have a $158 in parentheses. Make sure that if you're working with currency, you've got this $sign selected and you have currency. So anything in parentheses means that it's a negative amount. Negative payments mean that you're paying the bank back. So every month you're going to have to pay the bank $158 for the next 15 years. Now the total paid, we have 12 months for 15 years. That's a total of 180 months. And we're going to multiply that by, I'm going to do the negative of the payment just to make this a positive number. So we have paid $28,500. To calculate the total interest that we have paid the bank, we can subtract from the total that we've paid the bank over those 15 years the initial loan amount that we got of $20,000. So over those 15 years, we've paid the bank nearly $8,500. Now, if you need to calculate the future value of an investment, whether or not you have payments, you can use the FV function. The FV function has 3 required arguments. We have rate, number of periods. The third argument is payment. So this is the payment made each period. Now, if it's omitted, you have to provide the fourth optional argument. So a lot of times you're not making payments on a loan. Maybe you're just putting a one-time amount that you're going to invest. And so sometimes you don't have payments. If you leave that out, then you need to provide the present value. So I've got an example here. You deposit $5,000 into a savings account that pays 2% per year, compounded annually. If all the money is allowed to accumulate, how much will you have in 10 years? So working over here in Excel, I can put the present value. So this is actually a savings account. So anything we put into the bank is going to be negative. This is negative 5,000. The interest rate is 2% per year, and we're going to compound annually. So that's a little different than the previous example. If all the money is allowed to accumulate, how much will you have in 10 years? So we can use the future value function. The rate is going to be 0.02. Now I'm not dividing by 12 because we're compounding annually. The number of periods will just be the number of years, and the payment. So we're not making payments to this account, so that's going to be 0. Now remember, if you put in 0 for the payment, then the fourth argument is required. Otherwise, you're not investing anything or you're not putting any payments into the bank. So I'm going to put in that present value of our savings, and then I'm going to press enter. So that means that the future value after 10 years, $5,000 will become about $6,100. And the amount earned, we can just take our future value and we can subtract. I'm adding a negative number just to get the difference there. That means we will have earned about $1,100 in 10 years. The last financial function in Excel that I'm going to talk about is the present value function. So this calculates the present value of a loan or investment, and it's got similar arguments. It has the rate, it has the number of payment periods, it's got the payment that is made each period. Again, if you omit that, then you have to provide the future value. So let's go through an example here. If you want $20,000 in 5 years, so that's going to be a future value of positive $20,000. And if you can make payments of $200 each month, so those payments are going to be negative, with an annual interest rate of 3.5% compounded monthly, how much do you need to put down today? So we're trying to calculate how much to put down today. That's a present value. And if you're putting it into the bank, it's going to be a negative number. So in Excel, I can put my future value. My annual percentage rate is 3.5%. I can make a payment of $200 a month, so that's a negative value. And then I can calculate the present value. So this means how much I need to put down today in order to get that $20,000 in 5 years, making $200 payments every month. So the rate is going to be our annual percentage rate up there divided by 12. The number of periods is going to be 12 times the number of years. The payment I can make is right there. It's our $200. And then the future value, I want $20,000. So when I press enter, this means that I need to put down about $5,800 today. So that's just a brief introduction to the financial functions in Excel. And if you stick around for part 2 of the specialization, then you will learn a lot more about using Excel's financial functions in creating things like amortization schedules, payment plans, loan calculations, and so on.
Here I'm going to show you an alternative to how most people input stuff into Excel and how most people do calculations, and these are known as array formulas. As you gain more experience with Excel, you'll find that using array formulas and even array functions will really help you be more efficient in Excel. You all probably know that you could create something known as an array by just typing in numbers. So there we have, this is known as an array. I'm going to show you an alternative to punching this into 6 different cells. If you have Excel 2019 or Office 365, you can just start typing in. And we start this with a squiggly bracket, so left, and then I can do 1, 2, 3. The commas denote new columns. The semicolon denotes a new row. 4, 5, 6, right squiggly bracket. And if you have Excel 2019 or Office 365, when you press enter, it puts it into this array. So this is known as an array. It's sort of all kind of its own thing. If you don't have Excel 2019 or Office 365, let me go ahead and delete this. You can enter an array by highlighting the size of the array that you're going to want to enter, and then you can do the same thing. So left squiggly bracket, 1, 2, 3, semicolon, 4, 5, 6, bracket, and then you don't press enter, you do Control Shift Enter. The key combination on a Mac is a little bit different, but now you have what is known as an array. Now that's not entirely useful and exciting, so I'm going to kind of show you an example where this is useful and exciting. This is in a file called savings.xlsx. We've got a formula here. We have a principal, we have an interest, so the savings after a certain number of years, n, is given by this formula. First, we want to name these variables, so I'm going to go ahead and name those by going Formulas, Create from Selection, OK. Then we put this in a single cell, which is going to be up here, so P times parentheses 1 plus I raised to the, and we're going to do the number of years. This is known as a case study. We're performing a case study on the number of years, and then I can go ahead and click that down. So that's how 99% of the people will do this type of a calculation. Let me show you an alternative using an array. So first, I'm going to just select this entire region, cells C8 to C18. I'm going to type in a formula here, P times, it's kind of the same thing we did before, P plus I, but now instead of raising it to clicking in the cell adjacent to it, I'm going to click this entire region because this is known as an array. More specifically, it's a vector. It's a one-dimensional array. And then if you have anything other than Office 365 or Excel 2019, you can do Control Shift Enter, or if you've got Excel 2019, Office 365, you can just press Enter and it does the same calculation that we did before. So that's kind of a shortcut. Let me go ahead and delete that. Another way you can name this, so this is going to be its own array n, and then I can highlight this. I can type in equals P times 1 plus I raised to the n. Control Shift Enter, or Enter if you have a newer version. And that's how we can perform something known as an array calculation or an array formula. Finally, I wanted to show you just one last example. We want to create a multiplication table. We just want to multiply these values here with each of the corresponding ones over here. For example, in this cell, what we want to show up would be 2 times 8. So obviously you wouldn't do this manually. You wouldn't put in a formula in each of the cells. We want to kind of automate it. So the question here is, how do we do this? What single formula could I put in cell C3 that I could drag over the row and then drag down? Well, let's start this. I can take B3 times
C2 to get me the product. So it looks like it's working fine. But then what happens as I drag this over, you'll see that the second item is, if I reference it, if I double click in here, it looks like we're multiplying the cell adjacent to it to the left by the one above. We want the cell above in cell D2, but we don't want C3, we want B3. And so back here in the original formula, I always want this to be column B, and this goes back to the differences between relative and absolute references. There's actually something known as a mixed reference, and in this case we want to pin column B with that $sign. So when I copy to the right, I'm always going to be using column B. When I drag down, I'll be using B4 and then B5 and so on, which is what I want. Alright, so I can take that and I can drag this over, and let's just make sure it's working. Yes, 7 times 1 is 7, and I am pretty confident that that's working. So now I can see what happens when we go down. This is a special case. It actually works because of how we have a 6 there, and that's also a 6. But if I drag it down one more cell, we see that there's something wrong with this formula. And in fact, if we take a look at the C4, because I wrote those original references as relative references, so I need to change my original second argument here, the reference, to something else. Let's go back to our original cell here. Now when I drag this down, I always want to use row 2. And so I can double click in here, and I'm going to press F4 twice until I get $2. That means when I drag down, it's going to be C, but it's always going to be row 2. So it's going to be the top one, which is what I want. And now I can drag this back over. If you make a change to a formula that's already been dragged over, you have to re-drag it over. And then I can drag this down, and it's working. So now each of these represents the product of the row up here and the column over here. Now there's a much easier way to do this in Excel. I can delete this, and this is again, this is an array formula. If you have a newer version of Excel or Office 365, you can just type in to the upper left, and I'm just going to very easily drag B3 to B7, and then we do times and C2 to G2, press enter, and we get our multiplication table. Alternatively, if you don't have one of the newer versions, you can just highlight that region. You can type in equals this, so B3 to B7 times C2 to G2, Control Shift Enter, and there's your multiplication table. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how we might use array formulas in Excel.
Alright, we are now into week 4 of the course. I'm going to show you a lot of cool tricks that you can do with managing large sets of data. That's one of the fortes of Excel. And so in this screencast, I'm going to show you how to apply a filter. The first example is in a file called roster. I've got a bunch of hypothetical student names here, their hypothetical student ID, and their hypothetical section. And maybe we wanted to just separate this into the various sections, so we want to filter by section. We don't necessarily want to sort, which I'll show you in a subsequent screencast. We just kind of want to pluck out section 101, 102, and so on. So I can go up here if I am on the Home tab. You can either go over here to Sort and Filter and apply the filter there, or you can go up to the Data tab and you've got Filter here. As long as my active cell is somewhere within that contiguous block of cells, I can do Filter. This will actually apply a filter to all of them. These filters are denoted by these little drop-down lists at the top. For example, I can go up here to the Section filter and I can click on that, and maybe I just wanted to select the Section 101 students. Then what I can do is I can deselect, and then I can select the 101. And then I can click OK. And you see that it has filtered. Over here on the left, you see that it's hiding a lot of the rows. The nice thing about this is maybe I want to prepare a section spreadsheet file for each of the TAs for those sections. I can just do Control Shift 8, and I can do Control Copy, and I can insert a new workbook, and then I can just do Control V. And now I can just save this, and then I can email that to my Section 101 TA. We can filter by section
Maybe we wanted to show section 101 and 104. You can select those, click OK. And then if you want to remove all filters, you go up here and you can just do clear filters from section. You could also filter by student number and name if you would like. So that's a simple filter, and you can always go back into the data tab and you can deselect filter to get it back to how you had it before. I got another example here. It's called batches in this file. Now we have batch ID, production date, and the ship date. Maybe for whatever reason, maybe our boss wanted us to put together a list of all the batch IDs between two different production dates. So I can go up here to data. I'm going to add a filter, and now you can drop down this filter, and here you can select the dates, but maybe I want to do a more specific filter. So if you click on date, if you hover over date filters, it brings up all these different options. We're just going to do between. I'm just going to show you one example. So we have a production date is after or equal to, so maybe we wanted to do between May 1st, so I can kind of use this calendar thing, May 1st of 2019, click on that, so between May 1st and December 31st. So I can then click on OK, and it's going to filter for batch IDs between those two production dates. And then if you wanted to, you could just copy all these, put them in a separate spreadsheet, save that file, and send it off to your boss. We can go ahead and remove that filter, just clear filter there to get us back to our original data. Maybe we wanted to just filter out the batch IDs that started with a C or an F. So I could go up here to the batch ID filter. I'm going to do text filters, begins with. So maybe we wanted to screen for those that begin with C, or maybe begin, we can scroll down here to begins with an F. So maybe for whatever reason those batches are important and we want to know more information about them, we can filter those, and then we'd have more information on the production date and the ship date. So maybe you want to figure out who received those batches. Maybe they're bad batches and you need to recall them. So I'm going to go ahead and clear those filters. There's also one for maybe it ends. So ends with, maybe ends with an N is important for whatever reason, and so we filter out the batch IDs that end with an N. Let's go ahead and remove that filter. Clear filters. Maybe it's the end of the year and we wanted to reward those people who were in charge of shipping within 5 days of the production date. So we wanted to reward those types of people. I could put in a column here for ship time, and we can subtract from the ship date the production date. Make sure that this is general or number, and then I can double click this down, and I'm going to add a filter. So we haven't added a filter here, so you actually have to go back to data, deselect the filter, and then reselect it, and then add the filter. By the way, if you just want to add a filter to a single column, you can just, we could do Control Shift down and add the filter there. Either way, it doesn't matter, or you can add the filter to all the columns of your data. So maybe we want to filter ship time. You can either select here 2, 3, 4, so 5 days or fewer. Those are the ones that satisfy that constraint. Or you can always do number filters, and you can do less than or equal to, and you could put in a 5 here. These guys you might want to add a bonus, and so for these ones you can just do drop down that yes, and then you can always clear all the filters by deselecting there, and that's an easy way to filter by that criteria. So hopefully this screencast gives you a better idea of how to use filters when managing large sets of data. In the previous screencast I showed you how to filter in Excel. I wanted to also show you an exciting function that's available in Office 365 known as the filter function. So I showed you previously how you can click anywhere here, and you can go up here to data and filter. So we've added a filter here, and maybe we wanted to just filter by section 102. So we wanted to only display those students that are in section 102. So that's how you can apply a typical filter. To remove the filter, we can just do clear filter from section. I wanted to show you a really exciting function that's built into Office 365. Maybe we have a cell here where the user can select the section, and I'm going to use data validation here, and I'm going to make this a list, and we can just type in the 5 different sections, and I can click OK, and that means we have this drop down menu and the user can select the section. Now we can use the filter function. Again, this is only available if you have Office 365. So I'm going to put in my array, and I'm just going to select the top row, Control Shift down. You could also, it's probably better practice to name that something like data. And then the second argument is the condition that we're filtering through. So the condition here is that the section, so I can click there, Control Shift down, is equal to, I'm just going to point to this cell there. So that's cell F2. And then I can close this, I can press enter, and it's only extracting the section 101 students. If I didn't want this 101 on the end, if I just wanted the students and maybe their student ID number, I can just go back into this formula, and instead of filtering through A2 to C51, I can change that to B51. And the nice thing about this is if you add students, so maybe you added a student over here and they are also in section 101, then it automatically updates here. So that's kind of a unique filtering feature in Excel, and we can always go up here and I can change the section and it automatically updates. Another example we worked through previously was we had these batches and we did some various filtering. Maybe we added a bonus. So again, you can go up here to the data tab and we can filter, and maybe we wanted to filter by only those who received a bonus, then we can do that. Alternatively, let's go ahead and remove the filter. Alternatively, I can use the filter function. So I'm going to filter, and maybe all we really care about is the batch ID. So I can do Control Shift down and then include, I'm going to say the last column, so I'm going to just highlight that all the way down, is equal to yes. And if that's true, we're going to filter by those. So these are the batch numbers, the batch IDs that received bonuses. So we can track down whoever was in charge of those. I think the bonus in the previous screencast was for shipping within 5 days. And then we can give those, whoever's in charge of the shipping and packaging, bonuses. So hopefully this screencast gives you a better idea of using that filter function in Office 365. Thanks for watching. All right, delving deeper into week 4, I'm going to show you here how we can create something known as a table, an Excel table. These are extremely useful when you're working with large data sets. I'm working once again with this file called cookies that we used a lot in the past. So I've got the seller, the buyer, the cookies that they ordered, the boxes, the quantity of boxes, and the price. And we worked a lot with this. We did a lot of different things on this data set. Now I'm going to show you how we can convert this into something known as an Excel table. We can do this a couple ways. The easiest way is to go up here to the Home tab and you can format as table. This will allow you to specify the preference, the table format that you'd like, and I like to use this green over here. Another way to do this is you can go to Insert Table right here. That does not allow you to specify the format of your table, the color. And then finally you can do Control T to make it into a table. So I'm going to go up here to the Home tab, Format as Table. Let's make it into this nice green. It asks you to select where is the data for your table, and if you just have a single cell selected in a contiguous block of cells, it's going to sort of detect that area, and then make sure if you have headers that you have this clicked, and then you can go ahead and press OK. So this is our table. It's grouped together as one individual object, more or less. So I can go up here and rename this. I'm going to rename this just cookies, so you can rename the name of that table if you'd like. Then if you type into the name box cookies, it's going to select that data. So it's very similar to naming an array. The difference is that you can add very easily, you can add rows to this table. So if I do tab, you see that it has added an entire row. And if I go to the end of that next row and I press tab again, it's going to add in another row. So let me go ahead and just do Control Z a couple times. I did show you in a screencast how you can do this using the name manager. You can make a named array adapt in a dynamic fashion when you add different rows, but converting it to an Excel table really simplifies things. Another nice feature of these Excel tables, if you go up here to table design, there's a couple different options here. One thing I like to do is add in a total row. And so it adds in this row. That's a different row than all of the entries. So if I'm on the end of the last row here and I press tab, it still adds a row before that total row. But you can select what you want to display, maybe the price. We don't really need a total for the price, so I'm going to select none. But maybe we want a total quantity, so you can sum. There's all sorts of different things that you can play around with, but I'm just going to put in a sum so we can kind of show that we have sold 46 boxes. Another really nice thing about these tables is if I add a sales column, you see when I pressed enter, it automatically added that column to the table. So if I go back into the name box and I type in cookies, it's referring to that entire contiguous block of cells. When you're working in these tables, it's easy to perform calculations. You also notice that when I click on cell D2, it's got this different look to that variable that you haven't seen before. These are known as structured references. So that's referring to that entire column. So I can multiply that by the price. And because tables you're oftentimes doing column-wise stuff, by default, it's going to copy that formula all the way down. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and format all of this to currency. I showed you this in some previous screencasts. I can, at least on Office 365, we can do sort unique of the seller array over here. And so I get a list of all the unique salespeople. If you don't have that, you can copy this and then remove duplicates, and I showed you how to do that in a previous screencast. I'm also going to kind of have a summary here of the cookie sales. I'm going to do the same thing, sort unique of our cookies here, and we've got a list there. Worst case, you can just type those in manually. So what we're going to do is we're going to calculate total sales for each of these salespeople, and this I have gone through in a previous screencast as well. So we're going to sum. Our range criteria is over here, and our criteria is the salesperson there, and the summing range is the sales. All right, so that's a little bit of a review, and then we can drag this down, right, and convert that to, so these are total sales by each of the sales people. We can do the same thing over here. Maybe we want to get a summary of how many boxes have sold. Now the nice thing about the table here is I can add a row. You can press tab key to add a row. Alternatively, you can go in the middle here and you can right click and you can do insert a table row above. I'm just going to do the one at the end, and now I can add in another sale. And when I add in that new sale, it automatically updates my summaries over here. Now the nice thing about tables is I can add a row by clicking on that last one and pressing tab, and maybe we have a brand new seller, Henry, and when I added that, it automatically updated my list up here. It will update in a live fashion. So this is how you can make an Excel table. If you're managing large sets of data, it's very useful. You can easily add rows and remove rows, and it just makes things a lot easier to work with. One more thing I forgot to mention is when you create an Excel table, you've got these filters that have already been added. So if I wanted to just filter out Dana's sales, then it'll do that. And one last thing related to these tables, if you decide that you don't want it to be formatted as an Excel table anymore, you can always just click somewhere in your table, go up to Table Design, and do Convert to Range. And it'll ask you to confirm, and then you've got this back as just a typical range. If you want to remove the formatting, you would have to do so. So we can go up here to Cell Styles and Normal. So hopefully you learned a little bit more about using tables in Excel. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to show you an exciting feature in Excel related to data validation. And part of the data validation options in Excel allows you to use drop-down lists. Let me just give you a preview to what we're going to be developing in this screencast. So I've got maybe you're in charge of a bunch of employees and you've got all these timesheets to manage. You've got the date, the employee, the rate, the hours, and so on. What I'm going to show you how to do is validate data. So maybe the pay period is April 1st through April 30th. And if you try to enter in, so the first thing, if you try to enter in a date that doesn't make sense, then it's going to give you an error. And by a value that doesn't make sense, I mean you can set the data validation or the range at which it'll accept in this table. Also, in the employee column, we can make it such that there's little drop-down lists here. Maybe the employees are only limited to this list over here on the right. I'm going to show you that if we have a rate schedule over here as a function of employees, we can use that with a simple lookup function, but it can look up the rate and then you would have to put in the hours here. We can select overtime or not. So there's a little option to put yes here for overtime. So we can select overtime. I've also got a formula in the pay column that detects whether or not you have selected overtime here. And if you have selected overtime, it's going to add time and a half, so 1.5 times the hourly rate. So that's what we're going to be creating in this screencast. I've got this file called timesheets available for you to work with. On the initial tab, that's what we're going to start with. I've also got this all data tab, and so we're going to actually copy the data here in a moment. Let's just start with a single entry, and we're going to want to make this into an Excel table. I would highly recommend when you're making Excel tables to just start with the first row and then format it how you want. Then, when you add in more rows to this data table, it automatically formats the rest of the table. So I've got the date here, an employee, the rate. Now I'm going to first set it up for data validation. Data validation will only accept a certain range that you specify or a certain condition for these inputs. So let's click on the date. Data validation is found up here in data, and there's this little data validation tool, so we can click on that. Now what we want to do, this is a date, so my validation criteria, it's going to be a date. And here I'm going to have a between condition, so you could change that if you want. The start date, I'm just going to refer to the begin date of our period. Really important that you make that an absolute reference by adding the dollar signs and using F4 key to make that absolute. The end date, I'm also going to click up here and make that absolute by pressing F4 or manually adding the dollar signs. Then I can go ahead and click OK. What happens now is if somebody tries to put in something that's not in that range, it gives an error, as I showed earlier in the preview. The employees here, we want to perform input validation here for the employees, so we're going to make a drop-down list. Let's go up here to data validation. Now you can allow lists. So if I click lists, you can either type in names here, so I could do Charlie, Max, and so on, or if you've got this in a list like I do already, then I'm just going to go here and I'm going to select that. There it added the dollar signs automatically, which is good. So that's going to allow us only to select an employee in that list. I go ahead and click OK, and now you notice that there's this little drop-down menu, and I can select whoever I want, but it's constrained or restricted to the employees that we have here. This just ensures that somebody doesn't put in somebody in the employee box that is not a current employee. Now the rate, I've got this little table over here. This is sort of our lookup table, our schedule for the different employees and their rates. So Perry, Harry, Terry, Mary, Jerry, Barry, Carrie, Gary, and Larry. So we want to be able to look up, based upon the employee that's next to it, what their rate is. We can put in the VLOOKUP function. Before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and name this data set. I'm just going to name that rates up here in the name box. Then we can use the VLOOKUP function. We can look up the value next to it. The table array that I'm looking through is rates. The column index that I want to output is actually the second column of this table, which is 2. And I always put a false there if you need for it to be an exact match. I can go ahead and press enter. So what it's doing is it's looking through here for the employee. and it's spitting out the rate, and it changes based upon who I select. I'm going to go ahead and make that accounting to $21. The overtime box here, I'm going to also add data validation. So let's go data, data validation, and this I want to constrain. This is also going to be a drop-down list, and I just want this to be either double dash or yes. The double dash will basically make it blank, and that's going to be our default. The default always comes first here. Let's go ahead and click OK. And so now the user can select yes, or they can select that dash dash, which just makes it blank. You could put in an N there if you wanted to, but I like to keep it nice and clean and blank if there's no overtime. The pay calculation is going to be an if statement. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check to see if there's overtime. If the overtime box, the cell next to it, is equal to yes, then what we're going to do is we're going to take 1.5. So we're doing 50% extra pay. So maybe for holidays or weekends. 1.5 times the rate times the number of hours. If it's false, we just want to do 100% of the rate, which is just the rate times the hours. So that's going to be a little selection strategy based upon whether or not one has selected overtime in the cell right next to it. For example, if I change this to a yes, then it automatically recalculates to be 150% of the regular pay. So now that we've got this all set up, we've formatted everything nicely, including the data validation. So I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to go to the Home tab, and I'm going to do Format as Table. And I'd like to use this green one. And now I've got my table. Now the nice thing about the table is you can add rows. So I can press the Tab key when I'm on the last cell of that row, and it'll add an entire new row. The nice thing about tables also is we can take other data. So here I've got a lot more data, so I'm just going to select Mary down because I've already got Carrie there. Control copy, and I can go ahead and paste here. Now the nice thing about this is I can take the data here and I can just merge right into that table, and it automatically recalculates, reformats, so it added the dollar signs, it performed all the calculations. One more thing I forgot to do is this last column we want to be accounting. So there's our dollars. And now I'm just going to select a couple of them that have earned overtime. So Jerry, Perry, and Mary, these are all overtime. And you see that it's a live calculation. You can always go back up here to the table design and do total row. And this is how much we're going to have to pay overall to all these employees in that month of April. If we wanted to calculate hours, I can always select from this drop-down menu the sum, so total hours. And so that's how we can kind of use this data validation in a table. And again, if I try to, let's say I added something else and I tried to put in Sally, it's going to give us an error because the data validation is only accepting things that we specified using that data validation tool. So let me go ahead and delete this last row. I can delete table rows. The one last thing I wanted to show you is the nice thing about this is the next time the next month rolls around, you can just change to May 1st and May 31st. And then you can just copy paste the data right in here and it's going to automatically update. Maybe you give a employee a raise. Maybe Terry gets a raise to $20 an hour, and everything automatically updates. That's one of the really nice things about using Excel spreadsheets is everything updates in a live manner. So hopefully you learned a lot about data validation in this screencast. Many times you'll have data that you wish to sort, and Excel has all sorts of sorting options available. I'm going to be working through a couple examples here in this file called sort. First of all, we've got some numbers over here in column A, and if you want to sort those, the main way to do this is to just highlight those, and you can go up here on the Home tab. Way over here in the Editing group, you can select Sort and Filter. There's the first two options here are just sorting smallest to largest, so you can click on that. Or you want to do largest to smallest, you can do that. I'm going to go ahead and press Control Z a couple of times to get it back to the original order. We've got a column here. This is a bunch of names. Same thing, if you highlight that, go up here to Sort and Filter, you can do Sort A to Z or Z to A. So let's just sort that A to Z. So we can sort on numbers, we can sort on words. There's also a custom sort option. So this is used for a lot of different things. I'm just going to highlight these words. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. And you see we have different formatting here. We have different font color, and then we have different cell color in those. So I'm going to highlight that, and I'm going to show you some other options available. So let's go up here to custom sort. So it brings up this box here, and this is where we can customize the sorting that we want to do. The most important thing here, make sure that this box here is selected, whether or not you have data headers. So this column, actually, we don't have data headers. We don't have, like a label on top. So I'm going to unclick that because we want to include that top cell there. And then we can determine it's obviously going to sort by column G because we only have one column. And here's where you can sort on cell values. So we can sort alphabetically. But I want to show you how we can also sort by something like the cell color. So here we have green and empty. And it brings up this, it detects all the different cell colors in that column. And then I can select on here. So for example, I could do green is going to be on top or on bottom. So let's just put the green cells on the bottom. And then I can click OK. And it just sorts through those cells. I could also go up here and we can custom sort by not cell color, but by font color. And it detects the different fonts that are in that column. And I could do our automatic, which is the black or the red. So maybe we want the red on the top. So we could go ahead and do that. Now that changed the previous formatting, the previous sorting, because I had previously sorted the green boxes down below, but now it brings all the red ones up to the top. I want to show you how we can apply two criteria. So maybe we want to sort first on cell color. So in this case, let's put green on top, but then you can add a second level. So let's go ahead and add a level there. So it's going to sort by cell color, put those on top, but then secondarily it's going to sort by, let's just do cell values and let's alphabetize. So now we're doing two things. We're sorting by cell color, but then of the remaining blocks, the green cells and the empty cells, we're going to sort alphabetically. And so we put all the green cells on top, and of those green cells we alphabetized, and then of the non-highlighted cells, we sorted those alphabetically. So you can kind of have layers on there. A lot of times you'll have data that's linked together and you don't want to sort independently. We could, if we wanted to, we could sort this column independently, but in this case we want to keep the data that's in these rows together. So we don't want to independently sort the name from years of experience from the entrance exam score. We want to keep all the data in rows together. Another really important thing to do if you're sorting data, these sorting tools will permanently change your worksheet. If order really matters, what we can do is right click and I can insert a column here, and I might just put a order label, and then I'm just going to put 1 through, I think we have 10 here. That way, later on, if I wanted to, I could go back and I can sort by that first column. So let's go ahead and I'm going to highlight this. Now note, you can do the same thing by using an Excel table. So if I converted this to an Excel table, you can also do the same thing. So I'm going to select the entire range here because I want to sort everything. And I'm going to go up here to sort and filter, and I'm going to do custom sort. Now you've got to make sure that this checkbox is selected if your data has headers. Like mine here, I have labels in the top. Those are also known as headers. So if you have headers, you got to make sure that that's selected. Otherwise, it's going to try to sort those along with the rest of the data, which will put those labels way down in the sorted data. Excel does a pretty good job of detecting if your data has labels or not. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort first by years of experience in descending order, and then we're going to secondarily sort by entrance exam score. So let's go ahead and sort by years of experience. We're going to do that on cell values, but largest to smallest. So I could go ahead and do that. And so that just sorted by column C. You see that all the rows have been kept together. We wanted to now sort, because you see that there's ties here. So you see we have like 7 years of experience, 6, and 3. So now what we want to do is we want to add a level of sorting. So we're going to sort by years of experience, then we're going to sort by entrance exam score, and we're also going to do largest to smallest. In each of these blocks here where we have ties for the years of experience, we're now going to sort by the last column, the entrance exam score. And I can go ahead and press OK, and then we've done that. There's one more really important thing that I forgot to explain to you. Let's just put these numbers right up next to this other column. If you wanted to sort these and keep these rows together, and you just happen to select this column, and you went up here to sort and filter, maybe you want to sort smallest to largest, then it's going to actually detect, and it gives you this warning. It detects if you have data right next to it, either to the left or to the right. Because you obviously, if these are combined, so these numbers correspond to the person on the right, you definitely want to keep them in rows. And in that case, you're going to expand the selection. So generally, if it detects something to the left or right, it's going to recommend that you expand the selection. Otherwise, you could continue with the current selection, and you would independently, all you would be doing is sorting column C. So if you expand the selection, it's going to do row-wise, and it's going to keep those rows together. So hopefully you learned quite a bit about sorting and custom sorting in this screencast. Thanks for watching. I'm going to show you now a couple of really cool functions for Office 365 users. There's a sort and a sort by function. The sort function, we can put in our array. So I'm going to put in my array here. And then we can put the sort index. So which column are we sorting by? I'm going to sort by column 2. And then we have this ascending or descending. So maybe we wanted to sort in descending. That's a -1. There's an optional argument there at the end. It's either true for sort by column or false, sort by row. The default is false, so you can just leave that off. And I can press enter. And it did the same thing that I did with the sort function, but it made a brand new array over here. There's also a sort by function. The sort by function, we can do multiple sorts, so we can sort by a couple of different things. And this is the same thing as adding different levels to the custom sort tool. So I'm going to sort by, my array is going to be this, A2 to C11. The second argument is which array are we sorting by. This is going to be my third column here, because we want to, in this case, sort by entrance exam first. The sort order, ascending or descending, so let's do descending. We're going to start with the higher scores on top. And then this is where you can put secondary sorting. Now I'm going to be sorting by the years of experience, and the order here is also going to be descending. And when I do that, this results in we're sorting by the last column, because that's what I specified in here. We're sorting by C2 to C11 first, then we sorted by years of experience. So you see we've sorted that, and if there's any ties, Bethany and Lauren had the same entrance exam score, then we sort next by the years of experience. And again, the sort and sort by functions are only available in Office 365. Sorting is typically used for sorting in the vertical dimension here, but let's say I've got some grades here from students and I have the assignments here. Maybe I got this from an online gradebook. And what I want to do is rearrange the columns here. So in other words, I want it to go Lab 1, Lab 2, Lab 3, Homework 1, Homework 2, Homework 3, Exam 1, and Paper. So I want to rearrange the horizontal sorting of these columns. An easy way to do this is we can go up here and I'm going to insert a new row, and now I can just manually type in the order that I want these columns to appear after I sort it. So I've just typed in the order that I want these columns to appear, 1 being on the left, 8 going on the right. So I just want to sort these columns B to I. Now the way we do this is I can highlight these columns, and now I'm going to go up to sort and filter, and I'm going to do custom sort. But now in the options here, I'm going to select sort left to right. I can click OK. We're going to sort by row 1, and we're going to sort smallest to largest. And again, this is because I selected sort left to right, it's going to go smallest to largest, left to right. It's sorting by our first row. And then I can click OK. It automatically rearranged my assignments in the order that I specified by putting in those numbers in that top row. And then I can clean this up a little. I would just delete that top row, and now I've got my organized grades. I wanted to show you one more kind of miscellaneous function. Maybe we wanted to determine the rank of a student, so we don't necessarily want to sort the students here, but maybe we wanted to determine the rank in the class. So we can just type in, there's a rank function. So I'm going to do the rank of the points there for this particular students. Then I'm going to, the reference is going to be that entire column, Control Shift down. I'm going to press F4 to make that an absolute reference. And then the order here, we could rank in descending or ascending. So I'm going to just do the default. If you leave it off, it'll be 0. So I'll just do descending order. So in the class, this student ranks 7th out of however many students there are, close to 50. And then I can copy that. I can take this formula and I can copy that down, and this gives us a rank of those students in the class. The nice thing about the rank formula is if we add columns of grades and the total points changes, then their rank is automatically going to be updated. Sometimes you'll get data from another source and it doesn't always transfer in a nice, clean manner. So in this screencast, I'm going to kind of give you some basics on how to clean up your data and remove things that you don't like and format things the way you want it. So I've got some dirty data here in this file called dirty data. Yours probably won't be this extreme, but I've got different formats here. Maybe I have cells that are out of alignment. I have some errors in here. I have some cells that are bigger than others. I have highlighted cells. You might have a workbook full of hundreds or thousands of pieces of information and you need to kind of format it nicely. So the first thing I'm going to do is, it's always a good idea to make a copy of your data. So you can go up here to the upper left and click on this box, and you can just do Control C, and then you can add another worksheet, and then you can just do Control V to paste. So it's always a good idea to just make a copy of the original data. In case you make an error in formatting, you can always track down the original data. So I've got my data here that I'm going to clean up. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can remove all formatting. If you wanted to, you could select on this corner here to select the entire worksheet. There's a couple of ways to do this. The first one is you can go up here to Cell Styles, and we can just click on Normal here. And that will just get everything back to kind of the normal format. Let me go do Control Z and show you another way to do this. You can just go over here to Clear. It doesn't have to be the entire spreadsheet. You could also just select regions. For example, I could select those cells and I could do Clear. And we could clear everything. So that's going to clear the data and clear the formatting. We can clear the formats, or we can clear the contents. Clear contents will remove whatever's in the cell, but it keeps the formatting. In this case, we want to remove formatting, so I'm going to click on Clear Formats, and that does the same thing as going up here to Cell Styles and Normal. So we've removed all the formatting, and again, you might have hundreds or thousands of data, and you could just select that entire column and do the same thing that I just did. The next thing I wanted to do is get rid of these errors. There's a nice tool in Excel. Let me show you this. We can go up here to Find and Select. First of all, if you just wanted to find different things, you can explore around here. So you can find. You can also find formulas. So if I click on that, we have gone to the formulas. You can also, you have to click away, and we're going to do Find and Select maybe constants, and it's going to highlight the constants on my worksheet. So what I want to do is I'm going to go here, I'm going to go to Special. Alternatively, you can just press F5 to bring up this box. So it brings up this Go to Special, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Formulas. Again, what I'm trying to do here is to get rid of my errors. So I'm going to deselect these and leave errors selected. When I press OK, it's going to go and highlight just the errors on my worksheet. I'm going to press Control Delete, and that's going to get rid of all of those errors in that multiple cell selection. And so I've gotten rid of those errors. Now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove blanks, because I don't want these blanks to be in there. I want to sort of squeeze everything up, and to do that we can highlight the region there, and maybe I want to include that top row. I can go over here to Find and Select. I'm going to go to Special once again, or you can press F5 to bring this up. And I'm going to do blanks, and I'm going to click OK. It highlights just the blank cells in that selected region, And now what I can do is I can right click and I can do delete. I can either shift the cells up or I can delete the entire row. So in this case, I'm just going to shift the cells up. And so what we've ended up doing in the long run is just kind of cleaning up our data, removing blanks. We got rid of those error cells and so on. So this is how you can quickly clean up your data. I also wanted to show you another tool that we can use. Now this is in a file called Gradebook. I've used this in a previous screencast. There are a couple ways that we can identify blanks. We want to eliminate these blanks and convert them to zeros. And you can imagine that you might have lots of students and lots of homework assignments, and it's sort of tedious to go through and find all those blanks and replace with zeros. One of the easiest ways to do this is just to go to the Find and Select, go to Special. We can do what we did before. I can select blanks, OK. Now if I want to replace all those blanks with 0, I can type in 0, and then I can do Control Enter, and that will actually replace all of those blanks with a 0. So I'm going to go ahead and do Control Z to show you the other way to do this. There is a replace tool, a find and replace. So I'm going to click on replace. You can also do Control H. So it brings up this find and replace tool. The thing that I'm going to find, I'm just going to leave empty because I want to find blanks. But I'm going to replace with 0. You can specify, so there's options you can specify if you want to look through the sheet and so on, so you can experiment around with those if you'd like. But we're going to find in this selection blanks, and we're going to replace with 0. And I can go ahead and click Replace All. It says we made 5 replacements, and then I can close. So that's an easy way that you can replace blanks with zeros. We've also worked with this file before, Boulder Climate Data. Whenever a reading or a measurement is not taken correctly, you get this 9999. If we wanted to calculate the average precipitation throughout the entire year, I could take the average of the precipitation column and press enter, and that's really big. And obviously we aren't getting 1400 inches of precipitation as a daily average here in Boulder. But what I wanted to do is I want to remove those 9999s, and I'm going to convert those to just blanks. A nice way to do that is to select the entire column. So I can click on the top cell, Control Shift down, and I can go up here to the Find and Replace. So I'm going to replace 9999s. What I'm going to replace with is not a 0 but a blank, and I can click Replace All, and it goes through. It made 35 replacements. I can close, and then that seems like a more reasonable estimate for average daily precipitation. In part 2 of the course, I'm going to show you some more advanced techniques to clean your data. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how you can clean up your data. Whenever you are working with large data sets, you will inevitably have to search for duplicates and possibly remove duplicates. So in this screencast, I'm going to go over how you can identify duplicates and how you can remove them. So I've got this file called duplicates. I'm going to start with kind of an easy example here. I've just got a bunch of animals here, and we want to check to see if there are duplicates. If there are duplicates, we would like to remove them. If you just want to check to see if there are duplicates in a set of data, you can highlight that. You can use conditional formatting. So I'm selecting this block of cells, go up here to conditional formatting. We can go to highlight cell rules, and then you can just select duplicate values. You can not only choose duplicates here, but I could search for unique values. So it's kind of the converse of one another. But I'm going to go ahead and identify the duplicates. So then you would know that these highlighted cells are duplicates, and you might go through and delete them. So let's go ahead and do Control Z to get it back to our original data. If you wanted Excel to automatically remove the duplicates in this list, you could go here and we can highlight that, and I can go up here in the Data tab, Remove Duplicates. There's this little tool here called Remove Duplicates, so I can click on that Command button, and it brings up this Remove Duplicates tool. I only have one column of data. I'll show you here in a minute where we might have multiple columns of data. So really, if I want to remove duplicates here, all I do is make sure that column B is selected, and then I can click OK. And it says 3 duplicate values were found and removed, 11 unique values remain. That's how I can permanently remove the duplicates. Before you remove duplicates, it's always a good idea to go back and just make a copy, so you could just copy this entire sheet and paste onto a new sheet, just in case you remove something and later on you realize that it was an error. The second sheet down here in this file, I've just got a bunch of numbers here. Again, if I wanted to just identify duplicates, I could go to Home, Conditional Formatting, Highlight Cell Rules, Duplicate Values, and it's going to identify duplicate values. Alternatively, I can identify unique values. So let's just, I'm just going to cancel. Now I cannot use data remove duplicates, because remove duplicates it searches through columns. So it deletes duplicate rows from a sheet. So unfortunately, I cannot remove duplicates this way. If you did have duplicates in a chunk of information here, you would just have to, the easiest way is just to identify those duplicates using conditional formatting and then go through and manually remove them. I've got another example here. Maybe we have orders by various people. We have their names, their categories, and catalog numbers. And we wanted to check for duplicates. Now you notice we have a couple of opportunities for duplicates. We could have duplicate names, of which we have several. We could have duplicate categories here. And we could potentially have duplicate catalog numbers. So I'm going to go up here. You don't have to have the entire array selected. I can go up here to remove duplicates, and it's going to, by default, select that. If you have data headers, Excel does a good job of detecting those. Otherwise, you could remove that, but I do have data headers. And you can check down here what you would like Excel to search through in order to look for duplicates. If you have all three selected, that means it's going to be all three have to be an exact match in order for it to be a duplicate. You see here in my data, I have Heather backpacks. I have that 3 times. The first 2, though, are unique. We have this catalog number here and a different catalog number there. So if I remove duplicates with all 3 columns selected, it's not going to detect the first and 5th rows as being duplicates, because all 3 of them are not the same. But what it will do is the 5th row and the second to last row, those are exactly identical. So I click OK, and it said we found 1 duplicate removed, 11 unique values remain. So let me actually go back, Control Z, and I'm going to show you now what happens if we do remove duplicates, but we deselect one of these. So let's deselect catalog number. So now all it's going to do is you have to have exact matches for name and category, but not catalog number. In this case, all of them are unique except for Heather's backpack orders. So when I click OK, it's going to remove those 2 repeats of Heather backpacks, and it says here 2 duplicate values were found. I'm going to go ahead and do Control Z to get us back to the original data. So now let's see what happens if I just filter by name, and you see that there are lots of these that have duplicate names in the name column. So when I do that, we remove all 6. Control Z. We can also look for just the category. So maybe there can only be one of those categories, and I can do that. And finally, I could look through for just the catalog number, and we're going to remove those duplicates. And there's only one of those. This is how you can have Excel go through a chunk of data to remove duplicates. And again, if it's always a good idea to copy the original data set and store that on a different sheet. You can do Control Z, but sometimes you've messed up your spreadsheet so much that it's really unfeasible to go back, and it's always good to have the original data. One more thing, you can always convert this into a table. So I can go up here to Format as Table, and up here in the left on Table Design there's a Remove Duplicates, and that brings up the same exact tool that we used with just the information that I had before I converted it to a table. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how to identify duplicates and remove duplicates in Excel. Sometimes you will need to consolidate data from multiple sources, whether that's on the same worksheet, in the same workbook or in different workbooks. So in this screencast, I'm going to kind of show you how you can use the data consolidation tool in Excel. So I've got this file called consolidation, and we've got information here. Maybe we have a bunch of employees, and we have hours worked and maybe days worked in January, February, March. Somebody else provides similar information, so we have kind of the same structure of data. Maybe on a different worksheet we've got even more data. So you can imagine maybe you have multiple people collecting data, and you want to kind of wrap it all up and consolidate it into one nice summary table. So on sheet 2 I've got different months. In each of these arrays I've got different names, and some of them are duplicates. And what we want to do is we just want to create a nice summary table that adds. So we're going to add all these items. So for example, Charlie, in January I would want to add 2 plus the 7 here, and we want to take these two tables and consolidate it with this one. To do this, you first click on the cell of where you want this to be output, and then you can go up here to the Data tab, and over here there's a command button that says Consolidate. So you can click on Consolidate, and first it's going to ask for a function that you want to use. You can select from quite a few of these if you want to count, if you want to average, if you want to find the maximum of those ranges that we're going to consolidate. So there's a lot of different ones there. We're just going to sum. And now what we need to do is we need to add our references. The first reference is going to be the first table. So I'm highlighting that entire region. This has labels both in the top row and the left column. So Excel is going to be looking through our references for top row and left column labels. Once I select that reference, I'm going to click Add, and now I can go over here and I'm going to select the second reference. So that table I'm going to add, and now I'm going to go over here to sheet 2, and I've got this entire table that I'm going to add. And when all of our references have been selected here, we're ready to go. So make sure top row, left column are selected if that's what you want to match, and then you can click OK. And back on sheet 1 it sort of wraps everything together, and that's where we have our summary table. So it has consolidated information from those 3 tables. I've got another example here. Maybe you send this worksheet to a bunch of employees and you have them place a 1 in the corresponding cell if they can meet at that time and day. What you're trying to do is to schedule a meeting, a weekly meeting that the most employees can attend. So here we've got Jim's information. On a second tab I have Susie's information. Maybe we have other workbooks. We have Emily, Jennifer, and Rex have put their data into this workbook. And then we have Charlie that has placed information in this workbook. And maybe you want to insert a new workbook. That'll be kind of the summary of this. So I can click where I want that to be, where the summary table to be, and then I can go up here to Data, Consolidate Data, and I'm going to sum because I want to calculate the total number of meeting times that work well for everyone as a whole. So I'm going to look for my references. I'm going to press this up button, and I'm going to first go to Jim and Susie. So let's do Jim. I can select this entire region, add that reference. Then I'm going to browse again. We're going to go to Susie, add that reference. And I'm going to do this for the remaining, the 3 tabs on the second file, and then the 1 tab for Charlie's file. So now I've got my 6 different sources, 3 files, 6 different tabs total, 6 different employees. And now I can select top row, left column, and I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And in my worksheet that I created, you can see that it's consolidated the information, and I can look through here, and maybe I want to, I could do the maximum of that, which would be 5, and I can look through here and I can see that Tuesday 1 to 2 p.m. is a good time to meet, so I could schedule a weekly meeting then, or it looks like Friday from 11 to 12. So that's how you can use the Consolidate Data tool in Excel. Thanks for watching. There are many situations in which you have a large
set of data in a spreadsheet in Excel, and you need to use lookup functions to try to find matching data within the larger set of data. So I'm going to show you how to use one-way lookup functions in this screencast. This is what we are going to be creating in this screencast. We've got some students here with their name. We have the student ID number. We have their homework 1 assignment score, homework 2 exam 1 score. Now you can imagine that this spreadsheet might be pretty big. We might have a lot of students or records here in rows, and then we've got a lot of different headings here in columns. And so this might actually be pretty big, and it's nice to sort of have a lookup area over here where you kind of summarize things. The user can type in the name of the student here in cell H3, and it'll automatically spit out the student ID number, the homework 1 assignment, homework 2 assignment score, and the exam 1 score. And then the nice thing is the user can go into just cell H3, doesn't have to go through all the data one line at a time, and can just type in a new student name, and it automatically updates those items. So that's what I'm going to show you how to do in this screencast. I've got this file available, student lookup. We're going to start from here, and we're going to create that student lookup. The first thing I'm going to do is I want to convert this range A1 through E8 to an Excel table. I just need to make sure that I have clicked somewhere in that table. I'm going to go up to the Home tab, and over here, Format as Table, and I'm just going to choose this nice green one, as I always do, and then we can click OK, and it converts it to an Excel table. The first thing I'm going to do is rename this. I'm just going to rename this Data up here in the table name area. Press Enter, and we are ready to go. Now there is a VLOOKUP function in Excel for vertical lookup. This is, from what I've heard, the third most popular function in Excel. The VLOOKUP function has 3 required arguments and 1 optional argument. The first argument in the VLOOKUP function is what you are searching for. In this case, I'm looking for Jennifer, so that's going to be my lookup value. And I'm going to go ahead and make that absolute, because later on I'm going to drag this down through the different rows here. The second argument is the table array that we are looking up. And I named our table over here, I renamed it Data, so that's what I'm looking through. Now, this is really important. The VLOOKUP function is always looking for the lookup value in the leftmost column of the second argument, which is, in this case, data. So it's always looking through the leftmost column. The third argument is the column index number that we want output. In this cell, H4, we want to output the student ID. That's actually the second column of my data over here. So I'm going to put a 2 in there. And finally, the last argument is optional, but if you want an exact match, you need to put in false. If you only require an approximate match, you can put in true. But for what I usually do, I'm putting in I want an exact match, so I put in false. And then I can press enter. And it has gone through, it's looked for Jennifer in the leftmost column of our data array, and then it's output the second column of the data array, which in this case is that student ID number. Now the nice thing about this is I can change the name here and it automatically updates. So it's a live solution. So let's go ahead and put it back to Jennifer. Now because I made the first argument of that VLOOKUP function an absolute reference, I can pull this down and I'm just going to modify each of these. The only difference now, I'm not looking up the student ID number in row 5, but instead I'm looking up the homework 1 score, which is column 3 of the data. So I'm just going to replace this with 3, press enter, and that's looking up Jennifer's homework 1 score. I'm going to double click in H6 and I'm going to put a 4 here, and I'm going to do the same thing for exam 1. This is going to be our 5th column of our data array, and I can press enter, and again if I change this to somebody else on the table, then it's going to output the corresponding grades. Now the nice thing about this is if you put the name of somebody not on here, because I put that exact match, in other words the last argument here on the VLOOKUP function is false, that means it requires an exact match. Now let's create a second area here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to do control copy, and I'm going to do control paste here. we might want to create a reverse lookup where now we have student ID number and we have the name. And so I'm going to actually delete all this and the student ID number. Let's just take Charlie's, control copy, and we're going to put that here. Now what I want to do is I want to be able to look through the table here for student ID number, and then it's going to provide the name, and then it's going to provide the assignment scores. Now you cannot do this easily with VLOOKUP. Remember, VLOOKUP will always look through the leftmost column of the second argument. For student ID number, there's no way I can output a column that's on the left of student ID because it's looking up student ID number in column B and the names are left of that. Instead of using VLOOKUP, you can use these two functions known as match and index. So first let me show you how the match function works, and I'm just going to put it in this cell here. If I type in match, we can look up a value. So I'm going to look up student ID. The second argument is a lookup array, and so I'm searching for student ID number in this array there, and you see we have that structured reference there because it's a table. The third argument, it's really important again if you're trying to get an exact match to type in a 0 here. For the match function, 0 means exact match, and I'm going to press enter. What this means is that it's finding 276544776, that student ID number, in row 3 of that array that I put in as the second argument. Now, if we take that, we can use the index function. So if I know that the student ID number is in the third row down, then I can use the index function. The first argument of the index function is the array that you want output. And again, that's our name column from our data array. That's a structured reference. And then I can use that row number that I calculated using the match function, and I can just put that in as the second argument, and then it's outputting Charlie. So what I'm going to do is in this name box, I'm going to join both of these into one single formula. This formula in E11 is using the formula in E10. So I'm just going to go in here, I'm going to copy that, press enter, and inside Charlie, instead of E10, I'm going to put that match function. So I don't even really need E10 anymore. Now I can take this, I can do control cut, I can go up here to H10, and I can paste that in there. So now it's automatically updating. If I take one of these other student ID numbers, so maybe Chester's, control copy, I paste it in here, it automatically updates. And now I can do the same thing. Instead of name, I can do it with homework, homework 2, and exam 1. By the way, you could also do these with VLOOKUP, but let me show you how we can do this with match. The lookup value is the student ID number. I'm going to make that an absolute reference. The lookup array, I'm looking again through student ID, and I want an exact match, so I put a 0. This is for Chester, so this will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this will return 6. But then inside that, we need to use the index. The array that we want to use for homework 1 is this vector. So I can press comma, just put a parentheses at the very end of this, and I press enter, and it's saying that Chester's score on homework 1 was a 7. I can drag this down, but I need to modify a few things. For homework 2, instead of the homework 1 column of our data table, I can just modify this to be homework 2. I can press enter. And here, instead of homework 1, this is just going to be exam 1, and there we have it. So now we can change the student ID. Let's go ahead and copy Rodney's just to make sure this is working. So that it's looking up the name of that student, the homework 1 score of a 9, homework 2 score 6, and exam 1 score of 87. So there's two ways to do lookups. You can use the VLOOKUP if you are looking up something that's in the leftmost column of a table, or if it's something in the middle and you're trying to look for something on the left of that column, you can use the index match combination. There are other lookup functions. There's HLOOKUP for horizontal lookup. There's also just a fairly old lookup function, but the VLOOKUP or combination of index match work quite well for most things in Excel. By the way, let's just do one more enhancement to this file here. I'm going to add in some data validation. So cell H3, let's go up here to the data tab, data validation, and this is the name. So I'm going to just make this a list, and the source is going to be our names over here.
Click OK. So that allows the user to select names from the drop-down menu, which is just a little more convenient. Also here, the student ID number, we can go ahead and add the input validation for this. This is going to be a list, and same thing, our source are the student ID numbers over here, and then we can click OK. So that quickly enables one to select a student ID number from the drop-down list. I wanted to make a quick screencast on the XLOOKUP function. When I created this course, Everyday Excel Part 1, the XLOOKUP function was not available. I just finished the course a few weeks ago, and between the time that I started the course and finished the course, the XLOOKUP function had been released to the public and made available to at least some users of Office 365. So I wanted to just briefly cover the XLOOKUP function. The XLOOKUP function replaces the index match combination that I've talked about in a previous screencast. In a previous screencast on one-way lookups, I talked about how we can combine the index match functions to look up something in a column that is to the left of the lookup value. So if you wanted to look up student ID, for example, and go leftward in a lookup array, you had to use this index match combination. So we would first match wherever we saw that student ID number in column B. That would yield an index number, which is an integer value. And then we would use the index function using that integer value. We would use that in our lookup vector here in column A, and that would output, in this case, that would output Jennifer. I have become quite used to using the index match combination. But there's another way to do this. Let's go ahead and delete that. This is using the new XLOOKUP function. XLOOKUP. The XLOOKUP function has 3 required arguments and a couple of optional arguments. You can look online for what these optional arguments do. The first argument is the lookup value, so that's going to be our student ID. The lookup array, where are we looking up the student ID? So that's going to be our student ID column. And then the third argument is going to be the return array. So this would be what we want to return. I want to return the corresponding name of the student ID number in cell H9. And so it's as simple as that. It's very similar to the VLOOKUP function, although we can go backwards, so we can go to the left. The VLOOKUP function, you can only output something that is to the right. And so I can do this, and I can press enter, and it automatically does that lookup. So the XLOOKUP function essentially replaces the index match combination that I have used in previous screencasts. In this screencast, I'm going to show you how to make scatter plots in Excel. These are good ways to visualize data. In a scatter plot, we have an independent variable. A lot of times we call that X, that kind of goes on this horizontal axis. And then we have the dependent variable. Oftentimes we call this Y, that goes on the vertical axis. The dependent variable is some sort of property or variable that depends upon the independent variable. Scatter plots are generally used for time series data, so a lot of times the independent variable is time. We use this for continuous, non-categorical data. You wouldn't want to use this for situations in which the independent variable is categorical data. Scatter plots show correlations between two variables. The important thing about scatter plots is that you have paired data. So in this example up here, each one of these markers represents a pair of independent variable value and dependent variable value. So the data is paired. An example of this would be high temperature as a function of the date. Each of those dates has a high temperature, and so we have paired data. We can add multiple series on a single plot. This red line here is a series. This is the high temperature. But maybe we wanted to add in the low temperature. In order to add in multiple series onto the same plot, the X and Y values have to represent the same variable. They can be different, for example, high temperature and low temperature, but they are both temperatures. The multiple series are distinguished from each other using a legend. An example of this, as I just alluded to, would be now instead of having the y-axis labeled high temperature, it's just labeled temperature, and now we can put two series in here, one for the high temperature and one for the low temperature as a function of the date. Sometimes you want to add in another set of data, so maybe we have precipitation as a function of date. Precipitation is not the same in nature. It's not the same as a temperature. In that case, we would put precipitation on a secondary axis. The temperature scale would have its different values here, maybe ranging from 20 degrees up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit or so. And precipitation then would be in measures of, you would have different markers here, so a different scale here on the secondary axis corresponding to precipitation. So now I'm going to show you how we can create these scatter plots in Excel. So I've got a file here called dairy products. As a function of the year, we have the per capita consumption of American cheese, ice cream, yogurt, and butter. We also have in a column over here, completely unrelated, we have still as a function of time, we have the milk per cow that's produced in the United States, an average in pounds per year. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a simple scatter plot for American cheese consumption as a function of the date, the year. So I can select these two, this first row, Control Shift down to select the entire series. And then we go up here to Insert, and I'm going to go over here to the charts group. There's all sorts of different options. A lot of times the recommended charts will show you a recommended one. What I like to do is I like to just kind of build it from scratch, and I know that this is going to be a scatter with smooth lines and markers, so I'm just going to go ahead and click that. There are other options that you can play around with, and there is our chart. I'm going to go ahead and move this up to the top. I like to remove the title because a lot of times that information is redundant because it's already on the axes, or you have it in a figure caption if you're putting this in a paper or a presentation. That's our series. We can always left click on the chart. Up here we can add chart elements with this plus sign. Alternatively, you can go up here to the chart design, and that tab is up if we selected that chart, and we can go over here to add chart element, and you can select from a bunch of different things. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to add in some titles. I like to do that with this plus sign over here. So plus axis titles, and now we've got our axis titles. To change the axis titles, you can just click on one of those and we can start typing this in. You notice that when I typed in, it's up here in the formula bar. I just typed in year, but it's not yet showing down here in the axis title until I press enter. So that's how we can change that to year. I'm going to change the y-axis title to consumption in pound per person per year, and I press enter, and we've labeled that axis. So this would be a nice scatter plot. You notice that we're only using the upper half of this scatter plot. You can change the scale here. Maybe we want this to start at 8 instead of 0. You can right click on that, and we can go to Format Axis, and this is where you can change a lot of the options with the axis. So I'm going to put in 8 and press enter, and it's rescaled that axis. You can change the series. You can right click on here, and we can go to Select Data, and it brings up this Select Data Source. This is where we can edit this and we can name the series. So maybe this first one I wanted to name American Cheese. That's how we can make a name for it. But this is where you can change the X and Y values that series corresponds to. What I'm now going to do is add a couple of series. We're going to add in ice cream, yogurt, and butter. Because ice cream, yogurt, and butter in the data here also is in per capita consumption in pounds per person per year, I can use it on the same primary axis. The first way to add a series to a scatter plot is you can right click, and like I mentioned before, you can go to Select Data. You can also select data up here in the Chart Design tab. I'm going to select Data, so I'm going to add a series here. This is going to be named Ice Cream. The X values here, we can select this little arrow here, and I'm going to go to the year, so I'm going to select 1980, Control Shift down. We can select this arrow again. Now the Y values, when you have this little 1 here, I don't know why this is the case, but it's always been like this as long as I can remember. You have to delete that, and then you click the arrow, and we're going to add in our ice cream. So that's cell C4, Control Shift down, and then I can drop down that arrow again, and I can click OK. And I can click OK again, and you see that it has added the ice cream to our plot. So we have two different series. Now the user, whoever is looking at this plot, isn't going to know which of those lines corresponds to American cheese or ice cream, or even what they refer to at all. They're not going to know that either of those refers to cheese and ice cream. So it's nice to add in a legend. So you can go up here to the plus sign. Alternatively, you can go up here to the add chart element. So let's select it from up here, a legend, and I'm going to put this, let's just put this to the right. So there's our legend. We can format this. A lot of times I like to move the legend down, and I like to expand the chart so it takes up the entire figure. And I like to add in, I like to right click here and format this legend a little. If you go to this paint bucket, you can select the fill. I like to put in a solid fill of white. So you can mouse around. I like to add in a border. So I'm going to select the solid line, and I like that to be black. I would encourage you to mess around and kind of mouse around with these different formatting options so you know what's available. But I like to put this kind of in the lower right-hand corner or upper right-hand corner. But there is our nice scatter plot. Very self-explanatory. The user can look at consumption of American cheese and ice cream as a function of year. They can distinguish between the two lines, and it's nice and clean. Now let's say we wanted to add in yogurt and butter. We could again go in there and do select data. Let me show you a slightly easier way. If we have two more series, I can select those, Control Shift down, and I'm going to do Control C to copy. If you left click in the center, and if I do Control V, it's going to paste those series in there as two more series. Now you notice it's not showing that because earlier I had formatted this axis, so I'm going to go ahead and reformat it, format axis, and let's put this back down to 0, and I can press enter. And now you see when we close this box up here, you see that we have our 4 series there that are represented quite nicely. Now I need to name my series yogurt and butter, so I can right click here and I'm going to select data. My series 3, we can edit that, and this is yogurt, so I can put in yogurt, press enter. I can rename my series 4 as butter, and I can click OK. And there we've got our nice figure here. I can format this legend a little bit more as you like, and that is our scatter plot showing 4 different series on the same plot. We've also got this milk per cow as a function of year. Now milk per cow has nothing to do, it's not the same thing at all as consumption in pounds per person. This is just the milk production for average cow. I had to double check because I thought these numbers were pretty high, but apparently today the average milk per cow is it's upwards of 20,000 pounds per year. So that's quite a bit. Since this is pounds of milk per year, that's not the same thing as our primary axis, so we're going to add this as a secondary axis. I can go up here, Control Shift down, and I'm going to copy that, Control C. That's another series that we want to add. I'm going to left click in here. I'm going to do Control V to paste. And you see that the scale of the milk production per year is way bigger than the scale. And that's because we're not comparing apples to apples. We're comparing apples to oranges. What I have to do then, I can right click on this, Format Data Series. I'm going to add that on a secondary axis. So I can click secondary axis. I'm going to go ahead and close this box. And now you see we have this secondary axis over here on the right. And the values here are much larger than the ones on the left, but we can put them on the same plot. I'm going to go ahead and add up here in chart design, add chart element, axis titles. I'm going to add the secondary vertical axis label. And I'm just going to kind of clean this up a little bit by moving different elements around. And I'm going to click on this axis title, and this is going to be the milk production per cow in pounds per year. And now we've got that on a secondary axis. And then I'm going to right click because we need to change this to an actual name here instead of series 5. I'm going to change that to milk production, press enter, and then I'm going to click OK. And let's just move this legend over a little bit to there, and now we've got a single scatter plot. It's not too busy. It's kind of verging on the edge of being too busy, but right now we've got consumption, and we can look up American cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and butter, and milk production per cow. This is how you can create scatter plots in Excel. Thanks for watching. In a previous screencast, I showed you how you can make scatter plots in Excel. Now I'm going to show you how to make column and pie charts. Column charts are generally used to visualize data in which the independent variable is categorical in nature. We still have the independent variable on the x-axis here, going horizontally, the dependent variable on the y-axis. With column charts and pie charts, we have categorical data. For example, people, you cannot plot that on a continuum on the x-axis. Countries, so maybe you might have countries here and you're measuring the gross domestic product, or maybe departments of a store. In general, time series data is better represented on scatter plots unless it's categorical in nature like monthly, quarterly, or yearly data. An example of where you might want to use a column chart would be if you had a bunch of states and you had their populations. You could easily represent this as a column chart. You can also put multiple series on a column chart. Perhaps you had a state here, but you wanted to add multiple series. We could put population on a primary axis, and on the secondary axis you might have the area in square kilometers. I'm also going to talk about pie charts. Pie charts are a good way to visualize categorical data. For example, total sales here as a function of the salesperson. Like column charts, these are used to visualize data in which the independent variable is categorical. Unfortunately, you cannot plot multiple series easily using a pie chart. There are a couple of different types of charts known as donut plots and sunburst plots that do attempt to distinguish between different series, but for simple pie charts you cannot plot multiple series. I've got an example file here called state data. We have a bunch of different states over here on the left. These are categorical in nature, and we have area, maybe the median gross rent, median household income, and population. Let's just go ahead and plot population as a function of the state. So I can select the states over here. I'm going to hold down the control key, and then I'm going to drag out the population there while holding down control key. By the way, if you're going to be adding records, different states to the data here, you might want to convert this first to an Excel table. I can go up here to Insert, and you can go to Recommended Charts. I like to go straight up here to insert a column or bar chart. A column is a chart with vertical bars. A bar chart has horizontal bars. So whatever your preference is, you can select those from these different options here. So let's do 2D column. I can click on that, and I like to delete the title. This is a nice way to visualize things. And then maybe we wanted to visualize area instead. You can go back here, we can select data, we can edit this. Instead of column E, I can just do area, click OK, and click OK again. So this is a typical column chart. You can convert to a different type of chart. We can select that chart and go up here to chart design, and I can do change chart type. Maybe we want to make this a pie chart, so I can click pie. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. Now I need to add in a legend because this by itself is not very descriptive. We don't know which of these corresponds to which state. I can go up here to plus, and I'm going to add in a legend. Now we've got the various color coding relative to the state here in the chart. I'm also going to go up here in chart design. There's all sorts of different options that they suggest, and so I'm going to just kind of mouse around. I like this style for whatever reason. That one I really like. And if we don't like the legend up at the top, I can go over here to the left and I can go down here to legend. Maybe we want that on the right. This also needs a title, so I'm going to add a chart title because we don't really know what that is referring to. I can change this to population. And finally, maybe I want to add in data labels. I can go plus, and there's these data labels here. If you select on this arrow over here, it'll have a couple of different options that you can mouse around with. Maybe we want this little data call out. That's kind of nice because it has the states there right next to it. So I like this plot here. This is a really nice pie chart for showing categorical data. In this screencast, I'm going to show you an exciting way to make charts in Excel dynamic. What I mean by this, if we have a scatter plot here, I created this in a previous screencast. I can select using these check marks up here. I can select which of those series I would like to display on this chart. So this is actually a dynamic chart. And so I'm going to show you how to make this in this screencast. You also notice that I have this on this, what I call kind of a dashboard. I'll be starting with this file called Dairy Products Dynamic Chart. It's essentially an intermediate in some of the work that I did in one of the previous screencasts. Let's go ahead and move this legend down here. The first thing I'm going to do in order to make this dynamic, I'm going to put this chart on a separate sheet. So I'm going to insert a new sheet over here. I'm going to rename this real quick. I'm going to rename this dashboard because it's going to kind of be our summary page. The other thing I'm going to do is you can go up here to view, and I'm going to deselect grid lines. And so everything's white. It's kind of a more professional style. And I'm going to cut this, Control X, go over here to dashboard, and I'm going to do Control V to paste it. I'm going to move this around a little bit. I'm going to remove this border by right-clicking Format Chart area, and I can just say no line for the border there. It's just personal preference, and I kind of like that look. Let's go back to sheet 1. In order to make this dynamic, the first thing we need to do, we need to copy this information. So I'm going to do Control Shift down all the way to the bottom, Control Copy, just kind of making a clone of this, and I'm just going to put it over here, Control V. The next step is to delete the contents of this chart, and I'll show you why we're doing this here in a minute. But I'm going to do Control Shift down, press the delete key, or you can right click Clear Contents, and I'm going to go back to the dashboard. What we need to do now is we need to add in these the check boxes. So if you don't have the developer tab like I don't at the moment, we can go to File, Options, Customize Ribbon, and I'm going to make sure the developer tab is selected, and I can click OK. And now we go up here to the developer tab, and I'm going to insert in these form controls, there's a check box. So this little green check. So let's left click on that, and then you can kind of go over here and outline where it's going to go. You can left click in here and you can change. So this is going to be American cheese. And then what I can do is I can right click on that and we can copy, and I'm just going to paste 3 more of those. And I'm just going to spend a minute or two formatting these real quick. So I've got those labeled, and let me show you a trick. You can put the left one kind of where you want it to be, the right one where you want it to be, and then I can hold down the Control key and I can left click on these. If we go up here to the Shape Format menu, I'm going to align them all the top, so they're all top aligned, and then I'm going to go back to Align, and I'm going to do Distribute horizontally. That just equally spaces them out, and so that looks pretty nice. Now what we need to do, these checkboxes, the way they work is you can toggle them, like I can click them on and off. The output though, you need to specify an output cell, and it's going to return either a true if it's selected or a false if it's not. We can right click on this, and I can do Format Control, and it asks us for this cell link. Now I'm going to go here and click that arrow. I'm going to go back to sheet 1, and for American cheese I'm just going to use the first row. This is going to be L1. So let's click OK down here. When I do this, if you select the check and we go back to sheet 1, you notice that it's put a true into cell L1 because that was the cell that I linked it to. If I deselect this, American cheese, and I go back to sheet 1, you see that it's now false. So we're going to use the state of the checkbox, either it's true or false, to govern what is going to be in this table, and then we're going to link the information in this table back to our dashboard here, to the data. So I'm going to right click on ice cream, I'm going to format this. Cell link is going to be equal to M1 over here, and I'm going to do this real quick for yogurt and butter using the other 2 cells adjacent to those. Okay, so now those 4 checkboxes are linked to cells L1 through O1, and if I make changes here to the status of these checkboxes, then that automatically is updated over here on our sheet 1. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the status of that checkbox, false or true, to determine what is placed into these columns over here on the right. So I'm going to put a simple if statement. If, I can just say L1, and I'm actually going to toggle this to be relative column, absolute row. So I can drag this down and the reference will always be row 1, and I can drag this over and it'll update to the column above it, to the row value up here above whichever we're looking at, ice cream, yogurt, or butter. So I'm going to do that, if that, and we can just say if that because if it's true, then we have the second argument. If that's true, if it's been selected, we want to show American cheese over here. So I'm going to select B4. Otherwise, if that's not selected, we can use this function in Excel called NA, and that just will give us the NA error there. And I'll show you the importance of this here in a minute, but I can double click that down. And because of the way I set this up, I can drag this over to apply that if statement. And you see that because these three are true and the left one is false, we have the NA for American cheese, but we're showing the values there for the ice cream, yogurt, and butter. If I go back to the dashboard and I deselect yogurt, now that is false, N1 is false, and we have the NA. Let's apply this now to all of the different years. So I can double click on this down. I've got all the information now that I need. I can go back to dashboard and I can right click on here, select data, and now it's just a matter of updating the references. For example, American cheese, I can edit that. I still want the same X values. So if we go over here to the X values, I still want those. Those are the same years and I haven't changed those. But now instead of the Y values being in column B here, I want to use column L. So I would go in here, I'm going to update this to L4 to L40, and I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to do the same thing for ice cream, yogurt, and butter using columns M, N, and O respectively. Alright, so I've updated those references. So now instead of referring to the data on the left, I'm referring to the data on the right. Getting back to the reason why we put the NA in here, any series that says NA, any data with NA, if you try to plot that on a plot, it's not going to plot it. So right now we have false for American cheese and yogurt, and you notice here on the dashboard, because those are all NAs in those two columns, it's not plotting those. But if we go up and select American cheese, then you see it's the data back on sheet 1 is no longer NA. Because that's true, that's how we can tell Excel which of the series to plot. So this is a really nice way to make a dynamic chart in Excel, and I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. In this screencast, I'm going to introduce you to these really nice tables in Excel known as pivot tables. I'll be working with this file called cookies. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this to a table. This actually is not required for pivot tables, but I'm just going to go ahead. I like to do this, so I'm formatting this as a table, and then I'm going to add a sales column here. The sales column is just the quantity times the price, so we've done that before, and then I'm also going to just format this to be accounting. What a pivot table allows us to do is to both filter but also compare and sort of cross-reference different things in this table. So let's just make a quick pivot table. You can go up here to Insert Pivot Table, and we can select the range. That's the range that we just made with our table. I'm actually going to put this on the existing worksheet because I want to be able to compare this side by side. I'm going to click on cell H2 and click OK. Now over here on the right you have all these different options for pivot table fields. So in order to start building a pivot table, we need to drag and drop these different fields. The fields on the lower right here are filters, columns, rows, and values. Let's just start out simple. I'm going to go ahead and drag seller down to the rows. And you see here in my pivot table, I've just got all the sellers in the rows. So it's going through our table and looking for unique sellers. Now this is not really showing much, so we have to kind of decide what we want to output. The first thing I'm going to do is just cookie, and I'm going to put that down in the sum values field down here. This is actually just summing column C for each of the sellers. So you see here that Charlie has made 3 total sales. So essentially count of cookie is the number of transactions of each of those sellers. Let's go ahead and remove this, cookies, you can either drag it over or you can deselect the boxes here. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the quantity. So I'm going to put in quantity. You see down here in that field, it's the sum of the quantity. So now what we have here in our pivot table is the total sum of the quantities. So this is the total boxes that each of the sellers has sold. So a pivot table is really nice to kind of summarize and to visualize data. This is very similar to using COUNTIF and SUMIF functions that we've done in some previous screencasts. So now I'm going to remove quantity here. I'm actually going to add in sales. We can select that. By default, it goes down here into the sum values. And now this is total sales. And you see up here, it's the total sum of the sales column. And so for each of the sellers, you can determine total sales. Now what if we wanted to itemize by cookie type? I can go over here and I can drag down cookie into the columns field now. And now what it's doing is it's putting columns, the different types of cookies, in columns. We have our sellers in the rows, and then it's itemizing the sales. So now down here is the sales for each of those cookies for each of the sellers. And I can remove sum of sales, and maybe we wanted quantity instead, so I can drag down quantity, and now this is the total boxes that each seller has sold of those different cookies. Now let's talk about what this fourth upper left field does, the filters. So I'm going to drag cookies from columns over to filters. You notice it's removed that, but now what I have is at the top I have a cookie filter. Right now it's showing all, but if I wanted to just filter by nutty butter, for example, I can select that. And now this is saying for each of our sellers, how many boxes of nutty butter have we sold? The filter is nice, but we can also move that filter down to the rows, and we can put that below seller. What that does is it sort of has subcategories for each seller, showing chocolate chip, nutty butter, snickerdoodles for each of the sellers, and kind of an itemized quantities of each of those boxes here. Now keep in mind that that's really the same as if I put cookie back in the columns. It's just a different way to visualize it. So here we have the cookies in separate columns, but now if I drag cookies back to rows, we have it sort of as subcategories. So depending upon how you want to visualize your data and present it, you can move these different fields to the different areas. I'm going to go ahead and remove cookies, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drag buyer into the columns. Now what this tells us is how many boxes of cookies were sold from each of the sellers to each of the buyers. So we can sort of look that up in this table here. We can also add the cookies to the rows, and that tells us then an itemized list, how many chocolate chip boxes went to each of the buyers, and so on. Or we could pull that cookie field back up into filters, and now if we wanted to just itemize by cookie type, we can select it from the filter. I'm going to remove cookie. This is total sales, so I'm going to remove quantity, and we're going to drop down sales. But now we're going to swap seller and buyer, because we want to know on the kind of in the rows how much each of the buyers owes each of the sellers. All right, so this would be the total sales then, the total money that each of the buyers owes the sellers. And finally, once the cookies come in, we can determine how we distribute them to the various buyers. So I'm going to remove sellers from columns, and I'm going to put the cookies in the columns. And this is not the sales, but this is going to be the quantity. Now when we set up this pivot table, it's telling us how many of the boxes of each cookie goes to each of the buyers over here. And this will then allow us to easily distribute those cookies, the various boxes, to the buyers. So hopefully this screencast gave you a better idea of how we can use pivot tables in Excel to visualize data. Another way to visualize data in Excel is through these things known as slicers. So I'm going to show you all about slicers in this short screencast. I've got this file here called batches. We have data for batch ID, the production date, the ship date, I'm going to add in a column here, which is going to be the day of the week. Let's first convert this to an Excel table. I can go up here to Home, Format as Table. We can select the formatting option that we want, format this as a table. There's a text function. We can do the text function of the ship date, and if you put in quotations DD, that will give us the day of the week. And so that's the day of the week that that item has shipped on. So we have batch ID, production date, ship date, and the shipping day of the week. Now let's add in these things known as slicers. I'm going to go up here to the Insert tab. We go over here to Slicer. We click Slicer. Slicer is basically a filter, but it's a nice way to visualize filters. I'm going to go ahead and insert slicers for all 4 of our columns here. I can click OK. Let's just make this formatted a little nicer. These are our slicers. You notice these little filters at the top right. If we left click on a batch ID, so maybe A8 right here, it automatically filters our table to the left over here, but it also shows in these slicers what that batch ID corresponds to as far as production date, ship date, and day of the week. So when I click on this batch ID, it kind of grays out the other production dates, and it shows us the production date, the ship date, and the day of the week. Now I can also go backwards, so I can clear this filter, and I can go backwards, and maybe I wanted to know which batches, what batch IDs were shipped on Tuesday. So I can click on Tuesday, and it kind of filters backwards, and it determines our batch ID. Now unfortunately, it doesn't tell us which of these production dates and ship dates correspond to which ID. You would have to go in here and clear the filter and do each one of those separately to determine the production date, ship date, and day of the week for an individual batch ID. Maybe the machine was malfunctioning on February 13th. We can click on that and it'll tell us the batch ID. Or if you want to look at multiple ones, maybe you know that the equipment was malfunctioned on 2 days, you can always go up here to multi-select and you can click both of those, and then that would be the batch IDs that you would want to go look into more. So slicers just give you another option for visualizing data. It's basically a visual filter in Excel. Sparklines represent another useful tool for visualizing data. So I'm going to show you sparklines real quick in this screencast. I've got this file called sparklines that you can use if you want to work along with me. We might have the quarterly sales, perhaps in millions of dollars, here for a large store. We've got different departments here: automotive, groceries, clothing, housewares, and garden. And we've got the various sales for that quarter. There's this data visualization tool called Sparklines, and you can highlight the data. So I can highlight our data here. A lot of times if you go down here to the quick analysis toolbar, you can find the sparklines there over here on the right. So that's one way. Or you can go up here to Insert, and if you go into Sparklines group here, you can add sparklines. I'm going to go ahead and add a column sparkline, and it asks you for your data range and the location where we want those to be placed. I'm just going to put right next to it. I can click OK. And what this is doing is it is showing a trend in that same row. So this first sparkline at the top is showing automotive trend 25 up to 34, and each one of those, it kind of shows a trend. And you can format the sparklines a couple different ways. We can put in here the different colors and formats. If you want, you can turn this into a line by clicking up here, so that would be a line. You can change the color, so maybe we want to change this to green, and let's turn it back to a column. This will show trends in each of the departments, but it doesn't really show how big the grocery sales are compared to housewares. It's all sort of looks kind of the same. So you can highlight these. You can go up here to axis. We can change the vertical axis minimum to same for all sparklines, and I can also do that for the maximum. If I change those, now we're sort of comparing apples to apples, and we've got the same scale. And you can see how small the garden and housewares is compared to the grocery sales. And again, you might want to convert this back into a line, and I would encourage you to kind of play around with the different options. Another example is shown here on sheet 2. We've got various students here and maybe their performances on their homework assignments, in this case, I'm gonna go down to the bottom, and from the quick analysis tool, I'm gonna select spark lines, and I'm just gonna have this in a line. And this shows then a trend of those students. So you can kind of see which ones are trending upwards, which are trending downwards as the semester progresses, and so on. And again, I can go over here into spark lines, and maybe I want to make them all on the same axis. I can change the minimum and maximum to be the same for all of the spark lines. Spark lines just represent another tool that you can use to visualize data in Excel. In this screencast, I'm going to show you how you can share worksheet data or charts from Excel in Word and PowerPoint. I've got this file called Sales with Charts. This is based upon some sales data. I've already generated a pie chart here for the total sales. I've added in this total sales column. I also have a total sales scatter plot here as a function of the month. And let's say you wanted to share these plots or the data here with either PowerPoint or Word. So I've got a blank PowerPoint presentation here. I've also got a blank Word document. By far the easiest way to share or to insert the data from Excel is just to, if you have some data, we can highlight that. I can right click and I can do copy. And then I can go over to, let's just say Word, and I can right click. There's a couple different options. If you just wanted to insert a picture, you can choose this picture icon there, and that provides just a snapshot. It's almost like a screenshot of the data from Excel. The thing about this though is you can't go back here and edit the values inside of this table. So if you want to be able to change what's inside this table in Word or PowerPoint, you either have to embed the data or link it. So I'll be talking about embedding versus linking. Embedding is when you take the Excel object, the object is either a worksheet or chart, it becomes a permanent entity within Word or PowerPoint. Any changes to the Excel object needs to be done through Word or PowerPoint. And I'll show you an example of this in a moment. If you make changes to the Excel object from within Word or PowerPoint, then they are not reflected in the file that you originally embed. The nice thing about embedding versus linking is there's no Excel file that has to be associated with the Word or PowerPoint document. With linking, as I'll show you next, you need to email along with the Word or PowerPoint file the Excel file that goes along with the data that's linked to those Word or PowerPoint files. Linking, on the other hand, the Excel object, which again is a worksheet or chart, is only referred to in the document. A Excel file is associated with the Word or PowerPoint file and therefore needs to be provided alongside with the Word or PowerPoint file. So again, you have to email that to somebody. You email them the Word document, but you also have to email them the Excel file that the data is linked from. Any changes to the Excel file will automatically be reflected in the Word or PowerPoint file. So this is nice. For example, if you have sales data, and I've got an example of this momentarily, and every year you're sending out a report, or every month you're sending out a report, or every week, all you have to do is make changes to the Excel file, and it's automatically going to update the Word or PowerPoint file that the data is linked to. Linking is best when you always want the latest information and charts to update automatically from your Excel file. So let me show you how we can embed data and charts. If I wanted to embed the data here into Word or PowerPoint, let me first show you how we can embed this in Word. So I'm going to bring up this Word document. I'm going to go ahead and delete this previous picture that I had inserted. If I place Excel and Word side by side, the easiest way to just bring data, this is not a chart, this is just data, is to highlight the data, and you go down here to the edge. It turns into that four-way arrow cursor, and you can drag over, and now you press the control sign, and there's that little plus sign that's revealed, and then you can release the left click. So that's the easiest way that you can embed information. So embedding is different from linking, which I'll show, in that if I go over here and I change John's January information to 280, you notice that over here in Word, it does not change. So it does not automatically update when you change things in the original file that was embedded. This is known as embedding. However, if you want to change the information over here in Word, you can always double click, and what that does, it brings up this Excel-like window that's on your Word document, and you can play around with this just like you would in Excel. In here, I can change John's figure for January to 280. You can also, up here, you see that there's a formula bar, but we're still within Word, so you could also implement Excel formulas inside of Word through this embedded data. So this is known as embedding. So let me show you another way to embed. This time I'm going to embed into PowerPoint. The main way to embed is you go up here to the Insert tab, and you go over here to the text group, and there's this little icon here that's object. So we can insert an object. So I click on that, it brings up this insert object, and if I want to bring over information from Excel, from a file, I can select Create from File, and I'm going to browse to my file. The file we're going to embed is Sales with Charts, so I'm going to click on OK. And then I can click on OK again, and it embeds sheet 1 from our Excel file. So let's go back to PowerPoint. Maybe you just want to show the total sales here. You can always double click in here. And again, this is embedded data. It is not linked. So if we go back to the original document and I change John's information back to something like 1,000, it's not automatically updating that in PowerPoint because we've embedded the data. But again, you can always go back into the embedded data and I can change that manually. The nice thing about embedding this way is you can crop. So you can select from down here this little arrow and we can drag and I can choose what I want to display. And so now if I click away from this embedded information, then it's kind of cropping that down to the information that I want to display. You can do the same thing in Word. You can go up here to Insert and you go over here to Text Group here and you can insert an object. And so that's how you can typically embed into PowerPoint and Word. Now I'm going to show you how we can link data or charts. The easiest way to link data by far is to click on what you want to link. So in this case, I'm going to link the total sales. I'm going to right-click, copy. We go over here to PowerPoint, and what I'm going to do is up here in the Home tab, I'm going to select Paste and Paste Special. And now what I can do is I can paste link. So we're going to link the data. This is a Microsoft Excel chart object. I'm going to click OK, and it inserts this chart. And the nice thing about linking is that we go back to the original Excel file, and maybe the data is updated. So maybe every year you have different sales figures. You can copy and paste here. It automatically updates the chart over here. And because our PowerPoint file was linked to this Excel file, Sales with Charts, anything we do to this file and this chart is going to be automatically updated. So for example, right now, the total sales for January is 1410, which is showing up here in our pie chart, 1410. But if I change John's sales to something like 1,000, that increases January sales to 2130, and that's automatically updated over here on our PowerPoint file. So hopefully this screencast gives you a better idea of how you can embed and link data and charts from Excel into PowerPoint and Word. Thanks for watching. All right, just a quick little screencast on how to print your Excel worksheets and how to guarantee that it's going to print off what you want. Earlier on in the course, we created this Gantt chart, and let's say we wanted to print this off to have a hard copy. Most of you probably know that you can go up to the File menu and you can print, but there's all sorts of options available for when you print. If you don't want to print the entire worksheet, you can select something. So I'm going to go ahead and select this. I'm going to select our Gantt chart. I'm going to go up to File and select Print. We can navigate to our printer. So right now I'm not connected to any printers, so I'm just going to select my print to PDF. If you wanted to print to an actual printer to have a hard copy, this is where you would select your printer. In the settings here, we can choose print the active sheet, we can print the entire workbook, or we can print the selection. Now because I made a selection, this is our selection, and if I go File, Print, and I choose Selection, it's only going to print that selection. The default, it has a certain size scale associated with it. If you just want to scale it down so it's printing that selection only on one page, you can go down here to Scaling. If we click on this button here, we can fit sheet on one page. So I can click that. There's also some other options available. Let's select Fit Sheet on one page. Now you see that it squeezed that selection down into the top here. This is not a very good use of the page. If something is wider than it is tall, we can always go in here to Portrait Orientation and select Landscape Orientation. And there's kind of a preview, and that's a lot better. We're using a lot more of the page. Maybe you want grid lines to show up on your printout. You can always go down here to Page Setup, and over here on Sheet, you can select grid lines. You can also display row and column headings. Maybe you are going to email this to somebody or send a hard copy to somebody, and you're going to talk over the phone and you need to refer to the various cells in the worksheet. Then you can add the row and column headings and grid lines. So I can click OK. And now I've got those shown. You can also play around with the margins here if you'd like. There's other options, but when you're satisfied with how this is looking, then you can go ahead and print. And again, right now, this would be printing to a PDF, but you could select your hard copy printer from this drop-down menu if you wanted to. I just wanted to show you a quick example of how we might use Excel to create a sales invoice and then how you can print it as a PDF file. The PDF file then you could email to somebody. We're going to be creating this invoice. This is actually a PDF file that I made directly from Excel, and it's a simple invoice, very professional looking, that you could send to somebody, and this was all made in Excel. I've got this file called invoice, and it's just a hypothetical invoice here for a cookie company. We've got some date information up here. You might put in a invoice number. We have the billing address, and we've got a description of the cookies that the purchaser has decided to buy with the quantity. And at the bottom we have the total. We have some information here, contact information. And I've got in column D at the very bottom, I have a total, which is just the sum of all of these subtotals for the various items. The first thing we want to do is we want to fill out this amount. Over here on the right, I have a reference table here for the prices. You could easily just go in here and manually type in equals 4 because we have the quantity there, or you could reference that cell times Snicky Doodle, which is $4, so you could do that and it would be 16. But let me show you just a quick way you could set up your worksheet to do this automatically to save you some time in the long run. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add in data validation for these cookies here, for all these cells. So I'm going to drag this down. I'm going to go up here to the data tab, data validation, and this is going to be a list. The allowable data here is going to be over here in column K. So I'm just going to select those three and I'm click OK. And what that does is it enables, or it only allows the user to select the cookies. So they couldn't put in something that your company does not sell. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make an automatic lookup here for the amount. I'm going to go over here to our reference table, and I'm going to name this up here on the left. It's just going to be called cookies. So we've got that named cookies, and I'm going to put in a formula here. I'm going to first take the quantity, whatever cell is to the next of it. I'm going to multiply that by, and we're going to use the VLOOKUP function. I'm going to be looking up the cookie over here in our cookies table, which we've already named. It's looking through the leftmost column of that cookies table, and then we're going to put a 2 because we want to output the price, and I will put a false. It doesn't matter in this case if we have true or false, because since we did the data validation, we're only going to allow those 3 in that cell. So really we don't need false. We could also leave that as true. When I press enter, it's going to automatically look up the cookie type over here in the description from our cookies reference table over here to get a price, and then it's multiplying by the quantity, and we can easily drop this down to calculate the price. If you updated the quantity, maybe you change this back to 5, it automatically recalculates here. So the next time you create an invoice, you can just come over here to the drop-down menus, and you can select whatever cookies have been ordered, the quantity. Everything automatically updates, the subtotals for each item, and the total at the bottom. We've created our invoice now in Excel. Let me show you how we can print this. We can select this entire region. I can go up here to File, Print, and we've got our PDF, Microsoft Print to PDF. You could also use Adobe to PDF. There's a version that Adobe offers. And I'm going to print my selection, so make sure Print Selection is checked there. And you can go ahead and press Print to print this and output it as a PDF file that you can then send to somebody. So hopefully this screencast gives you a better idea of how you can use Excel, not just for the typical uses of Excel, like working with data, doing complicated calculations, but you can also create simple professional looking invoices like this as PDF files. I've got kind of a fun example here that's going to kind of show you some advanced features of Excel. I have Office 365. I doubt this is available in previous versions, but it probably is available in Excel 2019. There's this tool in Excel, in the newer versions of Excel, you can put in different countries or geographical locations, and if you go up here to the Data tab, there's this Geography command button in the Data Types group. This is called Convert to Geography. What we can do is we can take various countries and we can have it automatically look up from a database a bunch of different things. I've got these different countries here. I've got a column for electric power consumption, GDP, gas price, life expectancy. You can even look up the national anthem, current population, and then I've added in GDP per capita by dividing column C by column G. Whenever you open up this file, it automatically updates. We can then take that data, and there's a really cool way that you can plot geographical maps in Excel. Here I've got the gas prices in dollars per liter for the countries in the table above. I've also got the GDP per capita, and you can kind of compare the GDP per capita of various countries. So this is what I'm going to be showing you how to do in this short screencast. So I've got a list of a bunch of countries that I've just kind of selected. What I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight those countries. You can go up here to the Data tab in Geography. It takes a minute, but what it does is add something known as a card, and that's what this little thing to the left denotes. Up here in the data types, there's currently stocks and geography, although in the future, Microsoft anticipates that there's going to be a lot more of these different types of things. So this is a database, and I can go up here to this insert data, and we can select a bunch of different fields. So I'm just going to choose a couple of these. Let's do electric power consumption, so I can select that. I can go ahead and let's do GDP, make that a little bit bigger. I'm going to add in gasoline price, so you can get the actual current gasoline price, the average in dollars per liter. Let me go ahead and select a couple more. Let's do life expectancy and national anthem. So I've got those in there. I'm just going to add some column headings here. So I've formatted the labels here. I'm also going to add in another column for population. If you want to add in another column, you can just highlight the data again and go up here to this insert data, and I'm just going to do population. I'm also going to add a GDP per capita, and that we can obtain by simply dividing the GDP of that country divided by the population, and I can just double click that down, and now we've got our information. The nice thing about this is it automatically updates. So if you log on, you open up this file tomorrow or the next day or in a week from now or a year from now, it'll automatically pull down the new information from the web.
I can select the countries here, and I'm going to select gas prices by holding down the Control key. If you go up here to Insert, in the charts, there's this map type. Right now there's only a single map type, so I'm just going to select the filled map, and it brings up this chart that is a filled map. And so this is showing the gas price in dollars per liter. And so you can kind of look at that and compare across the world. I'm going to add in another chart for GDP per capita, holding down the Control key, and I can go up here to Insert and Maps, make another filled map, and that's GDP per capita. Just kind of an interesting and fun way to automatically get information from a database that's found online, and you can populate your Excel spreadsheets with that, and you can also make really nice geographical maps of that data. Thanks for watching.